2, 1. Perfect. So now the people that were watching on Facebook can go in then again, and then we have a new video of the 8 hours that we'll be playing. So what I was saying is, dashes don't really matter in case you can actually, they matter, but in case you already have it, just don't think about it. Try to build up your brand, try to build up your business with what you have at this moment. Okay, so don't think about, oh my god, I made a mistake, now I have to just start everything from scratch. Don't, just continue building up on that. So media pio, there we go. Now we want to go on to Cloudflare. Actually, let me just save these things into there. Brainstorming domain names, I was using namelix.com, namemesh.com, instant domain search, I believe that's .com as well. Instant domain search.com. And then I was using, you probably all know this one, but name on finding keywords, I was using Fiverr Gig. I was using Google. I was using Uber Suggest. .com. Okay. And then buying a domain, this is where I was actually using Namecheap. So I'll just take this over here. You don't necessarily need to purchase it from Namecheap. I just found it that this is a domain name register that I haven't had an issue yet so far in the, I don't know, 10 years of me being online. So I wasn't online 10 years. Actually, I was. So the first forum I created was when I was 12. So you can consider me, um, you can consider me that I'm online for a decade. I'm still a little player when we compare myself to the founders of this company, but yeah, still a long time. Connected to Cloudflare, that's the next thing what we want to do. Okay, we purchased the domain. I shouldn't have closed Chrome. So history, not Chrome, Namecheap. I shouldn't have closed Namecheap. We'll need that. But I want to go now to Cloudflare. Don't know what Cloudflare is. Cloudflare is a service that gives you CDN, which is a content delivery network, which is making your sites faster. It loads your site faster for yourself and for your own users, because it is loading from a server closest to you, not from America, in case you're somewhere else, or not from Australia, not from I don't know, Europe, but it is loading from the server that is the closest to your own country, to your own place. So this is why delivery is much faster. Then the second thing is it gives you free SSL certificates. Okay, so in case you don't know what an SSL certificate is, it is basically this little lock that makes your connection secure. The websites that don't have this, don't have these SSL certificates, the browser and also your mobile phone, when you load in that website, it shows that the site is not secure, and it gives you like a red triangle with like a warning sign: be careful, the site is not secure. So you don't want to scare off your website visitors immediately when they try to load in your page. So this is why we connected using Cloudflare. We connected to connect our domain to Cloudflare. This way we get free SSL certificates. Okay, this Cloudflare will be built into the actual GrooveFunnels suite of tools very, very soon. And this is what Finn was talking about, that Finn is the lead developer. He is the VP of technology, and he is looking after the vice president of technology, and he is looking after the GroovePages app itself. So whatever is going to be done with GroovePages, like publishing sites or things like that, he's looking after that. And he himself is working on that technology that will have Cloudflare built in. We'll be able to purchase domains as well. connected immediately have SSL certificates when you have a domain brought over to Cloudflare, so to GrooveFunnels. Sorry, I'm just talking nonsense now. So let me stop talking and let me go on with the training. So once you created your own account with Cloudflare, most probably you will not have all these domains here because these are just domains I connected. But it's super simple to register. It asks you for your name, last name, email. You need to confirm. You will get an email from Cloudflare. You need to confirm. Once you log in, you will see this dashboard here. You will not have anything. It will just give you an option to add a site. Let's just add a site, and now we have a domain, mediapio.com. Okay, mediapio.com. Let's just click add site. So over here we can just choose the free option. It says we have DDoS attack mitigation, so in case we have some hackers want to attack our site, Cloudflare is taking care of that one as well. He is securing your site. We have the CDN, which is the content delivery network, and we have support in case something needs to be done. We have support via email. Okay, we can click on this free option and then confirm the plan. Perfect. Now, my first thing what I do here is I don't do anything. You just click continue. When it loads in, it says review your DNS records. Just click continue. Okay. And this is what we need now. So it is giving us name servers. It says that these are your name servers on Namecheap, but please replace them with these name servers. On my end, it is different than what you will have. You will have different text. So I will not read it out what it says on mine because it's irrelevant. If you create your own Cloudflare account, you will have your own name servers you will need to replace. So let's just copy this one over. You can click to copy over here. And then we go to Namecheap. In Namecheap, when we go to edit or manage our domain, we can come over here to name servers. When we go to name servers, we go to custom DNS. Okay, this is where we paste in the name server 1, and then here we'll be pasting the name server 2. That one, or you can just click to copy, and then here is coming the name server 2. We click the check mark icon. It's loading in, and then soon we will see here a bar which is saying your name servers have been updated. Please allow 48 hours or so to have it up and running. So this takes a couple of seconds, and then 3, 2, 1, hopefully nothing. It will give us this message soon. It just is just doing some backend processes. Here we go. DNS server update may take up to 48 hours to take effect. Great. When it does this message, it usually doesn't take 48 hours. It is usually done within a couple of minutes. So we'll see this live. Once we did this, we can go back to Cloudflare and we can say done, check name servers. Now, here is a very important thing. A lot of people were having issues when they were connecting their domains to Cloudflare because they didn't turn on this SSL encryption. The encryption to actually have this lock to show our sites as secure. So sometimes people just choose flexible, and then this way it is not securing the site completely. Make sure you choose full. This way it encrypts from the server to Cloudflare and from Cloudflare to browser. It encrypts all the way through, so your visitors will see the lock. They will not see the site is not secure error message. So this is what we need to do. And also step 2 is to have always use HTTPS. You need to turn this on, because if you don't turn it on, that will make maybe your homepage will be secured, but the rest of the pages will not be secured. So you need to turn this on so all of your pages on your website are actually secured. Okay, that's it. I wouldn't touch anything else over here. I just scroll down and just click done. Once you are done, let's just see. Here you go. So MediaPio has been added to the free plan. I believe it is already live. So sometimes you can just click the recheck now. When I do that, I previously refreshed just to see if we already have our domain loaded in. Yeah, great news. Cloudflare is protecting your site. So it was so fast. We purchased the domain, we connected it to Cloudflare, we added on these name servers. It told us that it will be taking 48 hours or so, but you saw it was just like a couple of seconds. So now we have mediapio.com is online working for us. The next step is to connect it with GroovePages. And we can go over here to the DNS records. And we have this A record and the CNAME record. We don't want these two over here, so we can go on and delete those two. The A record, we don't need it, and the CNAME record, we don't need it. Okay, so the rest you can leave. The rest are not extremely important. This is in case you have any emails. So the MX record is for the emails, and a text record is for validating the emails. But we'll not touch that. We just need to do two things. And it says it here. A few more steps are required to complete your setup. Add an AAAA or CNAME record for www so that www.mediapio.com will resolve. Okay, so let's just do this first. So it says add a CNAME record. We'll add a CNAME record for, it says here, for www. So for www. And the target will be host10 at groovepages.com. So now this I didn't take out from my bottom. I just know because I did that so many times. So whenever you go on to log into your GroovePages account and you want to publish your page on a custom domain, let's just do a new site. Mediapio.com. There we go. So here is our new site. When you come over here to publish, it says these details here. So to publish, must create a CNAME or alias pointed to host10.groovepages.com. Okay, so this is the same for everybody at this moment. If we will have an update later on, it will change. But at this moment, host10.groovepages.com is for everybody. So we're back over to Cloudflare. We created a CNAME for www, and the target is host10.groovepages.com. Okay, click save. We need to create one more. It says here, a few more steps are required to complete your setup. Add a CNAME record for your root domain so that mediapio.com will resolve. Okay, add a record, CNAME, and it says here, use @ for root. Okay, so this is our root domain. Target is host10.groovepages.com. Let's just save it. There we go. Now this is saved. And let's just put in some content over here. We don't actually want this. Mediapio.com is now live. Okay, so let's just click over here, publish on your own domain, mediapio.com. You need to turn this on. You make sure you check this check mark or the checkbox and click publish. Bada bim, bada boom. Now when we actually go to MediaPio, it is live. As you can see, we have an SSL certificate. Our connection is secure. We type in mediapio.com. It loads the page. If we type in www.mediapio.com, it loads the same page and it's just live. Like we did what we wanted to do. So now we have finished with the first intro section of this training course. We basically brainstorm domain name ideas. We purchased the domain, we connected it to Cloudflare, and now we connected Cloudflare to GroovePages. As you can see now, we published this over here, and if we do anything else, like let's just pull in a video below it, and if I publish that one as well, it will be publishing it on mediapio.com. Okay, so let me just open it. It is not live. Let's just refresh. There we go. So now we can modify and we can add on everything and anything on our page. We know what we want to sell. We know who will be actually fulfilling that service. We know what prices we can charge. We know what keywords we need to use. We have already a domain name. We already have a system for creating our website. And this is now our first step is done for creating an online automated drop servicing system. So now that we finished this part, I want to see all your questions, because as we are doing this course, we're building this mini course live. I want to have all the content that will be relevant once I'm actually creating a professional version of this, like an edited version of this mini course. I want to have all your questions answered in there so we can have everything covered for the upcoming generations, upcoming people that will be watching this course. So I'll put back on this link. This is the link for this document. And I will come to the comments and then see what you were commenting. Why use Cloudflare DNS instead of domain DNS to redirect? A Cloudflare DNS is free, and it gives you the CDN, which is the content delivery network. Basically, the site will load faster, and it also gives you free SSL. So in case you redirect from Namecheap, in our case, in case you actually redirect from Namecheap to GroovePages, you will not get SSL and you will not get this DDoS protection. You will also not get the CDN, basically this faster delivery of your websites to the end user. So why do we need SSL for Cloudflare if we're building on GroovePages? So this is the reason. SSL is the thing that makes your site secure. In case you don't get Cloudflare, in case you skip over that step, in case you go from your domain name registrar over to GroovePages, you will not have SSL at this moment. We will have this later on built in, but at this moment it is not an option yet. Will Groove be including CDN at some point? Yes. Okay, wowza. No worries. I know Grooveathon. Okay, so this is people are chatting with each other. Anyone know why we need SSL if Cloudflare is building on Groove? I just explained that. 48 hours to delegate through some interwebs. Yep, it usually does it through 5 minutes or 10 minutes max. Nothing is unhackable, but Cloudflare is owned by Amazon, so it is pretty secure. Correct. Do we have to delete those? You need to delete only the A record and the C record that are pulled in automatically inside the DNS records on Cloudflare. So there was an A record over here, and there was a C record, CNAME record that was pointing to parking at something something. The first two you need to delete in case you purchase your domain from Cloudflare, and you just connect your CNAME records pointing over to GroovePages. Okay. Yep, it's live. That was awesome. Absolutely. Good. I don't think people realize how fast the website was uploaded. That's because of the server and great infrastructure. Absolutely. David, you're so awesome. How do I get this share document? Yes, so this is the link you would need to go to. Kotlin/outline. So what we did now is we went over this part over here. I will highlight this in some bright yellow so that we know where we stopped. Tomorrow we'll be focusing on product setup. So we brainstormed our products. We know what product we want to sell. I actually will copy this over. I just click the share. Maybe we get a shorter URL. Here we go. This is the URL we will be focusing on. And from this one, we'll be using the main product package from this. And we'll also brainstorm upsells, downsells, order bumps, and bonuses. Bonuses are very good in case you add them on, because companies just do sell a product. When you actually sell a product, this is usually one thing. For example, in our case, if we would sell professional social media manager services, let's just say that this service is now our product. This is good. People will get professional social media manager services. But what if we actually give them a bonus? We give them something extra with the purchase of this service, this product. It immediately becomes an offer. So people will not go onto Fiverr to purchase it from here. They will come to us because we'll be giving them something extra as well. Even though we're outsourcing and the same person is doing the work, we'll give them bonuses in order to actually come to us again and again and again. Okay, so this is how we can, if you have the thoughts in your mind like, why wouldn't the people just go direct to Fiverr and then purchase the services from there? It's because we'll not give them only the service. Fiverr gives them only the service. We'll give them the service and more. And this is why they will come to us. This is why we will be better than Fiverr. So this is a brainstorming of products. You will do it together. So you will help me think about what we could sell as an upsell, what we could sell as a downsell, how to design the whole thing. We'll also dive into create the products and upsells and downsell in GrooveSell. We'll also set up our PayPal in GrooveSell, set up our Stripe in GrooveSell. We'll connect the payment gateways to the products. We'll set up our upsell, downsells, and order bumps inside, like in GroovePages. Yeah, so that's the topic for tomorrow. So for today, let's just repeat what we did over here, and I will explain one more time what full hybrid website means. I will explain what drop servicing means one more time, and I want to answer your questions over here. I didn't get the last two stages. I'm not quite sure what the last two stages, connecting it to Cloudflare and connecting Cloudflare to GroovePages. This will be a recording available of this part as a separate video. I will be uploading it as soon as I'm finished. You'll be able to rewatch it. You'll be able to just skip on the end of the video, or towards the end of the video where I was mentioning, and you'll be able to rewatch it. Did you say that all payments will be dollars and no other, or will be able to change our own currency? So in GrooveSell, you can only use dollars at this moment. The other currencies will be added on at a later point to GrooveSell, but at this moment, dollars is the currency that we can use. This is awesome. Just gonna ask about the doc. Thanks. Absolutely. So this is the link to the document. Is live with the video from my end already? Yeah, perfect. Yes. So when I published this one with the video, it was live. I don't know why they did this play button in the middle. It doesn't look quite good because YouTube already puts in the play button in there. It doesn't matter. Question: where can we fix Cloudflare DNS if it did not work? So great question. In case you put in your DNS records in Cloudflare and that something didn't work, what I would suggest is to delete the domain from Cloudflare. Like, you go into your domain that you connected and that didn't work, and scroll down and remove site from Cloudflare. Okay, so I'm here, and the mediapio.com, I chose that domain. I will click on the overview and just scroll down and remove the site from Cloudflare. Okay, and then you can just re-edit on from beginning, from scratch. Basically, here, add a site. You would type in MediaPio. You choose the package free, and then you connect. It will pull in the DNS records and everything again, and you just follow what I did. So you delete, in case you purchase from Namecheap, you delete the A record and the C name record over there, and then you can just connect it with GroovePages. So you take hosted.groovepages.com, and first you use www, over here, www.hostandthegroovepages.com, and the other time you just put at the sign, and then hoststand.groovepages.com. That is basically it. David Lemon, you're killing it, bro. Thank you very much, Eric. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to actually do a full-on course so that people can take it and then go step by step to actually create their own businesses online. GrooveFunnels swipes instruction: do not use masked domains to do not domains that do not redirect. They will get clicks but not drop your cookies. This way our domain is not masked. This is not a redirect, what we just created. This is a URL forwarding. So basically we are forwarding our domain to open GroovePages website. So this is completely different. When you are doing redirecting, this is not the same as what we just did. So Luxmas, this is something else what you are talking about. Where do you configure MX records? So if we need to link domain email to say G Suite. Now, when we brought in our domain inside Cloudflare, you can see that these are the MX records and the text records, so TXT record, that you would need to modify in case you would like to connect your domain. Like for example, in my case, MediaPio. If I would like to create support at mediapio.com or something like that, then it would be on Cloudflare where we edit these MX records. Woohoo! Thanks, David. You make these trainings so much easier for newbies like me to understand. Thank you very much. That's what I'm trying to do. What time EST will you be continuing this tomorrow? So 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can have a look at, if you go to Groove Digital / so groovedigital.com/Grooveathon. This is where you can see the live video, and you can also see the schedule of me coming on live. So at this moment, this is where we are. So from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. I'm doing this live build, and tomorrow the same time. Where is it? No, tomorrow we have Bertrand. So tomorrow I'll be doing in this part. So tomorrow, prepare for this one, guys. This is going to be an awesome. I didn't even tell you this one. We have 128 people watching me live now. Please pay attention. From 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Bertrand, the owner of Usign. Usign is the app that you got free with GrooveFunnels. He will be coming on live. He'll be teaching us how to build an entire brand from scratch. We'll be able to use this training actually on the next step when we're going on and designing our website and logos and things like this. So we'll have a full-on brand. We'll have our brand guidelines. So in case you want to be a Fiverr seller, you'll be able to create these brand guidelines. And the most important thing is Bertrand, when he is live with me from 6 till 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, only then he will give access to an extra software. During the time he is live, you'll be able to register for that software that is not available for free at any other time, only the time when Bertrand and me will be live. And this will be done through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 3 days, me and Bertrand at the same time will be doing the training of how to build an entire brand from scratch using Usign, which is something like Canva, but for digital marketers. Okay, so make sure you are coming at this time. If you don't register during the live training, for basically, if you don't get a live training, you'll not be able to get this free software. This is not something I did. This is something that Bertrand will turn off the pricing for us, for our users, when he is live. When he is going off the live stream, he will turn the payment wall, the paywall, again back on. So if you try to register at a later point and not during the live stream, you will not be able to do it. So when you are joining, one more time, when you're joining our live stream from 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time till 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you will be able to register for that extra software that is not given away to anybody else. This is something Bertrand and me agreed upon. I want to give you an option to get this, but he said that he cannot give it to everybody. He cannot do 250,000 free accounts. Only for the people that will be watching live will get this extra software. And this software is very, 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 very good in case you are building out your brand. So one more time, make sure you come on there. And after that, after we are finished with the live stream with Bertrand, we will be going on from 8 till 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and working on our pages over here. And then here we'll have another interview with Joel Bauer. Joel Bauer is a very, very popular internet entrepreneur. He'll be teaching us how to start, how to generate, how he generated 400,000 in 6 weeks with no advertising and no list. And then after that, we can maybe continue building our page, or maybe we can get somebody else on. That one I don't have yet planned. Maybe we can bring on somebody else to assist with us. But yeah, this one, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Usign training with me and Bertrand. You really need to make sure that you are there. Otherwise, you will not be able to get that free software. There we go. Good. Okay. So this is tomorrow, guys. This is Wednesday. Okay, October 14th, Wednesday, the training with the Usign founder Bertrand. Okay, where did I stop? I was answering some questions. Okay, great stuff. Okay, so this answer to somebody else. If I want an email address to match my domain, how can I host it on Groove? Groove doesn't get you email inboxes. So in case you want to have something like, I don't know, terry@mediapio.com, you will not be able to create that with Groove, because Groove is not a company that creates email inboxes. You will need to register with G Suite or Microsoft 365 or Zoho Mail. Zoho Mail, you can create a free email inbox with your brand. Okay, so if you want terry@mediapio.com, for example, you can go to zohomail.com and register your own brand for free on there. Okay, David, could you show us again to empty your cache of the website? Absolutely. So in case you are having you're seeing things differently than what it is on my side, for example, if you don't see the updates, and I posted about updates being deployed, what you want to do is inside the GrooveFunnels app anywhere, right click, head over to inspect, the last option inside the right click menu, and then click and hold the reload or the refresh button. This is done only in Chrome. So in case you have a Chromium browser, Microsoft Edge or Brave, or I don't even know what kind of other Chromium browsers are out there, but you right click, inspect, go on to the refresh or the reload button, click and hold, and you choose the empty cache and hard reload. Okay, what this will do is empty the cache, empty the saved version, or delete the saved version of the site of the platform, and reload the newest version of the app. And then after you did this, make sure you log out. Once you log out and log back in, you will now need to see you will be able to see the freshest, most up-to-date version of the platform. Emails had issue for me in Cloudflare. Thanks for this morning, Lemonade. No problem. You are welcome. You have to change the MX records in Cloudflare. Okay, attention. Yeah. What time and when again? Can somebody type, please? My time for coffee, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, tomorrow. That's awesome. I've been using Filsaime for a few years now. Wow, perfect, pure gold, amazing, exciting, hearts in the eyes. I will be there. What time is that in UK time? I believe it is 1 p.m. So awesome. Or 11, yeah. Yeah, so it's I'm Central European time and they are 1 hour back. 10 ahead of EST. Google it. When is Usign guy on? I just mentioned it, tomorrow, and you can see it yourself here on groovedigital.com/grooveathon. Okay, what's up? Thanks, Debbie. It kills me that I have to leave for work every morning, as these live casts are so awesome. Where do we see all these recordings? So you can see them on inside the Facebook group. This is where we are live streaming, and also I haven't gotten chance to upload it yesterday, but I will be uploading all the replays so far into our YouTube channel. Cool. Please put the link in the chat to that live stream. There is no link to the live stream yet. Please just go ahead to groovedigital.com/grooveathon. This is where you'll be able to see it. Okay. So that's about that. Cool. Love that. Cool. Namecheap email is pretty cheap with your domain as well. Yes. So I mentioned G Suite. I mentioned um, the Microsoft 360 and Zoho Mail. But in case you want, you can also have an email purchased here with Namecheap. If you remember, this is mediapio.com. We have connected our name service over here, but in case you scroll down, you can have your own private club email. You can click here to buy, and you can get that connected. It's pretty cheap. You pay $8.91 per year for one mailbox. It is not as good as the other options like Google Mail or G Suite and Microsoft 365, but this is a very viable option in case you need just email for your business. So you get, I believe, 2 months free trial, and then it renews on that price. So that is about that. Um, You can use MX Record to point to where your email inbox is set up. Yes. Let me just unshare my screen at this moment while I'm answering the questions. Are we done with drop service funnel creation? No, Mimi. We just did the first part. If you go over to this link, Cutly/outline, you can see the highlighted part is what we covered today. We are doing a full course, and it takes more than 3 hours to actually finish up that course. So for today, we are finished. I'm answering questions now. Tomorrow, we will be continuing with the rest. Thanks for explaining. Sleepless on Seattle, Colorado. Oneandone.com is having a .99 cent sale. So 99 cents for the sale, but that's not how much domain costs. The domain costs you most probably much more at a later point. So let me just share my screen one more time, and then let's have a look. Don't just look at the big letters that are advertised. Those are usually the ones that are misguiding. So one domain. Okay. I don't want to prove you wrong, Christine, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands how domains are sold. Uh, Usually, domains are sold by giving users the first year very, very, very cheap, and then, like you can see, $1 for the first year, then $15 next year. With Namecheap, though, you pay $8 this year, you pay $8 next year, and it's not that big of a difference in there. So you pay $8 per year, and here you pay $15 per year. So there's a difference in there. If you purchase it for 10 years, you can calculate it how much will it cost in case you purchase it on Namecheap for 10 years. You immediately see that there's a huge difference between the prices. So that's what I wanted to explain. I don't want to prove anybody wrong, and that's not what I am trying to do. I just want to say that domain registrars are playing these mind tricks, like get it for 1 year, but you don't only want to have a business online for 1 year. You want to have a business online for more years to come. So this is when you would need to think a little bit in ahead. Um, so Bob, thanks, David. Is the software something being offered different than Usign? Just caught the tail end of what you were saying. Yes, so the software is something that is important in case you're creating your brand identity, something. I don't want to give a lot away because I want you to come to that training. It's not only because of the software, it's also because creating your brand and a powerful brand, and it will be helping us with this build as well for this course. I want to show you how you can create your own domain, and we'll be using Usign absolutely for that one. I want to show you how you can create your brand colors, your identity assets and things like this, so you can have this for your business, and also the knowledge for the future. Let's just see what we have here. Wow, excited for Usign. That will be on at 4 a.m. for me. Crazy. I know it is not for everybody. It is not the best thing for everybody to have. I will try and see if we can have maybe another time. I cannot promise you anything. I will see if I can get Bertrand to maybe open up 1 more hour extra that will suit the western part of the world a little bit better than 4 a.m. So, but I cannot promise you anything. I would still suggest you to try and come and see that presentation live, because it will be great. There is a software being given away, and it's a big software. I can tell you Tesla is using that software, and you really want to get that software. I really want to get that software, so I'm pretty sure you will as well. Lemon Legend is back in town. Woo! Oops. Question, David, I just came on and saw the Grooveathon schedule on screen. Where can I go to find that so I can keep up with to date and not miss out any particular speakers? Very good question. So I will share my screen one more time and then explain you the best ways to go about that. So Roger, in case you are inside your GrooveFunnels dashboard, it's pretty simple just to click here to watch now. And you are now on this page. This is Grooveathon page. Let me just pause this. You can also watch the live stream from here. In case the stream restarts, this is where you will find the most up-to-date live stream being broadcasted. Okay, so the domain is groovedigital.com/grooveathon. I shared it out earlier, groovedigital.com/grooveathon. In case you scroll down on this page, you can see the speaker schedule. This is where we show today and tomorrow's speakers. So at this moment, where we are right now is this part over here. Soon we'll be seeing our lovely guest, David Kavanagh. It's not our guest, he's actually the host of the Grooveathon as well. So David Kavanagh is getting on. We'll have a chat about getting more leads, conversions, and sales using GrooveFunnels. So this is going to be a topic that is coming on next, and this is going to be in half an hour or so. Then we will have a little bit more training from me. On here, I plan to do a Q&A session, just pure questions and answers, and then we'll have Matt Serelta about on the topic of accepting credit cards, and then again, I'm coming back with Mike Long. Mike Long is one of the biggest names in the world about SEO. So we'll be talking about SEO and making money as a Groove affiliate. He's also one of the top affiliates that was from when GrooveFunnels had his affiliate program. Mike Long was one of the top affiliates, and we can learn a lot from him. And then Simone and Rich Sheffrin are taking over, and then the show is going on without me. And this is time somewhere where I will be uploading the videos of the replays, of the past replays on there. So this is where you'll be able to learn more. David, super cool. Absolutely. Let me just unshare my screen, answer a couple more questions over here. Okay, Namecheap versus Zoho. Thoughts? Namecheap is very good to start out with, but it doesn't give you a lot of flexibility. Zoho gives you also other apps like document creators like Word, PowerPoint. It also gives you a little bit of cloud storage, and it gives you more. It's a better email platform, in my opinion, than the hard-coded Namecheap online email platform. So Zoho wins in my eyes. Other people could have different opinions. That's just my thought. I use Zoho for one of my own domains, and I tested it rigorously, and it's really good. The delivery is great, the management is great. You can also put your tasks and to-do list and calendars, and you can open documents. If somebody sends you a Word document, you can click on it and it opens it inside the email software, so you don't have to actually download it first, then open it on your local device and things like that. On Namecheap, you don't have those options. Microsoft 360 allows you to have one email box, but you can have shared email addresses for support, admin, billing, or whatever else you need. There you go. That's also an option. Is the software being offered different than Usign? Just caught the tail. Yeah. So this is different software that we'll be sharing with Bertrand. It is going to be very good. Why do we need? Okay, I answered this one already, George. Specifically this question: will the live be uploaded in 1080 HD? The live is being streamed in HD, but the uploads to YouTube are happening in 360p at this moment. We'll try and get the lives uploaded in higher quality at a later point, but at this moment, while the lives is still happening, while the Grooveathon is still happening, we are uploading them in 360 to YouTube. Not sure if you answered this, but do we pay for hosting with Cloudflare? No, Cloudflare is not the hosting. Cloudflare is just a service that handles the forwarding for your domain. Domain is just a name. Domain name is I used in the first couple of hours of the Grooveathon, I used an example. Let's just say that you have a Barbie doll. You have a Barbie doll that's called Marie. You want to have the name Marie transferred to a different Barbie doll. So you don't want this Barbie doll to be called Marie anymore, but you want another Barbie doll to be called Marie. So you transfer that name over to the other Barbie doll. This is what Cloudflare does. It just handles the delivery of the names, what will be shown. So in our case, we have yeah, we have a website. Maybe you have a website on a different platform, like WordPress, for example, and you want to have your domain transferred over to Groove. This way, you connect your domain name registrar to Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is the one handling the delivery and the transferring of those names. You go to name silo, best price, only one-time cost. There we go. You can change also the name silo. I haven't tested it out, so I cannot give my opinion on that one. Let's see. Question: is this okay? I answered this one again. We'll be at training. I don't want to wait. Okay. You can transfer domain to different DNS provider if you really need to. Absolutely. Oops. David give us a lemon drop. Name Salo rocks. Perfect. I'll be there at 4 a.m. Worth it. I'm in. Okay, question. I had previously posted about converting my 12-month installment plan to one-time payment. Please, can you tell me how can that happen if, as now, it's been a week and no reply from support team also. Macmoor, please go to the support.groovedigital.com and click the inside the in the right-hand side corner on the bottom of the screen. You'll see there's a purple purple button for contacting support, and there is also a chat option. So go on there and then chat with our support team. They will be able to get you the yes or no answer, and if yes, then they will tell you what is the next step. Zoho also allows you to set up shared email boxes like support, etc., rather than pay for extra inboxes. There you go. You can do that one as well. Check them out, zoho.com. Agree, Zoho is good. We use Zoho on all apps. To recommend on Zoho the Mail Lite or Mail Premium for Workplace is just have a look at what features you need and then you can decide yourself. Yeah, I was wondering about this. Okay, you're the Siri for Groove. Whatever I open and read text on Groove apps, I can hear your voice. Lol, lemon effect. Yeah. Can I use a subdomain? You can use a subdomain, but I wouldn't suggest it because now with our funnel organization feature, the actual GrooveFunnels requires a full root domain, because when you publish publish website, it will be handling your root domain, and when you actually put up funnels on there, it actually needs to have the root domain to work properly. Why do we need SSL with Cloudflare? Okay, so you need SSL with Cloudflare. It will be built into GroovePages, but it is not yet. That's basically the answer. Can I use a subdomain? Yes. Can you transfer funnel from ClickFunnels to GrooveFunnels? Yes, I actually showed you a video yesterday how to do that. You can go to YouTube, search ClickFunnels to GroovePages, and the first video you find from Silas, it explains you exactly what you need to do. I'm sure at some point you have covered this, but domain still need to go through Cloudflare. Yes, you need to go to Cloudflare to get SSL on there. Perfect. So at this point, I believe we covered all the questions. We still have 15 minutes or so to go, but I want to put in an interesting game. I had, I believe, 3 hours on here, so we can do 3 interesting games. So the first question for everybody is, the business system that we are doing now, we are building out with the course, and you are watching now the first steps, and I explained how this is done. What is the name of the business system that we are developing and building now during our course in the next couple of days? What's the name of the business system? The first person to answer correctly will be getting a gift voucher. Thank you very much. Let me just share this one. Give me just 1 second. I have a guest over here that is showing something awesome. Look at this, guys. David Lemon Rocks. Thank you very much, David. I'll bring you on in a couple of seconds. Let's just go through with this game. Awesome. So let's see who was the quickest hand on this one. And I can see the first answer is Rob Christensen, drop service. Correct. So we are creating a system using drop servicing. So drop service is similar to drop shipping, but we are not shipping a product. We are actually selling a service that is being supplied or handled by somebody else. So Rob, congrats, you are the winner of this one. You were the first correct answer in there. So just please email prizes@groovedigital.com. This way you can get your coupon. So let me just write out the names of the winners in here so I don't forget. We'll do a couple more games, so don't worry. Prize winners: Rob Christensen. Okay, perfect. Rob, congrats one more time. There were a lot of other correct answers: drop servicing, drop service, drop servicing, hybrid website build for drop servicing business. Perfect. It was just a little bit delayed, so we already got the winner there. Awesome. I stopped playing this game until I upgrade my speed. I cannot keep up with y'all. Okay, yeah, it is. The fastest answers are usually the winners, but we sometimes also ask very hard questions. So we get a lot of fast responses that are incorrect. So maybe if you play, we can have that. you can win that prize. So let's just see. Hybrid website, drop servicing, Groove, drop shipping. Yeah, so MediaPio was as well there. So this was the domain that we purchased, but the system was called drop servicing. So one more time, congrats to the winner. Let's just do another game. I mentioned the owner of Usign. What's his name? I just need the first name. I mentioned the owner of Usign a couple of times already. If the first person that gives me the correct answer will get the prize for this one. Okay, time for breakfast. Hashtag excuses. Okay. It is not Johnny Depp. It is not Joe. This is the correct answer, but the first answer I see over here is from Andre. Andre typed it out, the first correct answer, and it is Bertrand. Bertrand is the correct answer on this question. And Andre, you are the winner of this second prize, so congrats, buddy. You also get a gift voucher for Groove merch. After him, there was Roger, Andrea, Scott. So yeah, at this moment, the first correct answer was Andre. Let me just get on and write out the name of the winner so I don't forget. So this was the winner. Give me just one moment. Andre. Awesome. So congrats to the winners, Rob and Andre. Please email prizes with an S at the end, prizes@groovedigital.com. And let's just do one more. Let's just do a harder one, a tougher one, so that not as many people will know it. Okay. This is a tough one. So most of the people that were watching my videos, you'll be able to reference this as well, will know we have a couple of platforms in GrooveFunnels, Groove blog, Groove membership, Groove, all kinds of different things. Groove video, Groove cart, Groove, all kinds of things. I created 2 videos on things that you can do with Groove pages that are also we can also do with other platforms, but they are available also to be created inside Groove pages. So the first person that types out what can we build with Groove pages that we can also do with other platforms will get this prize. So if you want, you can reference. So there are 2 things. Okay, I can see. Perfect. Okay, there was a winner, and this is Carmen Chan. So congrats, Carmen. You are the fastest hand on this one. There were other guesses where they said create a membership site, create blogs, but Carmen was the fastest that typed out blog and membership. So this was, I created a video on how to create your blog in Groove Pages and how to create your membership in Groove Pages. So congrats, Carmen. You are the winner of this prize. Carmen Chan rocks. Absolutely. So please, Carmen, email prizes@groovedigital.com. Carmen Chant, you will get your prize. Woo! So this I didn't actually think people will be so fast when typing that out. You can do a lot of things as well. So you can do e-commerce. You can do absolutely e-commerce with Groove Pages as well. Yay! Awesome. You can do funnels. Absolutely. You can do like WordPress and blogs. Yes. So let's just see who would be the next winner if Carmen wouldn't have typed that out so quickly. If Carmen wouldn't have typed that out, Andre would be the next correct winner, next correct answer. And after that, funnel stack, a nuclear submarine. I actually like this answer. And after that, Ron. So no, not this. I believe Ron answered that one also a little bit later. I may have seen wrong. No. GrooveSell member. That's not the actual correct answer. After this would be Groove member in Groove blog. So Robert Beebe would be the next person. But very good. Congrats. With GroovePages, you cannot build a nuclear submarine, but we're getting there. It's under development. So yeah, Carmen, congrats. Rob Christensen, Andrea Brickto, I'm not quite sure if I pronounced it correctly, and Carmen Chan, please email prizes@groovedigital.com to get your coupons. So with that out of the way, we had a little bit of fun. I want to play just a video from our founder before we get on our next guest. We'll have a very nice talk with if you can't build a nuclear submarine, I'm going to ask for a refund. Yes, we'll need to get that to the devs to actually work that out. We don't like losing our customers, so we'll need to think about something there. I'm quite sure MacGyver might build a nuclear submarine with GroovePages. Yeah, we'll have to reach out to him. Yeah, so before we get on the next guest, which you all know probably, David Kavanagh, he'll be coming on in a very short amount of time. Before that, I will play a video of basically the reason why we are all here. And we are all here because of this awesome company and the product that we are either giving away as free, and also that you have the option to purchase a lifetime version of this app. Like, the possibilities are just endless, and it's like completely crazy what we are doing. But yeah, so in case you are not familiar with it, this is the actual reason we are here. So have a look at this video.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. And or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products. And this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
Amazing deal. Even if you have the free account, you are very super happy as a customer. But if you actually get this lifetime deal, like you're set for life with all your marketing software, all your marketing needs. The only thing you'll just need to know is how to use it. And we are actually helping you with this during this Grooveathon. And also my job is to create trainings on how to use the software. But when we're talking about business and entrepreneurship and marketing, it's not only about the software. So I believe it's a lot about the actual mindset and how to think about a business online and things like that. When you're actually running an online business or any kind of business, you need more leads, you need conversions and sales. And with GrooveFunnels, this is a possibility, and you can do a lot with this suite of tools. And for this one, we have our next guest, Mr. David Kavanagh. He is an expert in getting you more leads, more sales, and more conversions through GrooveFunnels. So let's just welcome Mr. David Kavanagh onto our studio and listen to what he has to say. Mr. David, welcome back. How are you feeling?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Mr. Lemon, sir?
Thank you very much, sir. I'm absolutely fabulous. So, David, tell us something that we will be learning now about conversions, leads, sales with GrooveFunnels. Tell us what we are going to be learning about.
Thank you very much for asking. If you'd like to know that, I shall move forward. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank David for having me on his session and his segment. If you could do me a favor, just put David Lemon Rocks, because David has been here 36,000 hours a day. Well, maybe not 36, but he's been here a lot, you know. Just put, before I start, forget me for a second, just put David Lemon Rocks, because I think his bed is actually the chair that he's sitting in now. You know what I mean? So if you'd like to write David Lemon Rocks, Kevin Cabby, you've been on all of my sessions too, so I think you've been sitting in your chair, you know? So, okay, well, thank you very much for asking me, David. What I want to do now, folks, this is not to show off or anything, but what I want to ask you tonight, this morning, wherever you are, because let's face it, as David knows, we've got people from all over the world. So to me, it's nighttime here in Thailand. I'm from Australia, but this is Thailand time, it's 8 o'clock. And in America, you know, whatever your time. Now, I really like opening up my Facebook and getting GrooveFunnels nearly $16,000 commissions. And then I had another one before that I can show you, which was smaller, and I was really cranky. It was only 4,062. That was terrible. That was the week before. And the week before, 10,200 and stuff like that. So, you know what? What I'll teach, if you'd like to learn how to do those kind of numbers, or even a tenth of those numbers, just put number 1 in the chat box, and I'd love to show you some of the ways I do things like that. So put number 1 in the chat box, because we already know that David Lemon rocks. So put number 1 in the chat box, and I'll show you right now. Is that okay with you, David?
Absolutely. And I will be here in the back putting my notes in and learning from you. So take it away, David.
Oh, what a gentleman you are. And listen, go and make yourself a cup of tea and a cup of coffee as well, okay? Do that for me. All right, for a second. So what I want to say to you now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome and thank you for having me on this call. It's very nice. I just might turn this light off for a second. Hold on for a second. You can talk to each other while I'm just turning this light off, okay? 1 second. Just give myself some more light here. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm running this from my home office in Pattaya Beach in Thailand. So what I'd like to say to you right now, folks, is this. First of all, if you missed the session I did the other day, I said to people what I suggest, and, you know, David Lemon's correct. He's got his way. I got mine. Mike Filsaime's got his. Simon Leon's got his. We're all right, but maybe we're all different. So I'll just give you my take, and whatever you want to take, just grab it, okay? So what I want to show you right now, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Oh, thanks very much for that. That's very nice, Dee. Okay, the other day I registered a domain name, bestthailandwebbuilder.com, and I redirected all of that traffic back to GrooveFunnels.com because we're not allowed to promote our own links. That would be disrespectful to Mr. Filsaime, the CEO and owner of the company. So what I want to show you here right now, I will share my screen with you. Be 1 second. I'll just share my screen with you. Just 1 sec. I'm just clicking on the button so I know which one I'm sharing. I'm just checking which one I want to share. Okie dokie. So I'm sharing this screen with you right now, folks. And this one here, you'll see in YouTube, it says Best Thailand Website Builder. Now, with respect to Mr. Filsaime, I put his picture, not mine, because he's a good-looking dude. Like, let's face it, Michelle married him, so he must be a good-looking dude. Okay, now, how many of you would like to learn how to get #1 in YouTube, #1 in Google, or at least on the first page, but not just for one phrase? Because not everyone searches for the same thing, common logic. Some people might search for best email platform on the internet. Some people might look for website design courses. Some people might look for website builders. Some might put video hosting in Belgium, whatever. Okay, so my goal is to get you to take action, to get lots and lots of phrases in Google and in YouTube and Facebook. So when they click on your links, you get the commission. So if that sounds cool to you, can you just put yes on the screen? Because I want you to make some commission. I want you to get on the leaderboard. Now, just to show you I know what I'm talking about, if I go to Groove JV at the moment on the screen, let's have a look. This is the leaderboard, and as it says, pardon me, you've got less than 7 days left to win the car. You know, to win all these prizes there, the Corvette, you got the Mustang, you got everything there. Well, I looked down here today and I had a look at it and I scrolled down and I thought David Kavanagh is #9. Now, that's #9 affiliate out of the whole world. Now, considering I've been online with David Lemon and Simon Leung, and I haven't, and my wife's been in hospital, Nisarad, because she's got a thing called BPPV, you know what I mean? It's spinning and all that stuff. So I reckon hats off to me. But I want to show you how I want you to overtake me. Seriously, I want you to overtake me. I want you to be #1 because I'd look really stupid driving a Corvette in Thailand. Like, come on, I look a bit crazy. So I want to see you rocking and rolling that Corvette down the street. So here's what I'd like to show you right now, ladies and gentlemen. First thing I'd like to show you is this. David's already told you to go into GroovePages. Now, you watch this. I'll show you. Right, get a pen and paper out and take some notes about what I'm going to show you here. Now, what I'm going to do for 1 second, I'm just going to go back here and I'm going to log into the right window for you, okay? So if you can see my little screen just there, well, that's cool, but I'll make it even bigger so you don't need to see my ugly-looking 55-year-old head. So what I'm going to show you here now, first of all, someone said I'm very funny. Well, I must admit I am every now and again. The Epley maneuver, I know that very, very well. Okay, so here's the go. You log into the back of GrooveFunnels. And then when you're in the back of GrooveFunnels, please write that down. Log into the back of GrooveFunnels. Pardon me. All right. So when you log into the back of GrooveFunnels, you then go up the top, and if you haven't upgraded, click on the upgrade to get your lifetime deal because it's going to be gone, and then later on you're going to be paying full price. So click on upgrade. That's the first thing. Now, once you've upgraded, you've got access to everything. Click on Groove Affiliate Program. Now, when you click on that, of course, you'll see the launch begins. But what I want you to do is scroll down, and just in case, I always do this just to check. I put my username and put my password, and then it'll say David Kavanagh on the top. Okay, when it logs me in, so you watch this bit here. It'll say not David Kavanagh, log out. Because some families have got the husband with one account, the wife with one account, etc., so they can both do. Some people have actually got the lifetime offer for 3 or 4 people in their families. So first of all, what I'd like to show you here is click on links. So all we've done so far is affiliate program, we've logged in, and we've clicked on links. All right, if you follow what I'm saying so far, just put the number 2, as in Nung Song. That's in Thai. 1, 2. Someone said, funny enough and professional enough to be glued to the screen. You're wonderful. And you've got great energy. Well, I like my energy very well, but when I sleep, my energy is not too good. So here's the go. What I'd like to show you now, if you can all see my screen and you can see the links, just put number 1 or number 2 or something like that so I know you're looking, all right? All right, so what you do now, what I want you to do, if you're on a PC, I want you to open up, for example, Notepad. And so what I'll do, I'll open up Notepad, and I'll show you just here. 1 second. Let me see. I will go and open up Notepad right now. 1 second. I'll just go and open up Notepad. 1 second. All right. And what I'm going to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to copy the first link and copy the third link. Because what we want to do, we want to send people to that first link so you get paid commissions. Okay. Now, the first link, I'll show you where the first link takes you. If you're going to go to this first link, I'll show you where it takes you, folks. The first link will take you to this page here. Now, this page, it'll tell you all about the grand opening, pardon me, and when you're in there, it'll also tell you about try a free builder. So if you send people to that page with that link, you don't need to do anything else. You just grab the link as is and you send it to people. And when they get started for free, they are now tagged to you, which means in common logic, you get the commission once they decide to upgrade. So taking a step further, people will now see all the wonderful tools and software, etc., that Mike and his team have got, added to it. So, okay, we log down here, we see the videos, etc. So people now can log in, and straight away here with my one, you'll see referrer David Kavanagh. Well, in your case, just for a second so I can tell you here, in your case, you will see your name. Okay, now if you don't see your name, make sure you go back and check the link, okay? Make sure you say your name so when you send it out to people, you get credit for it. Okay, so that's the first thing. So if everyone's understanding me so far, just put easy on the screen if you don't mind. I just want to make sure you get this step by step. Okie dokie. Now, just put easy because I'm coming backwards and forwards between windows just to make sure you understand. All right? Okay, so when you look at that one there, that was the first window. But if I go back to GrooveFunnels again and I look and I said to you there's the first link or the third link, okay? So what I'm going to do here now, I'm just going to log in again because I went forward, so just to make sure I'm logged in properly. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to click on the links, and then the third link will take you to a similar page, but what it takes you to is one that will actually take you also to the Grooveathon. So let's have a look at this, and you have to pick whether you want to send your first link or you want to send your third link. So 1 second. So when you look at this here, this is the page you'll go to if you give them the second link. So what I'd like to ask you, the second link, they still sign up for free. They still do everything. It's got the speaker schedule, etc., etc. But the other one has got all of the new additions, all the software, etc. So what I want to do, I want to ask you a question. Would you like to offer, just put first if you want to do the first page, or second if you want to do the second page. And then I'll show you how to build up a page under your own name that you will straight away get the commissions when people sign up. You'll get the leads, you'll get the credit, you'll make the money. So the first one had all the little bits of software, and the second one had the Grooveathon video. So let me see. Kevin said first. Let me see. Funnel Stack said first. Here we go. Kristen said first. Okay. Rizwan said second. Okay. Someone else here said second. All right. Someone said second. Okay, cool. Okay, let's put it this way. There's a lot of people in here now. Yeah, first is winning. Okay, so first is winning. So what I'll do, doesn't make any difference, whichever one you pick. So what I want to do right now, folks, I will log back into my GrooveFunnels affiliate program. And again, just out of, because I'm helping a few people try to boost their sales and that, I'm trying to give them a bit of a push. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm making sure I'm logged into my account because my wife bought an account as well. So I want to show it's David, not Nisrat. So then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to click, and just to show you here, if you want to check this out, to show you that I'm real and to show you that, you can make money with this. Well, when you look at this one just here, check this out just here. You'll see straight away, so far, with a lot of other money to come, I've made $45,000 straight away. And there's still a lot more to come. So what I'm going to show you here is I'm going to go to links. And then I'm going to grab that first link, okay, first link. And I'm going to copy this link and just keep it, in the memory of my computer. So you can put it in text edit, you can put it in notepads, you can put it whatever. And if you have a look, what I'm showing you tonight, I've had 386 signups, which isn't great for me because, my wife's been in hospital now. But I've had well and truly over 50% conversion. Have a look at that. 215 out of 386. I don't know. You work out the maths. I haven't got a calculator here, but I've got very good conversion. And I want to show you how to get the same kind of conversion so you can make money and you can aim for the top, win the Chevy, win the Ford, win the whole lot. I reckon take the whole lot, win it all. Okay. So if this is making sense for you, whoops, sorry, I should show you that screen. Sorry, I missed that bit out there. Sorry, 1 second. I went to the wrong screen. Here we go. I'll just show you in here. If you have a look at this here, there you go. You'll see the dashboard. Sorry, I flicked onto the wrong screen just then. So if you flick onto the dashboard, and I'll show you this one all the time. There you go. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong screen. I flicked between the two. You'll see 45, as I said. You click on the links. And as I said, you just grab the first link or the third link. So I'm just going to go like this and I'm going to copy that link. That's all I'm going to do. Okay. So, all right. If you understand what I'm showing you so far, just put the number 1. Yeah. Sorry about my screen. I clicked on the wrong one. And you could ask David, when you're doing Zoom or something, it all follows you. But when you're doing StreamYard, sometimes you open a new window, you go, ah! And if you open the entire screen, it looks like you're going to Mars and through a tunnel. You know what I mean? So these things happen. Even professionals. I know David Lemon wouldn't make this mistake, but I do. Don't worry about that, So anyway, okie dokie, number 1. So what I want to show you right now is this. Check this out if you don't mind. Now, if I'm on the wrong window, can you all do me a favor? Can you throw money at me? If I go to the wrong window, just throw money at me and I'll make sure I fix it up for you, okay? Now, here's the thing. You can see the money there, and I'm only showing my account, and I'm allowed to show mine because it's mine. My wife is watching, so Nisrat, even though you're bed, the doctor told you to sleep. So Nisrat, go to bed, have a sleep, all right? And Siso Hand said, wow. Well, I want the wow to be you. I want you to win the little red Corvette. I want you to win it, all right? So here's the go. You've seen in my account there, but more importantly, I want to show you some different things to how I can do things. So if I go now to, say, Google, let's go to Google for 1 second, and I will look for best Thailand website builder, okay? Now, you'll see 463 million in that. Well, SEO guys will try to confuse you with that stuff and they'll log in and they'll use incognito windows and that. But a lot of these are ads at the top. So a lot of these are ads, as you can see. But when I go to the second one here, let me see the second page. Let me see. You'll see the first video that appears is Best Thailand Website Builder. And I've redirected everything back with respect to Mr. Filsaime himself to GrooveFunnel, not to my link, okay? Because that we're not allowed to do that. We're not pitching you on anything, okay? Someone said, can I share from yours? Well, if you want to knock off mine, go for it. I want you to beat me. I want you to beat David Lemon. I want you to get the Corvette, man. That's what I want you to get. And someone said, I need a car. Well, go for the Corvette. All right, here we go. So what I want to show you is this. When you see that one there, I want to show you tonight or today, wherever you are, a few little tricks. If I click on that now it'll open up YouTube as you see. Now watch this. All it is a picture with a little bit of music in the background. The lemon rocks, the lemon drops, all that stuff, right? So let's have a look at this right now. I only put a picture there with some music because people said, oh, but I don't like getting in front of camera. I'm a bit shy. Not everyone looks as cute as David Lemon, you know, and all that stuff. So that's okay. So what I decided to do is put a picture up there just with some music. And I diverted it to GrooveFunnels. But in your case, like on my next session, just have a look at the timetable because I don't know. I've been speaking 100 times like David has, etc. But I'll find the next session. I'll tell you later. But I won't show you the video marketing because you can go back to, I think it's replay 3, and you can see how I did this. But what I want to show you tonight is instead of having david.groovepages.com/a/exclamation and this big thing like this, or having like bit.ly and all that kind of stuff, tell me if you'd like this. Who would like, sorry, sir, your screen isn't really, you said isn't really, and then you stopped. Nothing much I can do.com. Okay, so how many of you would like your own, for example, bestfunnelcreator.com or Thomas's website creator.com or, AustralianWebBuilders.com or something like LisaDennyOnline.com. And when they go there, automatically or automagically, it goes to your GrooveFunnels link. They sign up and you get the commission. Who would like to just put me if you'd like to see that? Because actually it's really, really, really easy. It's not hard. And I'll show you right now. Anyone? Who? Let me see. Someone said me. Someone said ha, 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 ha. Well, that's pretty good. Someone said, of course we would. Well, that's all right. I'm just asking, you know, because if I don't ask, I don't find out the answers. So what I'd like to do right now, Nisrat Kavanagh said me, Ness, you already know how to do this, my darling. All right. So what I'd like to show you this now, folks, is this. You can see Best Thailand Website Builder. Well, the first thing I'd like to say to you is this. I would like to pick a phrase. So say Lemon, say David Lemon. All right, David's been doing so much work. So davidlemonwebsitebuilder.com, for example. Okay, say that was the domain you wanted, or, sisohandonline.com, whatever. Let's just, or you know what? Who won the prize before? David, who was the beautiful lady who won the first prize there? What was the, I'll let David,
Carmen.
who was the lady?
Carmen Chand.
Carmen or Cara? Was it Carmen?
Carmen.
Was it? I thought it said Cara. I thought her name was Cara. Oh, I'm going crazy here. I thought it said Cara when... Hey, if you're still here, Ms. Chant, please put your name because I thought you said... But anyway, David's probably right and I'm probably wrong. But anyway, yeah, it is Carmen. Okay, well, I got it wrong. I'm a silly dilly, aren't I? So what I'll do, Carmen Chant online.com, for example. And you know what? Because you've won that prize, I'll give you this domain name as well, okay? Is that all right, David? Am I allowed to do that? I can just give it to her. Yeah, Dave's giving me a thumb up. All right, so Lisa Denny said, use Lisa Denny. After you see what I'm doing here, you'll know, Lisa Denny, how to do it yourself, okay? So what we're going to do, I just heard from the man himself, the Lemon Drop King. He said, Carmen Chant. So what I say to you is this, folks. This is really easy. Anyone can do it. So what I'm going to do right now, I prefer using what a gentleman said before, name silo. Now, I don't use GoDaddy. I don't use any of those because some of them charge $8.99, and then a year later you're paying like $23.99 or something like that, the upgrade. Now, I'm not knocking companies. I'm not saying anything wrong. It's just my opinion. So take it. If you're using GoDaddy, Namecheap, whatever, cool. You use what you want. But this is just, as David said, he's got preferences. I've got preferences. But the reason I like Name Silo is I pay $8.99 and next year it's still $8.99. And they don't send me emails spamming me and send me all this stuff. And it's got a thing called a whois privacy. So people can't see your address to come over, knock on the door and try to, take the red Corvette that you win in the GrooveFunnels launch. Come on. So here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to go here now. And I'm going to go and log in because I won't have to tell you how to sign up. I'm quite sure you know how to sign up. So I'm going to sign into my account. And then I'm going to click on register. Now, register, of course, you're registering a domain name. Now, when I come in here and I see this, I thought, oh my gosh, it looks ugly. So I click up the top on the green where it says the white writing, okay, where it says here. Now it looks pretty sexy. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'll put Carmen Chant Funnel Builder. There you go. Now, this is a bit long, don't get me wrong, but CarmenChantFunnelBuilder.com. I'll ask Carmen if you're still here. Would you rather CarmenChant.com, CarmenChantOnline.com, or CarmenChantFunnelBuilder.com? And you guys and girls can tell me, because this is your session. So you tell me what you think. That's a little bit long, but I'm using it as a demo, you know what I mean? Same as my name, David Kavanagh. That's a bit long when I put stuff after it as well. But you guys and girls tell me, out of the things I'm showing you there, and you can see right now what I'm showing you, I've just put in like Carmen Chant Funnel Builder, or I can say Carmen Chant Online, CarmenChantWebsites.com, whatever. You tell me what you think, folks, and I'll go from there. Is Carmen still here? Otherwise, I'll just have to pick this one, yeah? Carmen, where are you? We love you, I promise you. You just won the prize. Let me have a look. Kavanagh, Joe Jablonski's here, the man who owns the pizza shop. Okay, all right, so listen, what we're going to do right now, listen, Jablonski, I want you to stay here because we're rocking the American crowd big time. All right, here we go. Carmen Chant is better. All right, well, let's put it this way. Someone just said Carmen Chant is better. So what I'm going to do right now, here's one, Carmen Chant Success. That's pretty good. That's all right. That's even better. That's even nice. Carmen Builder. Yeah, but that could be like a builder, and you've got Carmen walking up the road going clonk, clonk, clonk with a hammer, you know what I mean? I don't know if Carmen's still here. Carmen, I'm looking for you. Quickly come out of the woodwork. No, she's not there. All right, what I'll do. Let me see. No, someone else is giving. All right, listen, what I'll do, I'll go here now and I'll try for, you know what? I'll grab this phrase. Hold on, get rid of that for a second. Get rid of it. I'll go into the second part and I'll put Carmen Chant, and then I'll put Carmen Chant Websites, and then I'll put Carmen Chant Funnels, and then I'll put Carmen Chant Website Builder, and then I'll put Carmen Chant Funnel Builder, for example. I don't know. I'll just use those ones. Now, all I've done there, if you can see on the screen, I've just put in some different phrases. Now, in America, some people say keywords. Well, to me, I think more than one word. If it's 2, 3, 4, it's a key phrase. So when you hear me say a key phrase, that's just the way I address things. But whatever Mike Filsaime says, it must be right because he rocks. So anyway, so watch this. I now click on submit. I haven't put any .com names. I haven't put anything like that. So what happens now, it'll go and do a search and it'll come back to us and it'll say, you know what, David? Here are the domain names that are available. So what I'm thinking now, okay, CarmenChant.com is already gone, so we can cross that one off the list. So now we've got Carmen Chant Funnel Builder, Carmen Chant Website Builder, CarmenChantFunnels.com, and CarmenChantWebsites.com. So seeing David Lemons here, you know what? I'll just say, David, out of all of those, you can pick because this is your segment with me. So, David, I'll get you back on the screen for a second, unless you've got a mouthful of pizza. Or anything, you haven't? Okay. So David, drum roll. You ready? Drum roll for Dave. We've got Carmen Chant Funnel Builder, Carmen Chant Website Builder, Carmen Chant Funnels, or CarmenChantWebsites.com. Which one do you reckon?
So Carmen Chant is her name. That's fine. The shorter it is, the better it is, in my opinion. People remember longer, shorter websites. Funnels is a word that not a lot of people know in the online world, but websites is something that everybody will know. So Carmen Chant Websites, I believe, would be working better. Funnel is a much smaller keyword than websites. Websites is everywhere.
Cool.
So Carmen Chant Websites.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this prize was David Lemon. So, David Lemon, if you would like to email prizes at Groove Digital, you've won yourself a prize. You've actually won a night out with Joe Jablonski eating pizza and it's an all-you-can-eat session. So, David,
you can laugh, but this is actually how I do dates, eating pizza. So this is like a dream come true.
Oh my gosh, this is a datewithjoe.com. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, folks, you can see, if you like my sense of humor and you just think I'm a crazy Aussie, just put like. And if you think I'm terrible, just put terrible, you know? So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to click next to Carmen Chant websites and just tick it. And then I'm going to say register, check domains. That's all I need to do. And I've clicked next to the .com. Don't get anything else. Only get the .com, all right? So what we're going to do now, we click that. Now, if you have a look at that, people say like. Oh, you love it. Terry Lee says like. Oh, someone else said like. Oh, this is like, when is my net? Someone just said to me, oh my gosh, where was that one? When is your next Netflix comedy special? Well, I'm thinking about that. Mike Filsaime, Donna Fox, myself, David Lemon, Deborah Cole, Simon Leung, we can have it. Okay. And we can all eat pizza while we're there. So anyway, let's go back to this. Now, on this screen now, if you decide to use name silo. Now, if you don't, you can do the same thing with GoDaddy, Zoho, Cloudflare, domains, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just showing you the one I use. And if you want to use it, just go there and register it. So I'll make the screen bigger. In the boxes up the top, guess what? You pick nothing. Don't even worry about anything. Don't even worry about this. Nothing whatsoever. I'm not entering name servers. I put auto renew, yes. So next year we've still got it. Privacy, well, I'm thinking, okay, cover my name, etc., so people don't know who I am or they can't come and knock off my Corvette. And then I'll leave the years at just 1 year. Now, the big trick that you have to watch now is make sure you spelt the name right. Because, Carmen Chan just said, I like it. Thanks, David. Carmen, you rock. You must have been eating pizza while we were calling for you. So here's what I'm going to say to Carmen. I'll just give this to you. I'll transfer it to you after the call, okay? So this is yours. Courtesy of daveanddave.com without the pizza. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now, I did a search one day and I found paintballs, P-A-I-N-T, paintballs.com. You know, the game where you shoot? I found it was available. And I went, yes! And I registered it, but I spelt it wrong. I left the T out. Yeah, paintballs.com. And I thought, please check your spelling. That was a very difficult domain to try to sell. So what I'd like to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll select the years, check the spelling, carmenchantwebsites.com, and I'll go continue. Okie dokie. Now you put in your credit card like you do with GoDaddy, like you do with Namecheap, etc. What I do, I always upload $50 with PayPal and I stick it in my little account. So then I just go accept, place my order, boom, done. That's it. That's all I have to do. And now, Carmen, if I go to Domain Manager, I've now got Carmen Chant. Now, don't laugh when you see I've got thousands of domain names, okay? So here, I'll go to the next page because let me have a look here. I'll go to Carmen Chant for a second. 1 second. Well, here we go. Carmen, K-H-I-J. It'll be on one of these screens here. Don't worry about that. H-I-J. Here we go. Carmen. Okay, Carmen Chant websites. Now, all you need to do is put a tick next to that. That's all you need to do. Now, what we want to do right now, I'm going to go back just behind the scenes and I'm going to go, well, now, you know what? I'll go behind the scenes. I'm just going to log into GroovePages and then save showing you all this stuff. And I'm going to click on links and I'm going to grab the link. Okay, so just be 1 second. I'm just going into, GrooveFunnels or GroovePages, whatever you'd like to say right now. And I'm just going to grab this link. This is, sorry. I won't grab my link. You know what? What we'll do now, just for now, I'll put GrooveFunnels in there, okay? I'll just put GrooveFunnels. But in your case, Carmen, what we'll do later, we'll change it to you. So to make it easier, that'll be easier. I'll just put GrooveFunnels just for now. And then later on, Carmen, I'll help you. We'll set it up. We'll help you rock and roll. So what we do right now, we tick it. And then next to the tick, what I want to show you here, up the top, the fifth option, the one where it's got the little arrow going this way. It says forward my domain. So I'm going to tick that right now. We'll just tap on it, you know. Okay, so when you tap on that, this is called domain forwarding. Now, what we do now, we will stick in our whatever, such and such .groovepages.com, that big affiliate link. We're going to throw that one in there now. Now, in this case, because I haven't got Carmen's affiliate link, I told you to pick the first one or the third one, whatever you prefer. I'll just pretend at the moment we're going to go to, where are we going to go? We're going to go to GrooveFunnels.com, for example. Leave it like this, press submit, and it's done. This is done. Now, this can take between 15 minutes to about an hour for it to basically, when you type in CarmenChantWebsites.com, it could take you sometimes up to an hour or something like that for it to appear. Now, if I'm doing it a different way where I actually host the domain and I put up a little page and I redirect, it's faster. But you know what? I'm assuming a lot of you are just new to the internet. You don't know what you're doing. You want it quick. You want it simple. You just do that. Go and have a cuppa. Go and have a lemon juice. And then you come back and an hour later, bingo, bop, bing, it's all working. So then I registered about 10 of them so far. And I'm not going to tell you mine because if I told you mine, that'd be against the rules of Mike's webinar, etc. So now we've got Carmen Chant Websites. And I'll tell you now, she said, I had to wake up the kids for school. Well, it's funny about that because if they went to school asleep, it wouldn't be too good. So anyway, so listen, sounds like summoning to spell like magic. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, Carmen Chant. Yeah, it does, Carmen Chant. Okay, did a dominatrix buy? Well, I wouldn't have a clue. Yeah, that's something different. So, okay, so what we've got now, we've registered a domain name. Now, later on, I remember one of the ladies the other day did funnels by Bronwyn. So just to show you it worked, she did the same thing. And I put funnels, I think by or with, funnels by Bronwyn. You watch this. I just want to, funnels with, I can't remember. Hold on. Bronwyn, we did this on one of the calls the other day. Bronwyn, no, funnels with, I think it is, with. Funnels with Bronwyn. Yeah, that's it, I think. And when you type that in, watch what happens. It goes there, it thinks about it for a second, but then straight away, after it goes funnels with Bronwyn, the internet, when we're doing these things, sometimes it'll take forever to kind of divert things, but funnels with Bronwyn will actually re-divert. And we did the one, I think the internet tonight at my end's a bit slow. So what I'll do, we had the other one, best Thailand web builder. If I click that one there, best Thailand web builder. I think even this one, I think my internet's a bit slow tonight, folks. But what it does, it'll redirect. Just believe me, it will redirect. But you ask David, sometimes because of IPs, etc., we want to show you something that makes it look like we're really crazy, okay? So that's all you need to do. Now, who thinks that is easy and you can do that straight after the call? Yeah, don't worry about that now. I'll stop sharing the screen. But that's all you need to do for that part. So if you think that's easy, just put easy, okay, underneath. Just put easy. Okay, let me have a look. And there was another one we did. I can show you. There's another one we did. We did quite a few on the calls just to show people how it works. I'll show you this one here. 1 second. We did another one. What was it? Best online funnel builder. We did that one there. If you go to this one. Yeah, okay, it's coming up. There you go. So then it just redirects to the page. But I want to ask you a question. Who thinks having a website name like that is better than having such and such.groovepages.com/126/ which is your affiliate link? Who reckons that's easier? It looks more professional. And I reckon, as David Lemon would say, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy, So all we do there, we can now go and do business cards. And I'll give you a really big trick tonight. I remember, thank you very much. Oh, China Emart. Oh, okay, fair enough. Renee Love. Okay, cool, Renee. How long does it take to, someone said, where was it? Someone said, how long does it take to, where was it? Delegate and propagate and all that kind of stuff. Usually it takes probably about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So, but if I do it another way, which I can show you in another session, how to host it and how you can have all your, well, that's a different story. And David showed you enough of that stuff. Now, and I think it's better for conversions for you. Because then if we're doing like davidlemonwebinars.com or David Lemonar, that sounds really good. davidlemonwebsites.com or websites with David Lemon, whatever. Now, here the YouTube image. Can we use Mike's photo with approval? Well, I actually took that photo at Mike's wedding. So I'm quite sure I can use the photo that I took of Mike Filsaime. Now, again, I'm not a technical lawyer and that for GrooveFunnels. Maybe you'd have to ask David Lemon that. But my personal feelings, as long as it's a photo that's redirecting to GrooveFunnels, and as long as it's in the launch for Groove and using it in the right context. Well, David, give me a thumbs up or not if they can use Mike's picture. Yes, you know, or you don't know, or what?
I would not be able to recommend using anybody else's picture without their actual approval. If you find this, like if you find the images in a swipe files or somewhere, then it was allowed to actually use those pictures, but without any approval, without getting those images from a source where it says
Sure.
you can use these images, I wouldn't be able to recommend anything like that.
So you know what? That picture there I took of Mike and I gave it to him. He said, oh, wow, so I own that picture. So come on. But here's the thing. You know what? David and I talked to Mike. We talked to Joe, and we'll find out the answer and tell you. But in the meantime, I totally agree with David Lemon. Suck. Okay, so here's what I'm going to show to you now. How do you drive traffic to that YouTube redirected video? Okay, that's going to be on my next session when I actually show you traffic generation, but that could take a 4-hour session, and I'm happy to do that if Mike and David wants me to do that, okay? People are using another person's image. Okay, I won't do that. Okay, whatever. But you know what? If Mike Filsaime himself says, yes, you can use this image, and he puts one image in the members area and said, this is the one you can use, well, so be it. But we have to ask Mr. Filsaime himself. So you know what? I'll talk to Mike. I'll ask him, and then we'll know the real answer, okay? I've got one with Mike, and I go, in the beach in Cabo, but I don't think I'll be using that one. So what we're going to do right now, folks, is this. We've already shown you different stuff on the screen. Now, people say to me, yeah, but David, how do you find different domain names if you want to find some really, really cool one and you want to put websites in that? Well, okay, I'll show you this for a second. There's a site there, if you have a look at this one, it's called Lean Domain Search. Lean, L-E-A-N, like you're leaning on something, leandomainsearch.com. Now, if you're looking for a domain name, a really snazzy, sexy-looking domain name with a .com, and you think, oh, my gosh, I don't know what's available. I've got one of those writer's block. David Lemon's really cool, but he doesn't look at the white screen and get a mental block. Yeah, he does. We all do, believe me. Okay, so what we do on this site is we would type in, say, websites, for example, or, you know, whatever you want to do, and we'll go there and we'll click on it. Now, this will now go and find some really hot domain names that are available. Now, I like putting the word websites at the end, so I'll go end with the search term. So now, if you look at this screen now, it'll now give you a stack of websites. It's found 1,535 websites available, plan websites, scan websites, globe websites, you know, robo websites, whatever. All these ones available for you to go and register, and you can redirect, like I'm just showing you, or forward to your GrooveFunnels affiliate link. So who thinks that one is actually a really good little tool? Just put yes if you agree with that, because that one I use a lot when I get this kind of mental block. Okay, now there's other things that I use that, you know, I said to David Lemon before, I use some things like I make up my own banners. I make up my own ones. So say, for example, Mike or David or myself said, no, you can't use our image. You have to make your own. Well, okay. I use those to get traffic. I use those and I put it on my Facebook wall. I use those kind of things there. And I think to myself, if I'm using really hot looking images, like if I had a picture of, say, Matt Serralta, the most handsome looking man on the universe. You know, if I had a picture of him on the screen, well, it'd be a different story. Oh, she's just walked into the green room. I better shut up. Just tell him I didn't say anything about Matt, okay? Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to show you, if you want to make your own banners, you want to make your own graphics, David showed you this. All you need to do is go across to canva.com, and I will go in and I'll say, you know what? Show me all of my designs. And so I'm doing how to make money, Nissarat making cash, Japanese students. I've got how to rank #1, getting started on the internet with Groove, etc. There's one. There's another site you can use if you don't want to use that one, because I know Mike Filsaime and the team, etc., giving you Usign. You know what? You've got a lot of things. Back in the day when I started, there wasn't even bloody Photoshop. So I must be really, really old.com. Okay, so here's the thing. I would say to you, apart from Canva, you can also go and use things like, let me have a look here. There's one called Snapper. I've used this one before. I don't know, Dave, have you used this one before? It's called Snapper. This one's actually really, really good. I can see Michelle. Hello, Michelle. I can see you. How you doing? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay, I'm giving her a big kiss, but you guys think I'm just going mental in the background here. She's blowing. I want to get Michelle. Can we get Michelle? Come on, Michelle. I want to see you on the screen. Michelle, come on. Quick, 1 minute. 1 minute, Michelle. Michelle's my buddy. Let me see. Michelle. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Michelle.
Hi.
Oh, love of my life. Michelle. How you doing, Michelle? Filsaime. Ladies and gentlemen.
Great.
The boss's wife's in the house. Put number one for Michelle. Woo, woo, woo. Zumba rocks with Michelle.com. How you going, Michelle?
Oh, well, listen, you have a great day. Great to see you. And kisses.
Woo, how are you? How are you? Oh, she's run away. Fine. Hey, Matt, while you're there, how are you today? You all right?
I'm doing good, David. How are you?
I'm better now that I've seen a handsome-looking gentleman like you. I'll hand over to you for a second, but I've got two more things that are kind of interesting to tell them. Is that all right, Matt?
Yeah.
You're a gentleman. Thanks, buddy. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'll do right now is this. I'm going to go to Snapper now. Now, Snapper, again, none of these sites I owned. I don't know these. They're not affiliate links. But if I log into this site, because you know what? I think it's this one. I buy them all. I just buy them. I don't even. I'm on my PC today, so I can't log in. But anyway, this site will make lots of graphics. There's another one if you want to make up your graphics to get some traffic and conversions to put in your Facebook. I actually bought this one as well. This one's called Get Stencil. And again, this isn't mine. I don't own this site or anything. But what we do here, we put this up onto the screen. And I did this thing, best online funnel builder and that. But imagine you get rid of that for a minute. And say, for example, Carmen wanted to make a graphic for Carmen Chant websites. Okay, quick and easy, lemon squeezy. Watch this. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to click on that one, and I want to make sure I know what size the graphic is. So if I was doing this for YouTube or I was doing it for Facebook, you pick the actual size you want. So say it's that one, or if you want to do, say, YouTube thumbnail, which I'll help you out with that on the next session, you've got something there. There's your YouTube. Now, Carmen wants to do something about websites. She wants a really hot image to put on Facebook, Pinterest, all over the show. So what I would say to you now, you go up the top and you do a search for, say, I don't know, websites, okay? Or Carmen can upload one of her photos, for example, okay? So I'll just pick, now all of these are royalty free. So what David Lemon said before is totally correct. Don't use images that you don't own unless you get permission. So here's what I would say to you here. I'm going to go here and I'm going to put websites, and I'll just pick any picture of a computer, a laptop, or something like that just for now. Now, if you've got a photo that you've taken, hopefully with, say, GrooveFunnels on, or a picture of, say, Mike Filsaime and you at a conference together, or say something about you've got cables of an internet, or you've got you shaking hands with a client you've just signed up to GrooveFunnels, whatever. Here's what I want to show you here. I'm going to go into here and I'll pick one of these. Or you know what? That one there, this one looks pretty good. So I'm going to blur this one a little bit for you. I'll just blur it. And then I'm going to click where it says A for add text. I'm going to go there and I'm going to make it white. And I'm going to put an outline color of black. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put Carmen Chant websites. Okay, websites, if I can spell it. And that now I'm going to pull across, you watch this, little text, and I'm going to pull this across from the left to the right and the right to the left, of course. And then I'm going to move it up to the top, okay? Now, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to move it a little bit more so that really stands out. And if you don't want the big gap, well, I'm going to pull the line height. So if you're understanding this so far, just put yes on the screen so I know. Just put this yes on the screen. So we got Carmen Chant websites. Okay, now the next thing we want to put the GrooveFunnels link that Carmen has now built. So we put, for example, CarmenChantWebsites.com, which will redirect. Okie dokie. And Carmen just said, yes, okie dokie. I think you understand this, Carmen. I don't even know where you're from. Where are you from, Carmen? So, okay. So what we're going to do now, I click on it and I go duplicate. So I pull it down to the bottom and then I make it smaller. Okay. And then all I'm going to do now, I'll just put go to, and I'll put Carmen Chant, not chat, Chant, websites.com. Okay, so now I can make that small, I can make it larger. Go now to CarmenChantWebsites.com, and I might make this one a little bit bigger. And some people say when you've got a really strong color in, say, for example, YouTube or on Facebook, it stands out. So you might want to take that out, and you might put something about like dark blue, or you might put something. Let's see the photos that comes up. Okay, have a look at this for a second. You wait for it, and you might think, look at that. Boom. You see, you might pick something that is a really, really good. Now, I'll ask Carmen herself. I just save it now, and now that's my thumbnail for YouTube. We upload it, and we got something that stands out. And how I did the one with Mike Filsaime the other day, imagine, Carmen, that you've got a picture of yourself, and you want to upload your picture. So you've got Carmen, a picture of Carmen next to Carmen Websites. Okay, I'll show you that now. All we do is click on uploads, and we upload something from our computer. Now, as I said, I had one of Mike because that's the one I took when Mike got married. I've got one of me. I've got one of other people here. So my wife, Nisrat, for example. Nisrat, I'll just change her name to Carmen for 1 minute. I click on that one there. And when that comes up, I can now play around with this, make this a little bit smaller. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a graphic artist and I'm not as good looking as David Lemon when it comes to making pages. But I can move this down to the corner here, pull it up so you can see a picture of my wife, move that across and maybe make it a little bit smaller here. Or I might say something like, go right now to, and I'll put that on the other line. And so then when I make it a little bit bigger, have a look at this. I'll say, go right now to Carmen Chant Websites. Now, then we save the image. Pardon me. Now, tell me if you think that is not a bad looking image for just people starting out with GrooveFunnels. If you think it's good, put the number 1 on the screen. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's getting you started. You need your images, you need your thumbnails to make up your GrooveFunnels sites. You need that to put on your YouTube. You need it on your business cards. You need it all over the place. So you're promoting GrooveFunnels, and then you've got a chance to win the car, the Corvette, the Mac, etc. Okay? The only thing I don't want to win is the bikini. I don't think I would look good in the bikini, I promise you. Matt Serralta is in the background laughing, thinking, having her in a bikini? Nah, definitely not. All right. So what I would say, how did you get such a pretty lady? Well, I married her. That's how I got her. What do you mean? Okay. So what I'm going to show you before we finish, we've got about 10 minutes to go. What I'd like to show you right now, that's a way to generate your thumbnails. That's a way to put in Facebook. You can download it, upload it to Facebook. Now, I made something for Facebook the other day. I'll show you. And again, make sure you use your own links. Don't use my link. Use your own. Okay. But I'm just showing you something that I used the other day, or one of my students used, for example. I had quite a few students. I told them to use this. Watch this. Here we go. I'll just give you this one right now. Now, David Lemon will remember this. And please, please, please do not use my link. Okay, use your own links. Okay, what we put here is they laughed when I said I'd give them a free website builder, free funnel builder, and personal training. But when I told them to go to your website, CarmenChantWebsites.com, to get it all for free, they were super happy. Go and get yours right now. So what I'm saying to you folks, there's lots of different ways that you can go and get you, and it'll put the picture of GrooveFunnels, the grand opening, etc., etc. And then when you've got that up there on the screen, people see it. They're learning free shopping cart, free GroovePages, and when you look at what Matt's done, and when you look at what Mike Filsaime's done, I mean, honestly, Matt, John, Donna, Deb, the whole team, Mike, etc., they rock big time. Really, They rock. Oh, okay. Matt's sending me love hearts. Matt, mwah, I'll give you a big hug-to-hug man, virtual hug kiss as well, okay? But as far as I'm concerned, Groove rocks. I mean, seriously, folks. You would have a lot of, Raymond just said, David, you'd have a lot of visitors to your site wearing a bikini. No, that's how to loseyourcrowd.com, okay? I definitely wouldn't want to put that on there, right? You can even have custom sizes if you need them. What are you talking about, bikinis, or are you talking about screenshots? Now, here's the last thing before I go. I just want to show you something. And if you've enjoyed this session, enjoyed it, just put enjoy down below, because I want to make sure we've given you value. Because Mike, Matt, Donna, Deb, the team said, David, make sure you give them value. Make sure you give them stuff they can use straight away. Make sure you really help these people because they want to get to the top of the leaderboard, all right? Okay, so just tell me if you have enjoyed it. Now, the last thing I'll show you just before we go today is this. I've got a lot of little tools out there, and I want to give you one of my tools for free. So if you're doing local businesses, how many enjoy? Okay, good. That's nice. Joy. Okay, enjoy. David Kavanagh rocks. Well, that's all right. I know that was David Lemon. David wrote that one. Okay, enjoy. That's pretty good. Who in the house tonight? Anyone in the house tonight? Who does local businesses? Who likes to help local businesses? Just put the number 2. If you like helping local businesses. Anyone? Put the number 2 on the screen. I can see Matt again going like this, and David Lemon's going, yeah, in the background. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, cool. You're the bomb. Well, I hope I'm a bomb, but I hope I don't go off and go kapow, you know what I mean? So here's the thing. Okay, we got some yeses and twos for local businesses. All right, someone said Matt built an app for local businesses. Matt, reach out to me. I'd love to have a look at your stuff. We're all helping each other. Okay, I would like to give you free of charge one of my tools tonight. No opt-in, no name required, nothing like that, no squeeze page. I just want to give it because I want to share like Groove Digital want me to do. So here's what I would like to show you right now before I go. I've got a little thing that I made up, and I'll show you here. 1 second. I'll just show you this. I'll just write it in here. 1 second. Where is it? Hold on. Soup. Yeah, here up. HTTPS, David. Good on you. Okay. www.super. Here we go. I'll just find where it is for you. 1 second. .com/ yeah, this one. Here's the one. Oh, no, hold on. It wasn't. No, I didn't put an S. I better get rid of that S. Okay, there. All right. I want to give you this tool for free now. Now, there's no opt-in. You don't have to give me your name. I don't want any money because this is all free courtesy of Groove Digital. So I'll give you this in the link, and you can just go there, and if you want to use it, you can use it. Now, if you're, say, for example, Matt and Mike, for example, at the moment are in, say, Florida. Matt, give me a nod if you're in Florida at the moment. Is that correct? Matt, Florida. Okay, so say you want to go and help a plumber in Florida out of COVID. He's stressing. He needs customers. He needs leads. Okay, let's go and have a look at this now. I'll just put the word Florida, capital F, L-O-R-I-D-A, Florida, and I will. And if you've got New Zealand or New York, make sure you put the word together, the two words, and I'll go show me the money. Now, what this is now, it will now go and find all of the domain names that are available with the word Florida, whatever. So if you have a look on the screen now, tell me if you think, just write cool if you think this is cool. We've got FloridaArtshops.com. Now, if you're using Matt's tool or you're using anything to sell products online, Florida Art Shops is available for $8.99. Florida Beauty Salons, Florida Beauty Therapists. I think that's available because all of the ladies in Florida are beautiful and they don't need a salon. I don't know. That must be the case, I reckon. And even Julie's laughing in the background. I can see you, Julie. Smile. Give me a wave, Julie. Thank you. And also, Bijana, I can see you too. Okay. So what I want to show you, folks, you can use this free of charge. Now, if you go and register one of these domain names for $8.99, and go and check the videos that David Lemon has made up to show you how to connect a domain name with your Groove pages. Here's what I say to you. Think. you can make up a really nice squeeze page or a website like David shows you, because David's the one who rocks when it comes to this stuff. You can now do, say, Florida art shops. Go and pick a theme in the back in GroovePages, make it all up, connect it. You can even go out there and promote anything. Restaurants, art shops, beauticians. Oh my gosh, there's just so much you can do. So it's nearly the end of my session. So what I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for having me. But if you need anything, reach out to me. Get on another one of the, sessions. Have a look at the timetable under groovedigital.com/Grooveathon. Check when I'm on next, because on the next session, I want to show people exactly step by step, move by move, exactly how to get #1 in Google, how to get #1 on YouTube, how to write their articles to get more attention, and how to convert these people to say yes more often to you with your link so you get paid. It's been my pleasure being here tonight, today, this morning, wherever you are. I'd like to thank Mike, Donna, everyone, Matt, the whole team for having me aboard. And David Lemon, thank you, sir, for having me. You rock. You're the best.
David, that was very, very nice. And thank you very much for this one. You are now free to go. It is probably very late around your time zone, so you are now free to go. We'll
9
take
o'clock.
from here. 9 o'clock. Yeah, absolutely. So go have some dinner and then enjoy some time with your family. We'll
Love to you
take
all.
care
Mwah.
and then see you soon.
See ya. Take care,
you,
folks.
bye.
Bye for now.
So guys, as you've seen, this is amazing. Like, you can go out there and start promoting anything with the tool David just gave you. You can follow even the tutorial I was showing you previously, like the drop servicing. In case you want, you can promote some other services, local businesses, and so on. But when you're actually doing any type of business online, there is a certain thing needed to actually do it, and this is taking in payments. When you're taking in payments, it's actually sometimes a hassle. There are bad companies, good companies, bad services, good services. So it's just a matter of finding them. We do have our own solutions as well, and we want to talk a little bit about what goes into accepting payments, what goes into actually how the payments are being processed online. So before we actually do that, I would like to just mention and connect on what David was talking about. When you go out there, you take your affiliate link, you start promoting Groove as a product. You can make yourself a little bit of commissions. You can start building out your business that way. But there was a very, very big announcement that you may have not seen yet. We'll play that video in just a couple of moments. But Mike Filsaime didn't only want to give you a prize for basically a top affiliate will get a prize. Big deal. Like, everybody's doing that one. You yourself will not only get the commission when you are actually promoting GrooveFunnels, but you also have a chance to get something extra now. With the whole launch going on right now, there is something else that the top affiliates will be having. So there's another big reason why you should go out, do what David just taught you, like get yourself a domain, take your affiliate link and start promoting. Like, start putting out as much content as possible, create as many creatives using the tools that he showed you, like Stencil and Canva and all kinds of different stuff. He also gave you like copy that you can use, like the text which you can promote with. So it's pretty simple to start. You have now the way of how to start actually. But I want to show you that it's not only the prize, like the car that you can get. It's not only the commissions that you can win from the people paying you monthly. There is something else that you can also get, and this video is coming up now. So please, let's have a look at this new update.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important And that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to groovejv.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our two-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer, and if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40%. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Grooveathon right now. Press pause, go to groovejv.com in a new browser, make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Grooveathon. Thank you very much.
Like, this hasn't been done before. Like $7 per click, $6 per click, and these people that are actually competing on the leaderboard, and you should be one of those, they're sending thousands and thousands of clicks over to that site. So it's like once in a lifetime opportunity, even with the software, even with the free sign up, even with the affiliate prizes, the commissions you get with this bonus that you can get. So really, there is no excuse for you to not join in. You have all the knowledge from the trainings, you have all the necessary tools to create your successful business online and even to promote Groove. So absolutely nobody can say, oh, I cannot do it because of that. Everything we give you everything, and also a very, very good prizes on there. But what if you actually want to sell your own things online, and you may be thinking like, yes, I can create the website, I can create my funnel, I can create this, but what about the payment? What do I need to do? How can I feel comfortable and then safe that the payment will be processed, and what is actually happening in the background? So our next guests over here will be able to put your mind to ease, because these are the experts on credit card payments in our companies. So please let me welcome the founders and the people behind GroovePay and basically the payment services of Groove. We have here Matt Seralta, we have here Biljana, and we have Julie on. We'll bring her on in a couple of moments. So hey guys, how are you?
Doing good. How are you, David?
Good, thank you very
Good
much, Matt.
morning. Hi, David.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning,
So
Biljana.
Good
It's
morning.
hard
what?
to beat that show you guys put on this morning after David, and then I'm going after Mike. But happy to be here. And today, quite a little bit of a change of topic. We're going to talk a little bit about credit card processing. And it sounds like a boring subject, but it's actually super important to your success, to your business. It's actually one of the key things that you want to figure out before you start, growing your business and doing more and more things for your business. So today we're going to discuss a little bit about credit card processing. And today with me, I have Biljana from the GroovePay team and Julie from the GroovePay team. They're going to be here in case you guys have any questions. They're going to come out and help us answer any questions. But let me start by giving you guys a quick introduction to what credit card processing is. So on the surface, it looks fairly easy, right? You're a merchant, and what you're trying to do is simply accept Visa, MasterCard, American Express, and different form of payments in order to grow your business, right? Payment is actually crucial. But it's very important that you figure out how to do your credit card processing prior to launching your product or prior to selling your product, because it's actually a little bit more complicated than it appears on the surface. It's actually not too complicated to get a merchant account. Typically, you can apply and you get a merchant account fairly quickly. Sometimes it can be a little bit more complicated to actually keep your merchant account open and make sure it's running smooth. And so here at GroovePay, we offer a little bit of a different approach to merchant processing. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about the industry as a whole, and then eventually see what can we do differently to make sure you're successful. So the first thing I see a lot of people ask us, and I even saw it here come up in a list of questions, is why did you guys do credit card processing? And one of the biggest reasons why we have GroovePay, these companies that's dedicated to credit card processing, is because with the more people who are using our software, the more we would get a call that says, hey, how do I get credit card processing, right? What do I need to do to be able to accept credit card? So that's one of the reasons. And the next reason why we've gotten into credit card processing is because we get so many phone calls from different merchants that are calling us and say, hey, my Stripe merchant account got shut down, or PayPal is no longer letting me process, or I got shut down by this bank or this bank. What do I do? What can I do to keep processing? Why did I even get shut down at the first place? And so people reach out to us, and we really want you guys to be successful. We want you guys to use GrooveSell. We want you guys to use GrooveCard, and therefore you will need merchant processing. So why can it get complicated and what sometimes it feels a little bit easy? Merchant processing is really seen by the bank as a risk mitigation business, right? It's all about risk. In a way, it's a little bit similar to the insurance business. And many users are asking, why do I pay 3%? Or actually in GroovePay, we're able to get it as low as 2.85%. But why do I have to pay almost 3% for each credit card transaction? And the reason is because there are a lot of people involved in the credit card business. The first person involved is going to be the issuing bank. So that's your Capital One, your Bank of America or Chase or whatever companies that actually issues a credit card. There's the first one involved in the process. And then we have what we call the brands. And the brands are the logo we're the most familiar with: Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, right? These are considered the brands. And after that, there is a processor and a bank, right? The processor is going to request for the money to be moved and is going to facilitate the process, and the bank is probably going to be the person that's going to get the merchant paid. So all these people are involved in the process, and everybody has a job to do for you as a merchant to make sure you get paid. And there's actually one more person in the process. It's called the gateway. If you go to a store and you purchase a product and you swipe your credit card in the machine, you swipe it into a terminal. Online, that same terminal is called a gateway. So on your credit card transaction, typically a good amount of the money is going to the issuing bank, right? So for that, the issuing bank will give a credit card to customers. They will also give them miles and give them points and give them all sort of things somewhere along the way. Visa, MasterCard is going to take a proportion of the transaction as well. And the acquiring bank also takes a proportion. And what these people do is they offer different services along the way. Visa, MasterCard make sure there's a standard for credit card processing. They make sure that your card is accepted in a lot of locations. The bank is actually going to go through the effort of reconciliating the account, going out and getting the money. And the processor is going to facilitate the entire process and also take the risk. So the combination of all these charges together are called interchange. And so interchange is, by the time you add everything, it's usually pretty close to, 2 to 3 to 3.5%. And that's why credit card transaction usually cost that kind of money. A lot of people along the way are involved in making sure that you get paid. Why is it a risky business? I want to give you guys a quick scenario, right? If you guys saw our little chat that we had Saturday night, I was talking about a product that you put in your hair, right? And actually, that's what makes my hair looks kind of more full than it really is, right? And people can make all sort of claims, right? They can put a product on the internet and say, I have these supplements, and these supplements allows you to lose weight in 7 days, no exercise, no sport, just take it, and within the next 7 days, you're going to lose a ton of weight. Or you can put some product and now your hair is going to grow really, really fast. Or my new pill is actually going to make sure you never get a divorce. It's probably a little bit over the top, but that's, these are some of the claims that merchant can make, right? So if a buyer purchases a product and doesn't really receive the experience that he's looking for in a product, or, maybe the product was never shipped, maybe the supplement is not going to help you lose weight, a buyer is able to call their bank and do a chargeback. And so that chargeback starts from the buyer calling the issuing bank, going over to Visa, MasterCard, and they go to the processor, and the processor has to return the purchase money into the issuing bank. So say, for example, that somebody is making a complete fake product. He never ships it out. And he's telling people for $99, you're going to get, you're going to get this, you're going to get a brand new car, yada, yada, making some very fake claims. At the end, he could rack up a lot of money into his checking account. And if he is a fraud, a bad person, he can take that money, go out, buy a car. And whenever customers are not getting their product and they start doing a chargeback, there's not going to be a place to take the money from, right? Because the customer would have used all that money for his own goods. And for that reason, this could be very high risk. The processor ends up paying the buyer back so that the buyer can continue to have trust into the Visa, MasterCard network and all the products they purchase. So there's a huge inherent amount of risk that goes into credit card processing. If you're selling t-shirt in a store, the risk is usually considered very, very low. If you offer services that are considered riskier, such as maybe, the travel industry, it's hard to get a refund. The flight can be canceled anytime. So people are more prone to do chargeback, for example, in the travel industry. That's, on the other end, considered very extreme high risk. And so for that reason, what's very important when you set up your merchant processing is to do everything up front, to evaluate, hey, what is my customer looking like? Does he have experience in processing already? Does he understand customer service? Is he going to know what to do to make sure that a lot of customers don't do chargeback, right? The second step of the process is going to be, what kind of product is he selling, right? Is a merchant actually selling t-shirts that actually involves absolutely very low risk because the customer buys his t-shirt, he gets his t-shirt right away. In person is like the lowest risk, or by mail, usually there is no problem. Or is it a product that's a little bit harder to define, right? Is it an airline ticket where the flight could be canceled? Is it possibly some industry are super high risk? For example, gambling is probably extremely high risk because some customers might use their credit card to win a poker hand, put a lot of money on poker, and when they lose, feel like it wasn't fair, or maybe the other player cheated, so they're going to try to do a chargeback, right? So gambling is probably the extreme other end of how risky credit card processing can be. And the third thing could be, what kind of claims customers are doing. And,
Hi.
How...
I just wanted to just jump in there super quick. We wanted to, if the ladies, Biljana and Julie, could introduce themselves, that would be great, and then we can really dive deep into this session.
Sure. Matt,
Am
you
I
want
muted?
Matt?
Yes, ladies, go ahead, Biljana. Just tell us a little bit more about yourself. The viewers were asking here in the comments. They see you on the camera, but they don't know. They know that you are from GroovePay, but they don't know a lot about you. So if you could just say a couple of words, who are you? How did you come to Groove, and what you are doing, what you're assisting our lovely customers with?
Mhm. Okay, no problem. Hey guys, good morning. My name is Biljana, and I actually started working in GroovePay about a year ago, and it was totally by chance. And nothing planned that I was going to be in this industry, but my previous experience in the mortgage industry, and also I'm a realtor, sort of kind of aligned with all of the underwriting risk. And also, not only that I'm a realtor and that I've worked in the industry or the mortgage loan industry, I was also a background investigator. So I didn't realize that all of those skills and past experience would be great in this industry, which is really heavy on underwriting, as Matt mentioned, and also just trying to figure out risk and trying to read people and stay away from fraudulent accounts, which happens a lot in this industry, just like anywhere else. So I am the president of GroovePay, and I oversee operations, daily operations. But this is a very unlikely. I mean, this is a morning that usually doesn't happen, and I'm never on the camera live, so you can see I'm a little bit nervous. But I'm usually in the morning with a lot of applications, dealing with documents and paperwork, and to be up this morning, get ready, and feel like myself again with a little bit of makeup and my hair done, and be in front of a camera live, that's very unlikely and unusual. So maybe from now on, if I practice more, it will happen more often. So thank you. And it will get better with time, right? But back to the payment processing industry. So what I like about working GroovePay and about this industry is that every day I deal with merchants, with businesses that are so different, and that are so passionate about what they do. And sometimes we have a hard time getting them approved. As we mentioned, the banks can change their rules every day. If for example, for CBD accounts, we've had a lot of issues where we would be very close to getting them approved, and then all of a sudden something will change last minute. But when we do get that final approval and we let the merchant know, it is so exciting and it's so satisfying to know that they're ready to process and finally make money after all of the efforts they have put in their website and their marketing and all of the everything that they have set up. And then they finally realize that the payment processing is one of the most important parts of the business, that getting the right merchant account for with the right bank and the right processor is so important, that they're going to be able to finally make money and get paid for it. So it is in the beginning, some people think that it's very easy and that it's that is not as an important part of the business, but they quickly realize that it is, and in many cases it could be complicated to get a merchant account if you are in the more risky side of the business, like Matt mentioned. But in the end of the day, it is exciting to know that you can that we work to help people be able to take payments and have a successful online marketing business in whatever they're doing. So it is something that I'm looking forward and I'm really excited to be part of. So thank you. But I will continue later and answer questions with Matt.
So, and then Noble too. Hey,
So,
all right.
Biljana,
Julie, do you want to tell me a little bit about yourself?
yeah.
Hi everyone. My name is Julie, and I started working with GroovePay back in June, and I really love working with GroovePay. People are really nice, and well, I used to work in a corporate job. I used to work for NRA, and I processed memberships over there. But then, and then I got laid off with that, and then here GroovePay saved me. So, I mean, but I think it's a blessing in disguise. I learned a lot, and it was just really awesome to be part of Groove family. And then, um, by the way, I'll be the one if you apply for GroovePay, I'll be the one that's gonna bug you to ask for documents, like budget checks, bank statements, and whatever that you need to submit to us. I'll be here to help you all, guys. I'm kind of nervous right now, so I'm
It's
really
okay.
sorry. This is
I'm
my first
extremely
time to do
thankful to
this
the
also.
RNA. Now you can be with us, and so this is really working out really nicely.
Yes. Yes.
So guys, thanks. Sorry I didn't introduce you guys. I got carried away. I wanted to share so much information. Shoop, just kept right on going there. So
We're getting warmed up anyway. We needed a little time.
we're doing good. We're
Yeah.
doing good. All right.
Yes.
So this is where this is where GroovePay can be quite a bit different, right? We work with you guys up front, right? We figure out everything that you need for your processing, and we have different solution based on the customer's profile, right? So say for example that like I come back to my t-shirt story, and you're selling t-shirt, we'll likely get you done in just a few hours, right? We'll go ahead, take your application, look at your website. It looks good. We have a few requirements we have to meet. We have to make sure you're in compliance with Visa, MasterCard, that you have a pretty good refund policy, or at least that it's stated that a buyer can easily find how to contact you, where is your phone number, and that kind of things, right? Basically, what makes us very different from some of the other guys is we work with you upfront. We make sure everything is perfect and ready. That way, you're not going to have a surprise of being shut down at 2 a.m. when your sales are starting to pick up, when you're finally successful. You're going to keep processing. What many processing company do, they will give you a merchant account without knowing anything about you. You just give them your first name, last name, email. Maybe you share with them your URL and basic information, and they will give you a processing account. That's a model that Stripe and several other companies do. But as soon as you start processing, they do what's called reverse underwriting. As soon as you start running a few $1,000s of transaction, even sometime less, they're going to be started looking at your website. What kind of claims are you doing? How is your customer profile? Have you been processing before? How long does it take you to ship the product? And they might start asking for a bunch of paperwork, how much money you have, and all kind of stuff like that. And then who knows? In some cases, they'll let you continue processing, and they'll keep your account open. And in many cases, they're going to say, no, you are considered to us high risk because you're selling a product that we don't support, or we're not allowed to do, or we don't know enough about you. And they're just going to shut you down and say, good luck. But processing with us is not going to be an option today. So they have a standard email that says, after reviewing your account, you'll not be able to process with us today. We see a lot of companies do that, where getting the merchant account is easy, but you get shut down as soon as your business is successful. So now you start selling more. You finally you have your ads tuned right. You get your customers are starting to like you. And that's usually when you could get an email that says your account is shut down today. And now you're struggling, your last minute thing, and you're trying to get a processing account at the last second. This happened to some of the people that we work with very closely, some of the people that launched using GrooveSell. All of a sudden, they go in and they're not making any money. Their processing account has been completely shut down. No warning, no surprise. So GroovePay, we have a little bit of a different approach. We're lucky in a sense that we work with so many verticals, right? I think last week, Billy and I, we had an application from somebody that was doing a lot of online marketing. And then in the same day, we can have exactly that one person that will do t-shirt, right? On the same moment, we're going to see somebody else that is selling maybe an SEO course, somebody that's doing, a very good affiliate job. Stores like GroovePay, Groove Gear, we see just about every single vertical. So one of the things that, because of that variety of vertical we work with, also different kind of merchant and business type, we've actually gotten several authorization as GroovePay. We can actually handle your business from what's considered the lowest risk to the highest risk possible, and everything in between. So we take an approach of collecting a few more information from our merchants. And from that information, we're going to find out how to best serve the merchant so that their account don't get shut down, so that they don't have any surprises. So that's almost transparent to you guys, right? As a merchant, typically you'll fill up a form online, and from there, Biljana, Julie, or some other team members will get together and say, all right, based on this customer profile, this product, the delivery time of the product, we're going to put them specifically into what's, for example, what we call our PayFac, right? It's a payment facilitator. We are allowed to issue merchant accounts and underwrite and take the risk for some of the merchants that Visa, MasterCard will let us underwrite because they meet certain requirements, because they're within a certain risk tolerance, right? In some cases, we're going to suggest a merchant to work with GroovePay Pro. GroovePay Pro is when we work with specific banks based on your actual business model, right? For example, we know a lot of banks that are super friendly with hardcore affiliate, hardcore SEO marketing, and we work with them closely. We know banks that love to work with hardcore drop shipping, right? Well, we know some banks that are very much against drop shipping, right? So having those relationships with more than 30 to 40 banks, plus being a payment facilitator, allows us through one application for you guys to actually find how to best place your business. I know it's a little bit complicated, but so we have GroovePay. GroovePay is going to allow us to really place you, get your merchant account. We'll get that done usually within 1-2 days. For the lower risk kind of merchants, for e-commerce, for internet marketing. If we have a higher risk, then we work through the GroovePay Pro, which usually is a little bit more hand holding. That's where you're going to work a little bit more with Billiana and Julie. And that's when there's less background work, but more of a foreground work. That's where we might say, okay, let's put together a super case. Let's prove to the bank, well, you should be able to process. And in that case, we might ask for a little bit more paperwork, right? And then we have GrooveSell payment as well, which gives a lot of international merchants the ability to process on the GrooveSell platform. That's going to be released here very, very shortly, with even less of an application process. But on our side, we very carefully look at the product that's going to be under GrooveSell payments. So to you guys, it really means one application. You can apply at groovepay.com, click apply, and then we'll do all of the work from there for you guys. We will make sure everything is ready. And if we can, if you meet the Visa MasterCard requirement, we're going to issue you a merchant account within 24, maybe 48 hours, sometime even less. And if some stuff needs to be sorted out, we're going to work with you. And in some cases, we might refer you to GroovePay Pro. There are a few requirements, regardless of where you go. We got to make sure you get your Visa MasterCard logo and checkout, that you have a customer and refund policy and that kind of stuff. But one of the things that we can guarantee you is because of the wide variety of customers that we have, for the kind of processing you have, we're going to find the right one for you, and we're going to get you incredible pricing. I mean, we're starting as low as 2.85% plus 25 cents per transaction. That's actually cheaper than our competitors, and we get you, the money paid the next day. So for good old processing. So I hope this was a general overview. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'm going to talk to you guys about chargebacks and how to prevent chargeback and why it creates risk. And so a very good session just about chargebacks and risk mitigation, so you guys become a good merchant. If you have too many chargebacks, you get in trouble. So we'll talk about good tricks and tips tomorrow to avoid that. So now I'm going to take some questions, and let's see if we can get a little bit of questions here. So somebody is asking, how does GroovePages compare to Stripe PayPal? Or I should say, how does GroovePay compare to Stripe PayPal, especially when it comes to SaaS company? So it's quite a bit different in many ways. We will get you a merchant account that is specific to SaaS company, right? So instead of you applying for a merchant account that goes just about anywhere, we'll get one that is very specific for SaaS. So we understand your product carefully. We know exactly how to get you processing. So you do one app on our side, we're going to see right away that it's SaaS, and we're going to set it up. You'll be able to do your recurring billing. You'll be able to do anything that you can do with a merchant account that's actually done and prepared for SaaS. So we go in, we get you we have the absolute lowest rate that you can imagine on SaaS. Why? Because we do more SaaS merchant application than many people. We specialize in SaaS. Bank knows that we understand SaaS because of the nature of our software. So we can get you set up with SaaS merchant processing. It's a little bit different in a few ways, in the sense that we have to set up recurring payment. and that kind of things. And the structure is a little bit different. So let's see if we have one more question. Somebody is asking, the sales tax is what I'd love to know to do right. And that's actually a very good question. Sales tax rules are changing just about all the time, but it's quite a bit different than merchant processing. Merchant processing is really the art of getting the money from the buyer to you. And sales tax is a little bit of a different topic, but and in GrooveCard, you have the ability to automatically calculate your sales tax. You have 3 different options in GrooveCard that you can use. The first one is to enter your sales tax manually. So you say, hey, in this part of the world, this is how much charge I want to do on sales tax. You can also say, let GrooveCard calculate the taxes for me automatically, in which case, based on your exact county, your customer location, and your location as a merchant, is going to calculate how much taxes should be applied to this transaction. You as a merchant, you're still responsible to go out to your local tax office and pay the taxes for that state, right? And then the third option is we partnered with a company called a Tax Jar. And that's a third option that you have available in GrooveCard that allows you to not only calculate your taxes automatically, but also to go out and file the taxes on your behalf for each state, which is going to make the merchant's life so much easier by doing that. So let me see. Do we have another question here from Eugenio Rosales? If our business are based outside the US, is it possible to apply for GroovePay? Please explain. Also a bit about GroovePay Brazil. If your business is, so the application process for GroovePay outside the United States is a little bit different than it is within the United States. You will fill up the same initial application, and based on your country, sometimes even a shorter application. And then we have a relationship with banks throughout the world that we work with. So the paperwork can be a little bit more cumbersome and can be a little bit different based on your country, but we will go out and get you processing even if you're, located in France and Germany. And this is actually fairly new. We just got the authority to do that in the last few days. So, but now, regardless of where you are located, we're able to do that. We're also working a relationship with a new payment facilitator that's already set up to process in over 70 countries. And once we have that relationship solidified, hopefully by the end of this week, we will be, as GroovePay, able to issue merchant accounts even outside of the United States for folks that are located in several countries. So international can be a little bit complicated because there are so many different countries. Rules are different in each of the country. Risk can also be different in some of the countries. For example, CBD is illegal in so many countries, right? So that would be a different process. So the application process when you're not in the United States is a little bit different, where we do have an entire system to do that, to get you going. All you have to do is go to groovepay.com, click apply, and then mention what country you're from. And then the entire onboarding process is going to be different. Sometime in some of the international country, we even see where local authority requires you to do a paper app. And so we've got all these apps, we've got all these paperwork, and you might have to do that for international processing. GroovePay Brazil is super interesting. We're working with Diogo. Diogo is a partner of GroovePay. And Diogo is actually a payment facilitator in Brazil. So he has the right as well to issue merchant accounts. And that allows us to get the absolute, just like us here in the US, the absolute best rate possible, the best terms to control the risk and to issue merchant accounts. So the process in Brazil it's more of a technical thing where we have to program the gateway and program the connection to GrooveCard and GrooveSell. But it's going to be ready here very, very shortly. And you'll be able to get a merchant account. You'll be able to do everything that you usually do in Brazil, boletos, deferred payment, et cetera, et cetera. So we're almost there for Brazil, where it's going to be like a seamless process. Everything is going to be 100% automatic as well. And it's the same for India, right? If you need processing in India, go to groovepay.com, click apply, and we'll get you the proper paperwork from India. And every other country, guys, except for...
May I ask a question here from the ladies? So the ladies are the ones that are working with applications and everything. So what are the most sometimes people mention that there is a bit of delay from when they applied to GroovePay and then from when they actually get accepted into GroovePay. So maybe Julie or Biljana maybe can talk about what are the things that the users do that if they would do it a little bit better, it would just give you more information. The applications would go through faster. If some of you, Julie or Biljana, can point on that.
Can answer that. Thank you, David. That's a very good question, actually. And we do get those emails sometimes where people are concerned and they ask, why does it take so long, or why do we ask for so many documents? Why are they required? So, as we mentioned before, depending on the products and the services that are being sold, the acquiring banks, they're going to have different requirements for documents that they want to see to evaluate risk. So in some cases, like we said, if you're just selling T-shirts or if you're selling mugs or anything that's apparel or low risk, we can actually approve you fairly quickly. We just need a couple of documents, usually just ID and a voided check, or in some cases, we don't need anything to approve those accounts through Groove Card, and that is the fastest way to get approved. However, since all of the digital marketing, online courses, and training and coaching, it's considered to be sometimes a higher risk from the banks, and a lot of times they don't even understand this vertical that we're in. So we take a little bit of time to explain what it means and to show them that it's not as risky as what they are thinking. But in that case, they will require more documents, and if our merchants do not give us all of the documents, we cannot move forward with the process. And that's why many times, as Julie said, she's the one who will probably send several emails back to the merchants to make sure that we get all of the documents to get them approved. And in some cases, unfortunately, they're still not going to be approved for whatever reason, maybe the credit score or something that came back that the acquiring banks don't like, and there is not much that we can do. But in a lot of cases, we do explain what the business is about, and we give them all of the answers, but it does take longer. And those are the cases that are maybe a week to a couple of weeks until we can complete the whole process. So that is the main difference. I hope that answers the question.
Absolutely, it clarifies a little bit of knowledge for the people that when I actually reply and then hear back from you, what is the actual reason why sometimes it doesn't go through, the application is not accepted and so on.
Also add to this, I mean, if we're talking about CBD accounts, which is in another level of requirements, I mean, it is just different depending on what your application is for, what kind of product. So in case of CBD, we only have few banks that issue this merchant accounts for specifically for CBD, but then you know that you're not going to get shut down the minute you start scaling your business, which it happens a lot. And a lot of people are wondering why it takes so long and why the banks are not approving, because they think that there's so much CBD businesses out there. And it's true, especially now in COVID times. I think a lot of people turn to selling online, and CBD is one of the products that is very, very popular. So there is a lot of applications, a lot of competition, and the banks continuously started including more requirements and just changing the requirements. So maybe if we said to our merchant that they will be approved, that they if they give us these documents, that may change in a couple of days and we may require new documents. Or sometimes some of the banks decided that they will no longer take startups, and in the case we will have to find another partnering bank, or we will have to let them know that we cannot get them approved. So it's really up to the product that it's being sold.
I completely understand that. And Julie, you can maybe tell us a little bit. You're working with these applications day and night, and what are the most frequent cases that when you have to go back to the customer? Like you probably receive loads and loads of things, and sometimes you have to go back. What is the most frequent case where you actually go back to the customer?
Yes. So I always tell them like like one people applied and he wants a payment processing, and then he submitted his website, and the website is not, it's not even done yet. So and I have to tell them, you had to complete this. You have to have your privacy policy. You have to have your terms and condition, refund policy, shipping policy, everything. We have to check that because that's required by Visa and Mastercard, and we have to comply with that. And basically whatever that's the minimum requirements um for the website. And then also if the bank needs if they have a prior history, processing history, and I we also ask that. And then sometimes it takes a while for the customers, and then I tell them, you have to submit this, and then people are getting mad, why I need to do this, I didn't do this with this company, why I have to do this here, like. And I have to explain to them, it's a requirement. You have a you process before, and it's a bank requirement, so it's. And then some bank statements, something like that missing. And they always have to ask, what is this, like the voided check, or if you don't have a voided check, we tell them a bank letter, something like that. um
So again, it's the ability to make sure that you keep your merchant account open, right? As a networks requires that we know our customers, and part of this process is to have a copy of the driver's license and voided check. Not always, but in some cases, it's absolutely required. For that reason, instead of waiting for our customers to start processing and then eventually getting shut down like some other companies would do, we get that up front so that it never stops. So basically, we get you ready for processing to grow big, grow fast, right off the get-go. And that's why from time to time we ask for these documents. So we gather everything up front, we get you everything ready, and once you're ready, you are good to go. And that's the idea behind it, instead of doing everything on the back end. Somebody is asking me, do I need GroovePay? It's a question I've always wanted to ask. I think if you want to accept Visa, MasterCard, and American Express on your website, you absolutely need GroovePay. This is exactly what we can help you do, right? And the great thing is it's a one-stop shop. So by applying once on GroovePay, by filling up a little bit of paperwork, honestly, it takes you 20 minutes to do on a bad day. You know, it's basic information you always have. By filling up the application, then you get your processing account. You can then accept Visa, MasterCard, American Express. You'll do it cheaper than any other competitors because it's directly integrated into GrooveCard. So we're skipping or GrooveSell. So we're skipping a couple steps along the way. And we'll make sure you stay up and running as you start growing your business. One more thing that's worth mentioning. So new partners that we're working with for international application, we're now approving about 99% of international application. That's what the new partner is able to do now. So we really have a great person to work with that we can work on several different countries. And then I have a question. Noble is asked a couple times. Can something GrooveSell act as checkout page? GrooveSell is a great checkout software. GrooveSell gives you the opportunity to do upsell, cross-sell, manage affiliates, do one-click upsell. So I can't think of any better software to use to do checkout than GrooveSell. Another thing that maybe I'd like to circle back, some people were asking about CBD. We've seen a few questions. CBD is probably the most complex credit card processing application that you have. So we typically work with partners as well to make sure that we're in compliance with everything. CBD requires a copy of COS, certificate of acceptance certificate, or analysis, that says exactly how much marijuana content or THC content is in a product. So the trickiest probably application will be by long shot will be for CBD processing.
I do have a question about some people already have their own Stripe accounts, and inside Stripe they have already set up some subscription and things like this. What is the process if somebody wants to have these subscription transferred over to GroovePay, for example? I had received a lot of questions about that inside our community, so maybe we can touch on that one. Maybe if Biljana, Julie, or Matt, you know about that.
So the payment gateway is the actual terminal that I was talking about, right? Similar to what a store. And a merchant is not allowed to store credit card numbers. It would be, I think Target and Sony are a good example of why a merchant cannot store credit card number under any circumstances, right? So now you can never store a credit card number. So a gateway is really the terminal that sends the credit card information to the networks, and Stripe use its own proprietary gateway. Also does GroovePay, also does Authorize.net on NMIs. These are different brand of gateway. We work with a company called NMI that allows us to actually work with several banks in the back end. So if a merchant needs several merchant accounts, maybe because of the volume or maybe he's coming from somewhere else, we can use the NMI gateway in order to do that and to store that transaction. So the way it really works is when you put your credit card number online, we at Groove Digital and as a merchant, nobody sees that credit card number. It's sent directly to the gateway, and the gateway issues a token, and that token comes back and is registered into as a software. But the token is not enough to run a credit card number. You have a token on a Groove Card or GrooveSell, and then the other part of the token is saved on the gateway. So if you get a recurring subscription on Stripe, there is no way to move it out of Stripe into a different gateway because we'll never have that Stripe token, which is kind of like the password that Stripe has for each credit card number. So there's no simple ways to move from Stripe to GroovePay and keep your recurring subscription. Now we see a lot of customers that they like to go to GroovePay anyway because they're going to save on transaction, because they're going to get a processing system that's better set up for subscription. I mean, most of the account that we do is subscription based on GrooveSell, right? And so sometimes they're like, well, you know what? I only have 10 subscribers. I can go out, update those credit card numbers. It's better to do it now than when I have so many recurring subscriptions, right? Or until Stripe shuts me down. So we still see a huge influx of Stripe customers to GroovePay that have recurring subscription because it's better to do it early on rather than later when it becomes a bigger problem. With GroovePay, with the NMI software, we can actually set up those tokens so that you can go to a different merchant account and have several merchant accounts, even a backup merchant account, so that we save that token on a separate place.
I I do have one more question, and this may be for the girls. So in case a person, let's say I want to apply and now I'm selling I don't know, t-shirts through GrooveCart, and I want to actually apply to GroovePay, what is the best case scenario? What is the time that I can have my merchant account set up at the fastest? If I give you all my documentation on time, what is like the fastest best case scenario that I could have my merchant account?
Okay, so I'll go ahead and answer that question. Thank you, David. If we, for example, if the application comes in and we're able to take a look at the website and we're happy with what we see with all of the requirements, like we mentioned, the logos on the checkout page and the contact information, and that all of the products are, that they have pricing, and that they're low risk products, like you mentioned, shirts. That we would be able to approve this account fairly quickly, even the same day. So sometimes we also like to call the merchant and make sure that the customer number works on their website, and just to make sure that that no one calls and complains about not being able to get in touch with them, and that's it. We don't need too much information. We're ready to approve them because it's a low risk account, and we can pretty much approve it the same day.
So this is amazing.
And that's through GroovePay. I just want to verify that's to GroovePay, not GroovePay Pro, because of course that's when we sometimes have to work with partners.
So could we talk about a little bit about, like, when you go to Stripe and PayPal, they don't ask you about all these paperwork in advance, but what is the advantage of GroovePay asking for all this paperwork and credit and then checking the website in advance rather than to have it done after and then blocking the actual payments coming in? Why is this better?
Yeah, so exactly what we said earlier. This is very important that a lot of people don't understand why this happens in the beginning, because most of the time if they apply to Stripe, they will get approved immediately. But also, Stripe is well known. If you research online, it's well known to shut down your account very quickly as well. As soon as you start processing a little higher volume, they will go back and look at the account and say, okay, well, we don't like this product or we don't like this service, especially in the online marketing space, and they can just shut down the account just when you started processing and scaling your business, which is probably the worst time. And that is the difference with GroovePay, that if we do ask for all of the paperwork upfront, that means that we already reviewed the website, we reviewed the paperwork, and it's an underwriting process. But once you're approved, that means that we will not shut you down when you are scaling and your business is growing, because your merchant account was approved for your specific product and service. So we may be a little more detail oriented in the beginning and evaluate the risk in the beginning, but in the end, it's still much better for the merchant to be able to process when they're scaling their business and they're becoming successful. So that is a much better approach.
And from the viewers, I have one last question from myself, and then I will give the ball to the viewers to ask. But we have a lot of viewers that have local businesses. Is GroovePay good for anything to process payments for local businesses? I know that a lot of customers were asking about POS systems and things like that. I know we don't have that yet, but what can local businesses use GroovePay for? Is there some scenario where it is already being used through GroovePay?
I want to go back to one of the things Billiana also said. One of the great benefit of doing everything up front, that's what really, honestly, that's what allows us to get you really, really good pricing, right? By knowing exactly what kind of business you're doing, it allows us to do much better pricing as well. If you take, for example, it's like if you ask somebody to insure a car, you don't know how much driving experience the driver has and what kind of car he's driving, and you don't know nothing about the person you insure. Yeah, you're going to insure anybody for $1,000 a month, right? But we take an approach where we know everything about our drivers, or in our case, our merchant. That's what allows us to get you insurance for $79 a month, right? Same thing with processing. Doing everything up front also truly lowers your pricing. And to answer your question, David, we are able to work with POS, right? So again, POS is simply a terminal, right? So what terminal do you need for the kind of business you have? We love retail merchants because it's we're about to get them great pricing, and it takes a little bit more work, right? Just figuring out what kind of terminals you need and how to set it up. But we can do retail just as much as we can do online processing by all means. Oh, so that was a very good question. And somebody is asking, do you have any monthly fee for using GroovePay? Typically not, right? And we've been talking about this underwriting process, but if you're doing low risk, if you're doing e-commerce and normal product, nothing, crazy, there's no monthly fee. The amount of paperwork is hardly anything, right? Sometimes we need just about nothing. From time to time, we might need a driver's license and a voided check. But unless you have, what Master Visa, MasterCard, all those people consider high risk, there's really not that much paperwork most of the time, right? Just so that it throws that out there. This is more common that there is almost no paperwork than there's a huge need for a huge amount of paperwork as well.
So let's say I have one store and I'm selling T-shirts, as we conferred now earlier with Biljana. For my second store, do I need to open another account with PayPal, or what's the process? Can I just use my same account? Or let's just say I don't open a store. I'm selling T-shirts on one of my accounts, but now I want to have a different business selling courses. Would that need to go through another application, or what's the process on that one?
Okay, I will go ahead and answer that question, David. That's a very good question, because I get this question very often from merchants who want to do different, who want to sell different products or services. And it is good that we're addressing it, but it's very, very common. So there is a lot of people that want to sell supplements, for example. and then or CBD, and then they also want to sell T-shirts and just apparel, or simple e-commerce, general merchant store. So the difference is, once again, we're going to go back to the first of all the requirements, the documents, because one of them is a lot more riskier than the other one as far as the products go and the services. Then the requirements are totally different. Now we can have the same company, if they have the same business, they can have this two websites under the same business, but they're still going to have two different merchant accounts. And not only because of the risk, but we're also talking about the cost to the merchant. So the processing rates, for example, if you're selling T-shirts, of course, the cost, the processing rate is going to be a lot lower, where the risk is low, than the processing rate for selling CBD or supplements. So it's even beneficial to the merchant to have two separate merchant accounts in this case scenario.
So why is a course risky? What is a risky business and what is a not risky business? I mean, course is pretty okay. There's nothing like adult toys and CBD and supplements. I get that. But why is a course risky? And could you maybe define, maybe Julie or you, Biljana, what makes a business risky?
Okay, so when you say a course, there is a lot of training and courses out there, as you know. So why it's risky? Because a lot of people may feel that they did not get the knowledge. Let's say if it's some kind of training course, or and they pay a lot of money and they're done with the course, and then there is really no guarantee that somebody is going to get out of the course whatever they thought that they will. And there could be pretty high in chargebacks, and they say, well, I just don't feel like I got what I wanted from this course. And that's why we also talk to the merchant and make sure that in many cases they have a good refund policy. And that's what the banks want to see as far as risk, that if someone is not happy, that they would just refund and not allow it to become a chargeback. But in general, some people may, there's a lot higher chances to say, well, I just didn't like this, or I didn't learn anything, or they said I was going to make this much money by doing this, but I'm really not making anything. So, there's a lot of reasons why people can say, I just don't want this. But when you're buying a T-shirt, then the likelihood of people not liking the product or returning it, it's a lot less compared to also supplements. If the supplements, if you're claiming that it's gonna make them feel better, or one of the riskier supplements are the ones that are testosterone boosters or libido boosters, or any kind of things that are not supported scientifically, then in that case, people are going to say, well, I bought this and it didn't do anything for me. So the chances of being returned is a lot higher than a simple product like, again, a T-shirt or a mug, or anything that you can really see, what to expect. So those are the differences of why it's a high risk. I mean, and then of course CBD, it's on another level of high risk. So those are the main differences.
So
And
the risk
if you want. I know you love this too.
Yeah, so the riskiness of the business, if we like compile it to a simple words, business is risky when there is a lot of chargebacks for the products. Like, let's say I promise you'll make $1,000 in my course, and if that is not delivered, a lot of people will be asking for refunds, and this is what makes a business and an offer risky, is it? So just the number of chargebacks and then the potential for chargebacks.
And we'll talk about chargebacks. I think Matt mentioned it tomorrow. It's going to be specifically, I think, a whole hour on chargebacks, which is very, very important. So we suggest that you tune in tomorrow for chargebacks. But yes, in other words, it is correct.
Absolutely. And I do have one question for Matt. Before we wrap up, I want to just cover this one. We know that in different parts of the world, there are different methods of payment. We do have credit cards, and I believe GroovePay covers that. There is also wire transfer. There is also like ideal payments. There's also like IBAN. I don't even know what kind of payments. What kind of payments will be GroovePay covering, and what is basically what is the extent of GroovePay and what we will be able to do with it?
So GroovePay is able to cover ACH payment and credit card payments, obviously, right? For other kind of ACH is bank transfer on the fly. It's very common in the United States, but people typically don't use that to make purchases online. And then, for example, in the case of GroovePay Brazil, we're adapting to the local market in every way that we can with some of the technologies that they use locally in Brazil. And then based on the countries, there might be different options that might open up to a merchant, but it becomes very country specific overall. Guys, it looks like everybody's telling me I am running out of time. It's fairly easy to get your GroovePay merchant, right? There are several different ways you can apply. So first way is to go to groovepay.com and you can click apply and then fill up the form. It'll take you 10 to 20 minutes at the most. And then you'll get an email from one of us with more information on how to go on the next step. You can also apply directly from your Groove card by going over to settings and payment and click apply, and within a GrooveFunnel as well. So the things you got to remember is we're going to get you the most competitive rate for your kind of business. We're going to be there with you. There are people you can talk to, right? We're not like just email support. And we know processing in a way that just gives you the opportunity to sleep at night, relax, and enjoy the money coming in, I guess.
Absolutely. And guys, in case you do apply on groovepay.com, you can see who are the lovely people that will be taking care of you. You're in good hands, should I say, best hands. These people know what they're talking about. I don't know sometimes what they're talking about, but that's not what matters. What matters is that you are in good hands, and in case you have any questions, they'll be able to answer them for you. So head over to groovepay.com. In case you haven't yet, you can open your own merchant accounts and you can get started selling through GroovePay. I mean, it's cheaper than anything else. It's better and more secure because you have these lovely people taking care of you. So absolutely a no-brainer in my opinion. So Julie, Biljana, thank you very much. Matt,
Thank you.
David.
Thank you.
And then guys, if you have any questions on chargebacks, make sure you come back tomorrow when Max will be
same place,
when Matt will be talking about the chargebacks. Perfect. So one more time, Julie, Biljana, Matt, thank you very much for jumping in. And now I believe it's time for us to show the video about the upgrades, and this is the whole point of our Grooveathon. So let's just see our co-founder Mike Filsaime and what he has to say about the whole GrooveFunnels software.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
You heard it. groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Make sure you go there, and then if you haven't yet, get your lifetime account so that you don't have to actually pay for any kind of marketing, online digital marketing software anymore. What you're getting here is not only a good software, not only good support, not only like more than 100 years of experience, if we combine, of course, the knowledge from the company, of the founders and the actual people working and serving you guys. You don't only get, as we heard, a very good and the cheapest, best payment processing and the support behind the payment processing. You not only get the free education, and then also you can make money even without starting to use this platform. So this is something that I haven't seen actually before. And even this Grooveathon, this crazy idea of a Grooveathon, is just like, wow. So our company is not normal. I can say this company over here is not normal, and we pride ourselves by not being normal. Normal means sometimes boring. I don't think we are boring. So I just want to spice things up a little bit more to prove that we're not boring, and I want to give away a couple of prizes. We have been here for a couple of hours, and we didn't have a winner from the last winner, which was Carmen Chant. Congrats one more time. So just put in me in the chat in case you would like to win this next prize. Let's see who is here, who is not just tuning in, watching the Grooveathon while cooking, while cleaning, while doing something else, but who is actually here on next to a keyboard, next to their phone, next to a device they can type on, so to speak. So let's just see who is with us and who is ready to win this next prize. In the meantime, I will be thinking of a question. So there are already me's coming in. So Shahnaz is watching us. There are a couple of Facebook users. Thank you very much for that one. One more thing, in case this is you and you haven't done this yet and you're watching from Facebook, make sure you go over there to let me just find this link. So streamyard.com/Facebook. I don't see that anymore. So in case you haven't done this yet, make sure you go to streamyard.com/Facebook. I'll explain you in a moment why. Streamyard.com/Facebook. Here we go. So this is the link you would need to go to in case you haven't done this yet. You're watching us from Facebook and you haven't done this yet. Please go over there in order for us to see your name. So let me just show you an example. John Winkleman, he went to streamyard.com/Facebook, and now we can see his name over here and his profile image over here. But the next person that commented me, I cannot see the name over here. It just says Facebook user, and over here I can just see an empty profile image. So in case you actually go to this streamyard.com/Facebook link, you can also click in the description. We have this, I believe, 2 times already linked in. So you can just click on that link, approve StreamYard, then we'll be able to see your name. So as John Winkleman did it, as Alicia did it, and other users that we have here did it, like Shahnaz, we'll be able to see your details. But let's just see who is here with us. this one is for me. Stay back, Twitch. Yes. So I gave away a tip very recently. I believe this was yesterday, that the Twitch users, when they comment, it comes in much quicker into our system. So there is a lot of times where Top Lobster or Matt win because of the quick response, and there's no delay for people watching on Twitch. So let's see who will win this next prize. Me. Okay, Ciso Hand, I believe that's the name, is really confident in in them winning the prize. Next to my coffee cup. Nice. Great value, Mr. Lemon. Absolutely. Okay. Testing StreamYard. So Paul Davies, we can see your details. Now I can see May over here. StreamYard activated. Peggy, we can see you. Perfect. Pammy, so this is only for the people that are watching on Facebook. In case you're tuning in from YouTube, we can see your details. Oliver says done. Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's just see who else. Okay, perfect. So there's a couple of people that still I cannot see, but that is good. So in case this was you, typed in 3 times me, please head over to streamyard.com/Facebook. This way I will be able to see who you are and I'll be able to communicate with you. But let's get this done. Let's get the prize given away, shall we? Bum. So yeah, so by me giving away this tip, who's moving over to Twitch now? Okay, so I'm still doing the me happy dance, David. Great. Let's hope you get the prize then. Question. Biljana just confirmed what makes a company risky. If you can summarize very simply in 2 words, or actually 1 word, it's 2 words, I believe. What makes a company risky, that will get you the prize. So this was just a couple of minutes ago, so you would still have, and there we go. So I have already a couple of answers over here, but the first one I can see on my end is let me just see. Okay, it got changed now. Perfect. So the first correct answer that I can see is from Robo Reply. I know that he wins a lot of different prizes, but he really was the fastest this time. And there were people commenting from Twitch as well, but Robo Reply was very, very fast in this time. So Robo Reply, you got one more prize. Congrats on that one. I would really love to know your name. So in case you could type in your name, I would like to know just who you are. So Tina Joyner saying, no, dang Twitch. Yeah, but actually he was not. He was on YouTube, so he was just a little bit faster. So in case you were listening and tuning in, what Biljana was talking about, chargebacks. So the amount of chargebacks, in case you're selling adult toys, why does it make it a risky business? Because let's just say you're selling adult toys and then the customer's wife or the customer's husband actually finds the receipt, and then they contact you and make trouble and they request money back and things like this. Chargebacks are making the businesses risky, and this is what the answer was. And Robo Reply, actually not with this comment, but with this comment, he won the prize. So please send us your details at prizes@groovedigital.com. We would love to have your email there, and then we can send you over the prize. But I believe we can do they're not gonna send it back. Jolene, I like how you think, but that's even worse. They're not going to send it back, but they're going to ask for the chargeback. So there you go, even more riskier. So there. let's Robo reply is hiding in the room. Yeah, he's here behind me, and he's just answering the questions even before I ask them. You should make the announcement about 00 max prizes. I was told in an email yesterday. You should make the announcement about money. Okay, perfect. So this was a $50 prize. Okay, sorry about that. If you haven't or you should make the announcement about the 400 max in prizes. I was told in an email yesterday. I don't know what that is for, but we'll just see and gives due meaning food to the refund. Yeah. Robo reply has no delay in the live stream. Absolutely. He is watching it live without any kind of broadcasting delays. So Robo reply won the first round. Let's just see. And even if Robo reply answers this one first, we'll not consider it. Let's just give him one prize for now. Let's just do another prize. So let's just do another question. Guys, make sure you are on top of your keyboards, tuning in. Make sure that you're not watching the delayed version of the live stream. Sometimes when you're watching YouTube, the actual cursor, it is actually pulled back a little bit, so it's not going live. Sometimes that happens as well. So no Robo. Teenager, no Robo. Let's just see another question. What could be an awesome question? Simple. The first person that answers what was the first product out that had the name Groove? What was the first product that had the name Groove from this company? Okay, there are answers already. Good. So t-shirts, Groove apps, no. The first correct answer that I have here, let's just see, is from Dell Edwards, Groove Cart. So the first product that had the name Groove was Groove Cart. Groove Cart came out in 2018 with a full-on launch, and this is absolutely correct. Dell Edwards, congrats on this one. You won this prize. So Groove Cart was the first product. There were a lot of other people that guessed it correctly as well. There we go. Groove Cart. Groove apps was something that we called GrooveFunnels before GrooveFunnels became GrooveFunnels. So we called the collection of different apps like GroovePages, GrooveSell, Groove, everything that we were planning. We wanted to name it Groove Apps, but then it got changed. It got changed recently, not recently, but after Groove Apps was published, then Mike did an announcement in a webinar that they are going to be shifting over to GrooveFunnels. But yes, Dell Edwards win this one. Congrats. Please email prizes@groovedigital.com. I will write out your name over here so I can remember. So the first one was Robo Reply. Congrats to you as well. And Dell Edwards. Perfect. So now that we have this out of the way, I need to mention one more time, and I will share my screen for this one because you would probably want to know this. Let me just share my screen and show you how to get there. So if you come into app.groovefunnels.com, okay, this is your GrooveFunnels dashboard. You click, you see this yellow alert bar with a red Watch Now button. Click on here, okay? Click on the Watch Now. This will bring you over to the Grooveathon page. Let me just pause this. If you scroll down, you can see the speaker schedule, okay? Then on the speaker schedule for tomorrow, we have this is Wednesday, October 14th, we have here a session with me and Bertrand at Usign. Now, why am I mentioning this? This like a whole process to get in there. I am mentioning this because on this session, and then also, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days in a row during the same time, and this is 6 till 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bertrand, the actual owner and the creator of Usign, this is the app that you're getting as a bonus when you sign up to GrooveFunnels. You get a free version of Usign. But tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, he'll be giving during this time period only to the live, to the people watching live, only for the people that are tuned in and watching live. He'll be giving away an extra software that is not announced anywhere, that is not promoted anywhere, and only the people that join in live will get that deal. Okay, so this is a very, very cool software, and I need to mention Tesla uses this software. Tesla is the car company, you know, with Elon Musk and everything. This is a very, very cool software you may want to have. But not only that, what he will be teaching you is how to actually create your brand, your entire brand from scratch. And I do have a whole list of things. So he wants to talk about 3 things. He wants to talk about on Wednesday about building a brand, on Thursday how to build visuals for your brand, and then on Friday how to build a website. So this is what he will be covering all the 3 days, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, during the same time period, so from 6 till 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know what it is in your own time zone, please convert it using Google. But I highly suggest you come on there, because in case you don't, you will not be able to register for this software. He mentioned it to me that he cannot give this away for everybody during the whole launch, but when he is live, he will turn off the paywall. So he will say, okay, you don't have to pay in case you are watching live, in case you're tuning live. In case you are watching a replay, you'll not be able to get this software, because this is not where Bertrand is actually checking off the paywall. He is going to be making it free for everybody that joins live, and he'll be putting it back to a paid version of the software after his live stream ends. So from 6 till 8 Eastern Standard Time, this software he's giving away, which is not announced anywhere else, will be available to register for free. Otherwise, it's a paid software. Again, the same on Thursday, again, the same on Friday. So in case you didn't plan this out yet, you want to make sure you get that as a bonus as well. Usign is a huge, huge deal already, but in addition with this other software, and I don't want to mention what it is, but when I saw it, I was like, oh my God. You want to make sure you're there. Let me just tell you that. Not only for the software, for the training as well, because he'll be using that software inside the training. That's why he's giving it away during training. But you want to make sure you are there. Everybody likes free things, and this is a big thing, big free thing. So out of the way, I gave away prizes. I gave away a top secret software that is being given away. I would like to ask you your opinion for now. So if you could type in the chat, what do you think about this Grooveathon, and what was the best takeaway that you had so far? You must have watched probably a couple of hours of content, but every one of us has a little gold nugget that we had taken away from the whole thing. Which one was the most important thing that you took out from the whole Grooveathon session? Let's share this out so that everybody knows what other people's best takeaways were. To start off, I want to say that mine was I had actually 2. One was with Dex Williams, when he was talking about when he's a consultant that what he actually makes sure, his thought process is about making sure that the business is succeeding. So when you set up a funnel, you set up a website, you set up everything, how do you actually track that you're good? How do you know that you have a good website or not? And this is by numbers. And then the tips that he shared there was just like mind-blowing, in my opinion. This one was really, really important for me to know, because I sometimes tend to forget these types of things. Another thing was just a little bit of snippet what Travis shared. Travis is the owner of Chatmatic. He shared a little gold nugget with the birthday restaurant promotion business, what I think is just a brilliant idea, and I don't know why I didn't do that yet. That you can set up automated, you go out there, you find a restaurant, you create a chat bot for the restaurant that will be targeting people that have birthdays this month or the next month. So you say the restaurant, you give away a main course or a free drink or a free dessert or something like that to the actual birthday person, and then the birthday person will bring in more people. So nobody goes and celebrates a birthday alone. So when you're actually doing this, you say in the ad, like, target everybody that has a birthday the next month, and you create a little chat bot that communicates with the people clicking on the ad, and it just creates a constant lead generation for the restaurant, basically pulling in people that have birthdays. The people that have birthdays will be pulling in more and more people, their friends and family, just because they're getting something for free in that restaurant. They don't want to miss out on that opportunity. They will come to that restaurant. So the friends and family will pay for the drinks and the meals and the desserts and then all kinds of different things, but they will come to that restaurant for the sole purpose because there was something given away for free, like a free main course, free dessert, free drinks, or things like that. This brings the business huge benefit of basically leads constantly. And why I like it, because you create one chatbot, you create one ad for one restaurant, and it runs on autopilot. So you just charge the restaurant monthly price of $500,000, and you're just constantly bringing in leads without any maintenance whatsoever. Like, think about that. And I don't know why people don't do it. When I heard that, when I was like, oh my God. So this is a takeaway. So let's see what others are saying. Love Travis and the info. Dex was great also, Travis. Absolutely. So let's just see what others think the best takeaways are. I really want to know. I am really interested, and this is why I asked this one. Okay. So cool. I like it. Love the chatbot stuff personally. How about now? Not quite sure. Free training that help make money are even better. Yep, and most of the trainings that we do are actually free. And actually, all the trainings that we do are free. And during this Grooveathon, everything is free. Chatmatic, yeah, Chatmatic had some very good training. My wife is using now; she's learning it. Finds it a little challenging. Okay, Chatmatic, David Kavanagh, Simon Leong, love it. Premium giveaway with orders. Okay, I believe this Grooveathon is awesome. I'm proud to have met Travis Stevenson and interested to see Joel Bauer. Joel Bauer is coming in tomorrow. He'll be on a session with me, I believe, during this time. So make sure you are here and watching during this time. Loving Grooveathon, watched too many hours. Takeaways, we're in the beginnings of a big change for online. Absolutely. Dex was great. I completely support this. Dex was good, and Damien helped a lot yesterday. So Damien was, for those people that didn't watch, Damien came on live to help us design a Groove Card store. So he showed us how to actually design a homepage, which is the first page that people see when they type in your root domain. Let's just say that AmericanIndians.com is the website, and you have an online store done through Groove Card. You will see the homepage of your e-commerce store. And also, once you click on one product to see the details of that one product, Damien showed us how to design that one as well, so it was really, really good, and this is what American Indians find really helpful. The talk about having Groove TV in the works. Yep. How do you use GrooveFunnels for e-commerce? I'm not quite sure if this is a question for me, or is this something that you found useful during this. Yes. What I have taken is that Groove is not just a software company, it's a family and a huge force that attracts people. Bang on, Matt, bang on. Dex was great. I have not dove into the software yet. That there you have time. Just make sure you grab that a lifetime offer that is going out very soon out of existence. So in case you didn't get it yet, make sure you do. There will be no other time after to get something like this. This is really once in a lifetime opportunity. Okay, what's the rule for the Grooveathon schedule? So make sure just log in inside the Groove, so app.groovefunnels.com. Inside Groove Funnels dashboard, there is a yellow bar. You click on the Watch Now button, and you'll be able to be linked to that page. Okay, there's so many golden nuggets. I can't pick just one. I'm thankful for everything I'm learning. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Whoever wrote this, you may want to actually click in the description inside the Facebook post. There is streamyard.com/Facebook. This will help me actually see your first name over here, first name and the profile image, so I can answer your questions direct to you. Loved Travis and the info he shared each time he appeared. Absolutely, these were some big gold nuggets that he shared every time. I've come in late to the party. I saw Dex and loved the advice of start with a lead page. Just starting out, and this resonated with me because there is so much noise that it can be overwhelming as to what to do first. Absolutely, Peggy. And this is something that a lot of people may be struggling even more now that we have this Grooveathon. We have all kinds of different experts coming in, sharing their knowledge and wealth of experience. And people may not know where to actually start, but you need to know what you want to do. In case you feel happy when you're actually selling physical products, then just do this. In case you don't know, if you don't know if you feel happy, just try something and see if this makes you happy. Try one strategy and see if it works. If you like it, if not, then just find something that makes you happy. You will find the thing that you love to do. For me, it is basically this: communicating with you guys, talking into this little box on my desktop in the on the monitor, talking with you, and this is why I enjoy trainings. The best thing is being here 24/7, getting very in-depth insight behind this all. The speakers that have come to the party has been incredible. Tan and Gold, Mike, David, Deb, and team. Oh my God. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jolene. This is a really valuable session, this Grooveathon, and it makes me super happy that not only I see the value, but you guys as well. Yes, and if you're in the wedding business, Facebook tells you of people who are engaged or have an anniversary. Bam, there you go. You can do that one as well. You target weddings, you target people that have anniversaries, send them the same thing. Send them the using the chatbot. I was talking previously about this chatbot marketing. You set up an ad, you set up a chatbot for a restaurant, for a venue, for example, a hotel, for a massage parlor. These are all things that you can target these types of people. Do you want to actually have your anniversary celebrated in our 5-star hotel? Let's just say you can set up an ad for a hotel that runs through a chatbot and then brings in money to them all the time, and they can just pay you monthly for absolutely not much work. You set up a chatbot, you set up an ad that you don't need to manage. It just does the work for you. So very good. Right, still saxophonist, in case you haven't thought about yet, go out there and do it. This is really helpful, and you can absolutely dive in and make a lot of money with this one. Maybe I could do even a training course on this one. Maybe have a chatbot agency running for myself in the background. Why not? It's passive. Okay, let me just dive in. I just lost the comment where I stopped. Here we go. Startups, CBD. Okay. Are the replays from the beginning to present available? Where can I find them? You can find them at this moment only on Facebook. There is um, all the videos are on Facebook. They're staying there. I will be categorizing them and I'll be sorting them in one folder. I just don't have a lot of time because most of the times I'm on the camera itself, grooving in the stream. Stuart Tan's segment was great too. I haven't seen that one, but I am super happy that you find it useful. Your drop service model, which is going ongoing, is really good. Plus, the Facebook chatbot potential is awesome. Absolutely. So, in case this was your comment, you may want to click in the description of this Facebook post, streamyard.com/Facebook. This way, I will see your name and your profile image next times when you comment. Tips from Vas and Sohan: start video with a hook, promise in the form of a question. Also use props for video. Okay, this is great. I haven't seen that one. I will need to make sure I see this. Oh wow, David, this whole thing is mind-blowing. I've received the most incredible value from every speaker you've had on. Every guest has been a life-changing gift. I'm super happy that you feel that way, Jody. And this is why we do it. And I believe there were talks in our company to continue this Grooveathon even without launching, because it makes users happy, it brings in value, and that's just something we want to do on regular basis. As a new user and a baby boomer, my most important takeaway is related to my family mindset. Groove is a family. If I need help with some part of the platform, I come to my family first for help. Here in the Facebook group. If I want to hire a VA, I check with my family first. Absolutely, Leona, I completely agree with you. There were people that were I believe Alicia Little was talking about getting help with building out websites and things like this, and she was pointing people over to Fiverr, and there were people, users and viewers like you that were saying that I got my best VAs from the Facebook group. So this is actually the same thing that you're confirming. You check with your family first in case you need help with the GrooveFunnels software. Just ask for help in the GrooveFunnels software. In case you're looking to hire somebody, just create a post. I'm looking to hire somebody to help me with X, Y, and Z. So absolutely, you're completely on point. Mike Koenig had all kinds of tips last night about what questions to ask a prospective client. This is a very, very good. So make sure you use this in your own business, in your own strategies, in the future. In this, I believe what questions to ask can be also done online in a written form, and also when you're actually selling in words like yourself. This can be big. Joel Bowers was very interesting. He's coming on tomorrow, so I'm pretty sure it will be a very good session. Are the replays from beginning to present available? Where can I find them? They are inside the Facebook group. If you want, you can click on my profile image, I believe, or a profile name, and all the live streams will be loaded in, because my name is basically, my profile is connected with StreamYard, so that will be on there. I can't remember the person who told us about QR, but we want to know more about it. Is that tool that you can use like a barcode? Yes, so the QR reader. I don't know who talked about this, to be honest. I haven't seen all the sessions because I also am a human person that is in need of sleep sometimes. So I'm not quite sure about QR, but we'll soon have the timestamps of all the recordings. At this time, I believe we have 4 days or 4 8-hour sessions timestamped already. So we'll be able to see who spoke about QR after that. But if somebody else, if some of the users or the viewers have seen anything about QR, you can help out this person over here. I don't see their names. For me, it just shows up as a Facebook user. And then if you ask this, please head over to this link above in the Facebook description of this video. You can click on streamyard.com/Facebook. This will actually make it super easy. As Daniel Goss did that already, I will also be able to see your name and your profile image, so that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. Dove is a dragon. Okay. About this birthday bot, do you mean once people click on the advert, you send them a message in Messenger and invite them to a restaurant. Yes, absolutely. You don't invite them straight away to the restaurant. You give them a little bit of value, like you tease it with a free thing, a free giveaway. You say, like, we can see your birthday is coming up. Here is a voucher for a free main course in our restaurant. Make sure you come with your friends and family, and let the waiter know about this conversation in order to get the actual freebie. And then people book the restaurant. You can also make the chat bot have a button like click to book or click to call to book, and you book it in, and then you basically created a chat bot that's bringing in customers again and again. If you want, rewatch Travis. This was I believe recording number 7 or 8, where Travis jumped in on Ricky Mateka's session. This is where Travis shared this in like a 5-minute, really short answer. A lot of people may have missed it, but for me it stood out like it was like I don't know, an elephant in a yellow raincoat. This was super helpful for me. So rewatch that. I believe it was replay number 7 or 8. I can replay this Grooveathon for the next 3 months and still find nuggets. Absolutely. Christine Best, Jody, I agree. It's too hard to choose between mindset, how to use the tools from marketing aspect, and how to charge more for your services. Mike Koenig. Very good. Dov Baron, Mike Koenigs, and Henry Gold. Well, these are 3 people I haven't been able to see, so I will need to rewatch this. I will absolutely want to see the whole Grooveathon. With me creating so much content for you guys, I don't actually have a lot of time to spend time consuming the content, but I know how you feel. I feel the same way. Like, there's so much gold nuggets being shared during this Grooveathon that it's pretty hard to keep track of everything. My best session are by David Lemon. Perfect for my time zone. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't have that much experience in the actual real world for marketing and mindset and talking with clients and things like this, but I do have a lot of experience with the actual software side of things. If you don't believe me, I'm pretty much an introvert. I don't work well with with communication with other people outside. In real life, I'm like a weirdo, but I actually find it super relaxing talking to a camera, talking to you guys. So software side of things is my forte. Byron saying, how do you find videos that we missed while we were sleeping? You can just go into the Facebook group, Groove Digital Official, and you can just click on my name or my profile image. I'm not quite sure which one is going to be opening my postings in the group. So that's what you could do. Already have the lifetime. Absolutely great. This is the best decision I believe you did this year. There was a couple of hardships with this Corona and COVID and things like this, but the people who invested in this suite of tools and who actually got it this year, I am super confident that they will be thanking themselves at a later point. Let's just see. How do I get Usign and Review Trust? First, I heard it in Mike's daily email. You'll be receiving email updates about how to get that. What's your plan for uploading the Grooveathon recording pass? Number 9. I know you're super busy, David, so no pressure. Just want to see some I missed. Absolutely, they're still all up. And let me just share my screen and show you how I look for the replays. So if I come on here, and I'm in the Facebook group, so I'm not doing anything special. I'm just in the Facebook group. What I do usually is I click on my profile image over here. This loads in my profile and all my activity, the group post, the group comments over here. And this is how I do it. So I can just put them all in the 14 a Grooveathon recording. Also this one. So this is how I find the videos myself. So I will just categorize them in that 14 days Grooveathon topics and posts, so you'll be able to find it on one place. Let me just actually do this while I'm reading out the comments. I mean, Travis's chatbot video, how can I rewatch it? Thanks in advance. So in case you come over here to the Facebook group, you'll be able to watch, I believe it is a replay number 7. You'll be able to rewatch that video. Just click the replay number 7 from the Grooveathon, and let me just make it easier for you guys to find it. Thank you so much, David. Loads of good info. You guys rock. Absolutely. You're very welcome, Hannah. Mila, at TV, all TV, scroll up, look for email from Mike labeled. It's beginning to look a lot like GrooveMass. Yeah, I believe he shared a lot of information in there. And there was also information about the extra bonus apps being given away. And the course for the GrooveFunnels man himself, Mike Filsaime, Mike Koenigs, is my favorite thus far. Looking forward to Rich Sheffrin 2 more. Yep. Dave, is it possible to edit the receipt email? Can you suggest? Okay, so I don't think this is an option at this moment. Let me just do this for you guys. Way to email the buyer their purchase membership site instruction. This is not an option to edit the actual email that is automatically being sent out. Unfortunately, that is still not something we have. We have options to modify, but this is planned, so this will be coming soon. Testing is the road to success and happiness. I have started in one industry and have shifted to something totally different that I'm so happy with. And what makes you happy and what you feel when you're working on something that makes you happy, it doesn't feel like work anymore. This is how I feel with this one. Like, my job is to actually categorize these videos, but I don't do it because I need to, because somebody is actually pushing me hard to do, because I want to. This is the difference between us and some people that are just painfully waking up every morning and doing something that they don't want to do. And once you actually enjoy what you're doing, this is where you will feel more happy, more satisfied, and it will just make a lot of difference in your life as well. So let me just do a couple more while I do this. Oops, I missed a couple videos comments over here. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so Travis Stevenson is the person that talked about the QR. I may need to oh, Donna's here. I may need to look into that one. David, you rock. You are one of my favorites. Thank you very much. Right, I am happy to be one of your favorites. To whom can I send suggestion regarding the webinar platform that is being developed by Groove? Just post it in the community and see what others think about that one. But if you have heard, our founders are popular in the webinar world because they created some of the leading brands of webinar software at this moment. So if you have some tips that you want to share, just put them in the community. Let's see what we think about it. But I believe we already have a list of things we want to implement ourselves, from using other software and also from developing software packages like a GoToWebinar, a Webinar Jam, and things like that. Let me just see. I have to watch it on YouTube since I can get Facebook at work. Yeah, I understand that one. We'll upload the videos on YouTube as well once I catch some time off. I've never figured out how to filter search the videos in the Facebook group, so I guess I have to start at the beginning and rewatch it all. Well, not quite. If I manage to put them all in a row, you'll be able to simply go back and watch them from the Facebook group on this popular topics in posts, and it just takes, oh, this one I want to watch. This is where the Dex Williams speech was in, and I am almost finished. Here we go. So replay number 9, and then so on. So in case you go into the Facebook group, which I could have just done very simply by clicking this, let me just share it on big screen. You come into the Facebook group, you scroll down, and here in the popular topics in posts, in case you have the old style of Facebook, you'll have this somewhere in the sidebar. Popular topics in post, make sure you see this 14-day Grooveathon. Okay, you come to the 14-day Grooveathon, and this is where you will find all the videos at this moment. Okay, so this is the live video that you're watching right now. This was the video from 8 hours ago, then that was yesterday's video, then that was before that, was before that, and so on. So all the videos are now lined up in an order. So in case you scroll down all the way to the bottom, you will see the recordings that I already managed, and at the bottom of the whole thing is the first Grooveathon. Here we go. This is the Grooveathon replay number 1, replay number 2, replay number 3, replay number 4, replay number 5, and the higher you go, the more videos you will be able to watch. When you actually click to watch the videos, these are loaded in 720p, so this is not a full HD quality, but it's a 720p resolution replay that you can watch. So in case you want, you can go this route. So make sure you come into the popular topics in post, the 14-day Grooveathon, and this is where you will find the replays. I categorize them now so you can find them. Then this is the most relevant one. Also, this will be staying in here, so we will not be moving these replays. This will be staying in this popular topics in post. So in case you are thinking about us moving it at a later point, this will not be happening. So don't worry about that. I've not received the GrooveMess email either. It might be in a sequence and not delivered to your email address as yet. Not quite sure. Check your spam, and in case you registered with a different email, check that email address as well. Tom Beal has been great also. I've never figured out, okay, so this one I answered. Facebook audience has birthday audience targeting. If they also have a special search for new moms. There we go. So in case you want, you can target new moms as well. So if you see, you actually, if you think about it, you can target new moms. You can target, as Wright said earlier, you can target people for their anniversary and their wedding day. You can target people and their birthdays. If you create a chatbot for these 3 things, you can target so many businesses, and you can get so many monthly money. You can get money just sent to your account monthly for setting up these systems once. I know it is not as simple as it sounds. When you're creating a business, there will be other things you need to take care of and other problems, like how to settle the VAT and the tax things. Do you need to actually open a company and do an LLC and things like this? But the strategy you already have, and this is the best thing that you can do. And this is only with a chatbot, but this is one of the softwares that you can use. In case you want to use this company over here, you can do much more and in-depth, build out your brand, build out your website, build out your membership, and do courses and e-commerce stores and email marketing and things like this, which is just like Buck fan. Okay, so can you watch the Facebook video on 1.5 speed like on YouTube? Does anyone know? Unfortunately, you cannot. Facebook doesn't have these options. Travis said so much Chatmatic, and it helped. Absolutely. Sean and Christine, thank you so much for the info about QR. I will look back on Travis's recording. Will the pop-up in the page builder have animations in the future? I believe that could be added on as a feature request. I don't have a yes or no answer, unfortunately, on this one. But in case you want, you can go to feedback.groovefunnels.com and you can add it on as a feature request. I don't know if you need a an animation on a pop-up, but absolutely, in case you would like to see it, add it on the feature request list, and then get people to vote it up. Do not miss Joel Bauer's upcoming session. You will thank me. Okay, good. I'll be here. Will you be here? The QR session was on this past Sunday. Not able to access schedule through live button, or I would give you the guest name as well. Okay, so you can watch it inside the Facebook, basically the popular topics and posts that I just shared with you there. I'm coming at the end of this comment section. I don't think my iPad is allowing me to give permission to StreamYard to see my comments. Otherwise, I need training on how to use this new iPad. Load dang this thing. D, I can see your name at this moment, so you're fine. You're all set. Disc session was off the charts. I haven't seen the disc session. This is something I may need to see. David, since you're the master of the ceremony, Groove has had a stupendous line of stars. Like being at 3 Ring event, it's hard to see all the acts. I completely agree with you, Richard. Even for me, and I am most of the day on my computer, even for me, it was hard to actually watch a lot of the content that was presented, that was created by our presenters. Jolene saying, hi, Donna, I love ya. Travis did talk about the QR. Yep, heard that. Thought maybe I missed him before my comment. Love. First page, her first product was GrooveFunnels, but GrooveSell was the page it was sent to. Not quite sure what is this relevant to. Lol, the lack of sleep, and I'm between both windows. Yeah. How do we get access to Usign and other bonus software as a lifetime members? I've only gotten Chatmatic this far. You will be receiving emails. If not, here is Donna. She can tell you maybe more about that.
Yeah, let me help with that. So all of our bonus software providers have gotten a little overwhelmed with trying to create 200,000 almost 300,000 new accounts all at one time. So it's taking them a little longer. We're throttling it back. We thought we could get it all done within a week, but it's going to probably be 2 or 3 weeks before everybody gets all of their emails and accounts set up. So we just ask you to be patient. 300,000 new accounts at one time is a lot to ask for any company. It took us, October? It took us 10 months to develop that, and we're handing that over to these smaller software companies all at once. So it's a bit much for them. So just have a little empathy for the infrastructure that needs to be put in place for them to be able to grow at that rate of speed. So
thank you very much, Donna, for jumping in. And absolutely, like, guys, think about your company. You now create a company, and then there's a much bigger company coming to you and saying, like, yeah, can you please provide your bonus for almost like 250,000 users and more? You would be like, I don't know, how do I do that? So it is a big thing that is being done. So if you could give us a little bit of more time, that would be appreciated. We don't want to say exactly the date when you will be able to use those bonuses, but if it was promised by Groove, you will get it. That is the only thing I can say here. Let's just answer a couple more questions before we actually get on with the next guest. I've sent emails to all the bonus people that hadn't gotten. They sent back an auto reply. Be patient, they're working on it. Absolutely. Where can we find the schedule for each day? If you go to groovedigital.com/Grooveathon, you can find it there, or in case you just go log into your GrooveFunnels dashboard, there will be a yellow banner. It's an alert bar. You can click on the watch now, and this will guide you there as well. Will Chatmatic have a direct integration with Groove instead of doing it through Zapier? Yes, at one point. Could you maybe prioritize the creation accounts for lifetime investor? No worries, that I understand that it takes time. There is no prioritization. These smaller companies, they don't say, yeah, Axe was actually a first one. So it's actually an automatic process. It goes through all the customers. So there is no, I'm better, I should be first, and things like this. Everybody will be getting access. It just needs time. Awesome. So I will announce the new guest that we are having here after the video. So in case you are out there and you are promoting Groove, you really want to know about this section. So very recently, Mike created an update that was blowing a lot of affiliates' minds. Like it is something that was not done yet. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, have a look at this video.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important, and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to groovejv.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our two-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer, and if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40%. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Grooveathon right now. Press pause, go to groovejv.com in a new browser. Make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Grooveathon. Thank you very much.
So, talking about being an affiliate for Groove, and this is a very, very good thing. Once you actually get your links, starting promoting it, you can earn affiliate commissions. If you do it a lot, you will be getting onto our leaderboard. We're competing for the prizes, and you also get these extra bonuses now. As being the top affiliate, you'll get added money on the side as well. But I think that we need to bring on somebody that is more familiar with these affiliate launches and actually to be a top promoter for Groove. So the next guest can tell you a lot more about how to be one of the top affiliates for a company like GrooveFunnels and what it actually means and how to get there where he is. So please help me welcome our next guest. And this is the one and only King of SEO, Mike Wong. Hey, Mike. It's
Hey,
good
what
to
a
have
great
you.
introduction, David. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I had a coffee tragedy right before this webinar began, so I may have to take a brief. I was smart and I ordered 2 coffees. I spilled one of them, so I was frantically cleaning it. But I heard your introduction, and it was absolutely awesome. What's happened with Groove? I think I have a lot of experience and a lot of background, but I'll tell you, sometimes the skill in life, sometimes the strategy skill in life, and we'll get into questions, details, anything that people want to know for the next, I guess, 2 hours. But one of the biggest skills in life is to know when the premise has changed. So to give like a sports example, if you're going to have a soccer game, or let's say American football game, I think people can picture that well enough. And if you had planned on throwing the ball the whole game, having your quarterback throw every single down, then all of a sudden a blizzard came in, right? A few hours before, it was unexpected, whatever. You have to change your game plan. It would just be, of course, ridiculous. Like football just basically doesn't work where you can't like throw the ball during a blizzard. Just one of those things. So the blizzard in this case is Groove. What Mike and the whole team has done, the culture that's coalesced around it, and the way that people have pulled together and they see the vision of it. I was you're talking about top affiliates. I was on a webinar last night with Mark Ling and Mike Filsaime, Groove co-founder and CEO, and it was so funny because like halfway through the webinar, they just started geeking out and just going through. In this case, it was all the really incredible functionality that's been added in for Groove Card and what they're doing with. I have to make a home task here really quick, so I'll be a little bit disorienting for a moment, but it's going to make my life a lot better. I got to get this coffee. I promised myself, or else I'm not going to have the juice for for this. And then we have a Bob Proctor workshop webinar. The second episode of that workshop is coming up immediately for me after this situation here. So I had to pull it all together at once. But anyways, this premise changing thing, I come from a gamer background. David Mills and I, who are business partners now going back 20 years. When we were playing this game, Magic the Gathering, what would happen is there would be, like a big shift in the game, but people wouldn't realize it. And we'd really try to capitalize on that. And I don't see David just for a second, so I don't know if he kind of disappeared. Oh, you're still there.
I'm still here. I just wanted to give you the whole camera.
Oh, the whole camera. Okay. All right. I missed your boy band looks. I didn't know what was going on there. Got a little bit disoriented there for a second. So anyways, Groove really creates a difference. And, if you've heard me talk, I'll bring it up again, but it's important. When I was talking to Mike Filsaime the very first time about Groove, what he'd already accomplished and his vision for it, I hung up the phone with him and I called David Mills, who's a master designer, master strategist. And David said that, this could change the internet marketing world forever. And one of the things he said along with that is that really we've been waiting for, it's the craziest thing. For years, we've been waiting for a website platform where people could just design, where people could just, be free of all of these, just no strings attached, right? The Puppet Master and stuff like that, where your website isn't really hostage, fast page speed, something that you can, that's really set up for SEO. And by the way, for a platform to be set up for SEO, they have to have ears too. They don't just have to have brains to start with. They have to have ears where they can listen to feedback from top people, like me, like Greg Morrison, like Dan Anton, like Joe Marfolio. When we came, to Mike, he met us. He was like, man, I need to know what you guys know about SEO. I need to bake it in to this platform so that every Groove member, he's doing this for every Groove member, so that, these days, I guess it's 250,000. Next days there will be more, where every single Groove page that you're publishing gets better and better at SEO as time goes on. These are all like important factors. So the website has just been the biggest obstacle. My first website took me almost 2 years to make, and I missed a lot of time. I could have been online making money. I paid gurus money. This was back in the day, but it's not that different today, except with Groove it is different. And I think that if you're looking around and saying to yourself, how did this rowdy atmosphere happen? It's funny, I see some of the other competitors like Kartra, they're like all of a sudden, oh, well, now we have an affiliate program. I mean, do you think that that's the difference? Do you think that all that was missing is an affiliate program, and then all of a sudden all these people are just going to wake up and be like, oh my God, Kartra, wow. I didn't care about it before, but now all of a sudden they have an affiliate program, and dang, I'm going to go crazy promoting it. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm sure it hasn't moved the needle for Kartra much, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's fine. It's fine to have an affiliate program if you want to have an affiliate program, but to think that that's the difference is silly, right? What is the difference? The difference is the vision. The difference is the culture. The difference is the SEO, right? The culture, by the way, both internal to Groove and the culture where Mike has an orbit around it. You take companies, Shopify, ClickFunnels, that have come in this marketplace, the internet marketing marketplace. You may have been one of the people, very likely, right? If you're watching this right now, you may have been one of the people who was a backer to Shopify, who was a backer to ClickFunnels, and helped them get their start, put enthusiasm in, and, invest in them. But these companies, what they do is they just get too big for their britches, in the sense that they're not. But they were always too big for their britches. Like when Shopify came into the internet marketing world, it wasn't because they loved the internet marketing world the way that Mike Filsaime loves it. It wasn't because they had this vision of really changing people's lives. I don't believe that they did, because if they did, they wouldn't have kind of come and gone the way they did. The way they spread starting in 2015, I was right there. I was selling hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Shopify integrated products, and therefore selling tons and tons and tons of Shopify. I knew what I was doing. I knew what other people were doing. I thought they were doing a great job. And I didn't expect Shopify to do what it did, which is essentially turn its back on the internet marketing world as fast as it could. And I wouldn't say the same of Russell Brunson, but and ClickFunnels. I think they've done a lot of things right. That's how they got where they are. But that said, those same things are also getting done right for the most part, or for all part in Groove. And then way more important other stuff is also happening, because part of the intrinsic component to Groove is you can be a part of it. And there's really, like, if someone says, if they paint a picture to you, like your face here, right? Well, they either have room for you at the table or they don't. Like if you, there could be nothing more embarrassing. And I want to, I'm not just going to do a 2-hour monologue, so I'll have to kind of go back and forth with David here a little bit. And I could actually do a 2-hour monologue, but I just wouldn't want to with David here, and with the feedback that we can get from people. But I do like setting the table. So what's embarrassing is if you invite somebody over to dinner and there's not enough food and there's not a seat at the table for them, right? That's embarrassing. You wouldn't do that. It could happen by accident. Somebody, you could forget, or things, life gets in the way, I understand. But, if that did happen, it would be a little awkward, right? Well, in the same way, did Shopify, did ClickFunnels, did WordPress, did Aweber, did ActiveCampaign, whoever it is, whoever the competitors are. And their competitors now, some of them will just wind up being strategic allies that will drill down on other categories, and some will, be kind of parallel businesses. That's fine. It's not about like running around annihilating every tech business that ever existed. It has nothing to do with it. But I'll ask you this question. It was in there was the movie Clueless with Alicia Silverstone. Some people watching this may have seen it. It's a kind of an adorable movie, and she talks about how there's a scene where she talks about how if the Haitians show up, then she would definitely party with the Haitians. She would go to the kitchen and cook and get everything ready, and then be able to bring she called them the Haitians. It would, again, it's a sort of thing. It's only funny if you've seen the movie. But my point is that when Mike was developing, and when John and when Matt and everyone who's involved, I know that Donna's out there somewhere in the ether right now, maybe can hear me, Joe.
I'm always lurking, Mike. Always.
She heard her ears buzzing. That was great. That was like a video game moment. But Donna, I mean, you could speak to this if you want to. Like, it was built into the DNA from day one to allow the brilliant, inspiring, amazing, energetic, innovative individuals of the internet marketing world, where we could plug in one way or the other. Was everyone going to be the CEO? No. I mean, obviously, there's just going to be one CEO, but could there be a place for someone like David Lemons, a great example of a real Groove success story? Of course, it's successful for David, but I say it as a success story as all the win-win-wins to all the people that have benefited from working with David. I've benefited. I have 3, 4, 5 Skype conversations with different groups that David's a part of, that I periodically talk to David, and he helps me break bottlenecks and I help him break bottlenecks. And but there's a culture of that. I mean, Donna, when you guys were setting this up, and there were seats at the table, there was food for everybody. That was not happenstance. That was your design, I assume.
Sure. Yeah. We've always wanted to grow our company, and we grow based on need. What is needed next. So when David Lemon came on, and we absolutely adore him. I feel the same way as you. Also, Sorry, I am not camera ready at all.
I hardly am myself. Ever since this whole thing started, I've been going nonstop myself. And
I really need to invest in some hats, let's just say. So, when we brought David on, it was because we needed someone whose job it was to be active in the members community and support the members.
But you wanted that in the first place, though. Like, that step one is want that. And to want that, Donna, you had to believe in the people that David could help.
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. I mean, from the very start, the idea of what GrooveFunnels will be when it's all done, and even what it is now, but the idea about the finished product is that it's changing the game. It's changing lives. It's changing the paradigm from what currently exists and creating a path, a barrier-free path to opportunity for people. And that barrier-free path to opportunity has been a huge driver for us since we brought in the free account level in March. And everything that we are doing is really about making the opportunity available for people to take control of their own finances, to build their own business without some of the starts that stop them. And you can see that built into the product. We have removed the barrier for you to have a website. We've removed the barrier for you to have to sell products
and to integrate. You've removed the barrier to integrate these technologies.
Yeah, and every time we see, this is something that people are skipping over or getting stuck on, we look for a way to smooth that out. Yeah. So one of those things that we're working on now is a way that our users don't have to use a merchant account any longer.
Right.
By becoming a way for them to process their payments.
Right. And this is not a shot in the dark thing. I mean,
not at all.
Early meetings when I was talking to Mike, he expressed the importance of that to unencumber so many people who are just struggle with this stuff. I mean, I don't like when I was getting my start, it was PayPal and there was nothing else. I mean, it's not everybody just runs around with merchant accounts and just easy to, and PayPal can shut you down under the craziest situations.
And it's not easy to get. And when it comes to building your business, a lot of us start building our business because we get laid off.
Yeah.
We are suddenly home.
It's almost always a life change, Don. It's something.
Yeah. And
Loss
that's
of a loved
terrible
one.
time to be applying for credit for a merchant account and suddenly get a lot of expenses. You know, so by providing these services and this idea is we're really giving, we all individually donate to charities on our own, but Groove does not have a charity, at least not yet. There's no Groove charity. We are preferring to focus on giving people a hand up rather than a hand out.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, for us, our charity is how much can we give for free?
Yeah.
In GrooveFunnels, how much of the expense of starting a new business can we float for our customers?
Well, so let me show you something. We started off talking about premises and when premises change.
Yeah.
Right. So I said, the first thing I said is if you got a football game and you're planning on throwing the ball 70 times, and then a 12-inch blizzard rolls in, you change it up.
That's right.
And in this case, Groove is the blizzard. Now, I would like to point out that the premise of everything that Donna said is we believe in the aspiring individuals who are out there on their laptop watching a webinar thinking, can I make it online? I'm interested in online money getting. Maybe I've gone to an event, maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm a part of a Facebook group. Maybe I've bought a couple products. Maybe I'm just getting started. But there's something so special about people who raise their hand and say, hey, yeah, I do want to work from home. Hey, yeah, I am willing to jump, through some hoops. I am willing to have a career that's a little bit harder to explain, than just that I'm a doctor or I'm a lawyer, or I'm a dentist, But you and Groove, before you were in Groove, one of the most recent times that you and I met before the whole Groove venture started was in traffic conversion in 2017.
That's
and
right.
You weren't off hiding from people. You're right in the middle, accessible, talking to people, giving advice, getting advice. Like you're of this world.
And at that point, I was the marketing director for Kartra Webinar Jam Ever Webinar.
Yeah.
And I don't ever see a point where I am not connected with our members because they're the reason why.
They're the fuel.
Yeah. That's why we come to work every single day. And we are, I want to say, painfully aware. We are painfully aware that our business depends on their business. So
Donna, business is about talent.
Yeah.
And one of the things that David and I have made our career of, you've met so many people who've come up through me. David was one of my members going back. We bet on talent, and we invest in talent. We invest in talented people. We invest in empowering talented people. And I really think that that's somewhere where, let's say, for the sake of shorthand, where David Mills and Mike Filsaime just really see eye to eye.
Yeah, I agree. And we're investing in the talent of our users, of our members.
Yep.
We get involved in things like this with our members because we want to start recognizing people like Robo Reply and Christine Best and people who are in the group and engaging with us. Yeah. That's how we learn to know you is. Yeah. Learn to know you. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. That's how we learn about you is
Don, the primary driver of motivation is the recognition, the natural recognition of excellence. There was when Kelly Felix and I were starting Bring the Fresh, I'd taken a year off. David Mills and I had taken a year off. It was like 2009. Business was just kind of bad back then. And I found a study that was talking about, because I was really trying to get at the root of motivation. And they had this incredible, it was a study by the Jackson Group. It was a white paper. And they'd interviewed thousands of individuals in different organizations of all different types, different levels. And they asked them one question only. It's not even a question, it's an assertion. They said, my organization recognizes excellence. And then they're asked to say, I agree strongly, I disagree, I'm neutral, whatever. And like crazy, the people where they felt like their organizations naturally recognize excellence, their companies destroyed the other companies in terms of performance. You guys are so good at recognizing the excellence of your users, recruiting from within, empowering from within, leading by example, and on and on.
we're so appreciative of all the excellence that we see around us, and that is a standard. That's one of our values, is to perform at an excellent level and to keep leveling up. So that is exactly why we attract great talent to come join Groove from itself, but even also really talented, interesting members who have dreams and goals and maybe don't know how to accomplish them yet. Well, they've come to the right place, because that's our focus, is to teach them, provide them with the tools and the education that they need to be able to make their dreams reality.
And so the skill distinction here is get while the getting's good.
Yeah,
that's really what I'm saying. You know, I did. You know, I went over to Mike's house, Mike Filsaime's house, on Saturday. And we had to sit down. You were there, Donna. And I said, you know, I looked in the camera and I was like, you are in such a good place right now. And sometimes the skill thing to know is, hey, you're in a gold mine, start mining.
Right.
Because otherwise you don't realize it, you know? And so it's just, there's just never been a time like now. I've been around the internet marketing world for 20 years. I've never seen anything remotely like this. There's been big changes, right? Amazon, you know, arose, things like eBay got less important, you know, pay-per-clicks up, different stuff. It mattered. Facebook ads came, SEO, of course, different changes. But a change like this is so close to the people of the internet marketing world. And there's, you know, that's why, and I think that people feel this intuitively. I'm not inventing this. I'm describing what I'm seeing.
All right, I feel bad for not having my camera on, so you're gonna get a little raw, unfiltered Donna here.
You're fantastic as always, Donna.
And now I've completely forgotten your last point.
Okay.
I can't feed off of it.
No problem at all. So what I was just saying, what I was just kind of recreating, is that sometimes the skill of the situation is knowing when there's a wave there and really investing in it, because you and I, you know, just to give people a little bit of backstory of the internet marketing world, there have been waves that have come. I'm not saying there's never been a wave. I'm not saying there's never been opportunity. Facebook ads, you know, came. That's been a big thing. That is a big thing. Google SEO, of course, but like, there's never been something that's so close to people. And I think that nearness matters. Like, this is so accessible. You're right there. When you're in that Groove Facebook group, there's a lot of talented people there. There's a lot of, you know, current superstars, a lot of future superstars. I don't believe, like, I can't look back and say, this is like when such and such. That's what I mean. Like, this is freaking new. Yeah.
I think that this is definitely something that's not seen or happened before. And I'm not even sure. It's so much so, Mike, actually, maybe you can give me a little advice.
Yeah.
One of our biggest challenges is that when people land on our opening page, get GrooveFunnels for free, they don't believe it.
Yeah.
There is a lack of belief that something can be this good and still free. And that's our biggest hurdle to our opt-in. Is that people immediately see it and go,
it just sounds, it's like, how could it be? You know, we later today, I have a webinar with Bob Proctor and Bob Proctor's people. It's the second of our workshop. And I said during the email I sent out about it, I was like, I think the email subject headline was like, there's two guys. One of them struggles and makes like $600 in commissions. The other, puts in some good work, but then really basically coasts to 200,000 in commissions. Mm-hmm. And, I say in the email, two guys, they're from the same place, same education, same breaks in life. One guy really crushes it. The other guy struggles. What's the difference? Well, the plot twist is they're the same person. And I've seen it, Don, I've seen the thing that you're saying, and it's actually kind of, in a certain sense, it's kind of my current gift to Groove, or my gift to Groove overall, or whatever. The thing that I've done, I've converted, I told you this, I could show you the graphics, but I've converted well over half of my opt-ins to upgrades, right? Which I'm fairly sure is staggeringly high compared to almost anybody else, which is understandable. But it's the way that I did it, and we knew how we were going to do it from the very beginning, but we did it because of some test results we've had in the past. And I'll explain the payoff to what I'm saying. the two guys and what split test I'm talking about. Well, like for example, Barry Plasko, he's a pretty big affiliate. Might say, well, he's a big affiliate. Anybody can promote. You're a big affiliate. You get a list. Barry sent 2,000 registrations and made like 600 in commissions. Right. I mean, and he called me and he's like, I believe in this. I love this. He's saying the same thing that you're saying. Right. Like, why aren't people jumping in? And I said, well, we knew this. And I told him this in advance, but now he was kind of ready to listen. Because I've done this again and again. I've done it with Nick Ponte. I'm doing it right now with Bob, and even Bob, right? It's the same thing. Bob did, very little when he first started. Like a lot of people signed up, a lot of people were interested, but not a lot of people upgraded, right? And even though Bob himself is onboarding himself onto Groove, he himself is shifting his technologies onto Groove from other, away from Salesforce and some other people and so forth. So anyways, all the way back at the beginning of when we were doing, say, Bring the Fresh and stuff like that, there was a product that came out from Rob Jones and Gary Kramer, who now kind of do some other stuff that's really cool. But it was a conversion tool. It doesn't really work anymore, but it's called Trust Tracker. And it was a really nifty kind of WordPress plugin that would let you kind of dress up your sites in a certain way. It doesn't really matter how, but it could really bump conversions if you knew how to use it. And we initially tried to promote it sort of like your standard internet marketing product, which is mostly productized a lot like a college course or something like that, where you're like, look, it's beginning, register before the fall, because in the fall, we're starting the semester, starting the classes, there's a cutoff date, right? And this is how all information has been sold in the internet marketing world. And then what happened, people like ClickFunnels and so forth, how did they ascend? They locked in, like during their ascension phase, they locked info training into the product, right? Now they've kind of gone, in my opinion, a little bit overboard with that, but whatever. Okay, with the funnel flicks and all that stuff. I'm not here to trash ClickFunnels. I've been a big affiliate of them. So, I just much bigger fan of Groove, just by functionality.
They're a fine company.
What's that?
They're a fine company.
Yeah, they are. If it weren't for Groove, I'd still be using ClickFunnels right now. I would. Of course, I'd still get that rock in my stomach every time I use ClickFunnels. But anyways, all right. So you get people. Alex Becker is another great example of this, where he'd put together a fine software, but to sell it, he'd really sell it like an info product or like a coaching. Okay. Now, people are so used to that model, the product launch formula model. They're so used to it that they can't help but try to sell Groove that way. And it looks like, I get it. It looks like it's almost, because it can do anything, people want to sell it like anything. And the problem is nobody buys anything. Everybody buys something, right? They buy something. They buy something specific. And so this is what we found out with this trust tracker test. First, we tried to sell it as like an info course, and it just wasn't many sales. And then David was like, wait a second, there is no scarcity to this. Let's just keep reminding people and keep showing them another example here, another example there, every couple weeks. So what David said is, when we, and it blew up, we became their number one affiliate, we rocked it. And we have a couple other examples of this. We had a software called Social Viper, and the same thing happened. At first, we told people about it, nobody bought. Then we built a whole Facebook group about it, and we'd bring it up again and again. But there was no, nothing other than natural scarcity going on, right? So in the same way, the way that I was, one of the first, or maybe the first, to really crush it with big, huge numbers on Groove, and it started before. I mean, my big numbers started well before the freemium giveaway, if you look at it, which is crazy. I'd already done hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales of Groove. So what it was David said, like, tell Mike, we're going to promote this in an ongoing way. We're going to promote it in an integrated way because we believe in it. And what would we do? We'd have Michael and Eric come on the webinars. They were just starting their new SEO agency. They were looking for an edge with their new SEO agency, and they were using Groove and selling Groove websites to SEO customers that wanted to get out from underneath WordPress. They wanted to get off Wix. They wanted to get off whatever the agency platform they were on. And so we were rescuing those guys, and we showed that. Some people like that. Other was like Jason Calori or Cassidy building affiliate websites, and we'd come on with webinars. You've seen some of these, right? And we'd feature that. We'd show them, oh, here it is in Google. It ranks for this affiliate program. Oh, look, it's making some money. Oh, now it's making a lot of money, right? Will Smith, came on and showed different. Anyways, my webinars, my training, and to this day, it's about integrations, and it's about staying solid with the product. And so much of success in life boils down to how you measure progress. And if you need to see that opt-in day one, because part of what's going on is that affiliate sending people to that page needs to have the mentality, the healthy mentality, to send people back. I cut out. Sorry. And now you're muted now. Donna, you're muted.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
No,
I meant to remove me from the stream, not you.
Yeah. No,
I'll be right back.
So what I was going to say, and hopefully, I don't know. Anyways, let me just kind of, we had just a kind of a shift back and forth, so I have to kind of pick it back up. Oh, okay, so that person, that opt-in, Donna, that's coming, that potential opt-in that's coming to that page, the affiliate selling them, it's so easy for that affiliate to be, they just had the basketball championship. In basketball, you shoot, but you don't just sit there and watch, or somebody else shoots the ball. You'll just sit there watching the ball in the air, like the pros are not just going to sit there watching the ball and seeing what happens. They're already moving to where they think the ball might go, or getting back on defense or something like that, getting ready to rebound, blocking somebody else out, right? Thinking about that. In the same way, when you're sending somebody over, whether it's to register for Groove, take it seriously. You might say to yourself, oh, whatever, it's such a good deal. You know it's a good deal, but they don't know it's a good deal. And it's an important thing for conversion. You take a business like a fast food restaurant, like a McDonald's or a 7-Eleven, right? That has a lot of people coming and going. And the person working behind the counter, the cash register, might get asked some of the same supposed dumb questions again and again throughout the course of days, weeks, months, and years. But they're not dumb questions to that customer. It's not like it's not the same actual customer is coming in day after day asking the same exact question. That's really wonderful. What take notice, Groovesters. This is from Timanoshi Glass. Mike Filsaime does so well with names. Mike Filsaime does. Take notice, Groovesters. This is a gold mine. Inside a gold mine, advice on how to present Groove as an affiliate. Mike Long is like Jordan and LeBron with affiliate promos. Yeah. And my politics is not crazy. So that's good. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do. So the thing is, and what I'm saying is correct. Where you're standing with this, if you're sending people to this site, like this is the answer to your dreams, and you're only going to tell them one time, and if they don't, they're just a stupid dummy, you're not going to get very far with people. If that's your system, if your system is get discouraged if you send somebody to the lander, right, and they don't sign up, or they do sign up but they don't convert, it's because what's missing is that ongoing conversation. What's missing is, I make workshops now. That's what I do with Groove. I make Groove integrated workshops because we can do that. Donna, you've seen it. You've seen people on the free webinar be able to take exactly what we're doing, our exact templates, and build their first site. And that's what works.
And absolutely, no question, our most successful affiliates are the ones who are helping to support their, we don't like to use these terms because they're MLM terms, but downline, the people that they brought in, that they've referred to Groove.
And they also, almost all of them contribute to the community as well. Yeah. When you're a part of the community, it's not about pecking order, it's about being integrated. What's the easiest way to be integrated is to be integrated. Right. It's not about taking an acting class on feeling integrated and being like, okay, I need to pause right now. Like Mike Long pauses sometimes, so I need to pause sometimes. Okay, next step. That's not like it. No, it's like, it's about being involved. It's about using the software. It's about knowing the individuals. And I mean, I'm not like in the Groove Facebook group 5 hours a day or anything like that, but a week doesn't really go by that I'm not checking in. And sometimes I'm in it a ton. Mike and I did an event a couple weeks ago, and we were pumping out stuff right and left, and people were talking to me, and it helped. It was like a little Groove revival for me, because I was like, oh, okay, awesome. And this right now is the same kind of thing. I mean, this is the third time I've appeared on the Groove stream. The first time was just completely random. I was just wanted to see what was going on. I've got 5 webinars this week with Bob Proctor, 1 or 2 webinars with Mark Ling, with Barry Plasko, and it's just Groove. And most of them, I mean, these guys are my downline, but it's not like, it's not like I wake up in the morning to do a downline webinar just for the money. Yeah. It's like I believe in it. It's easier for me to do it. Like the skill here is realizing, remember the headline I gave you. One guy struggles to make 600 in commissions. It wasn't that Barry or Bob or these other guys who struggled, who didn't make commissions. It wasn't that they didn't put their good foot forward. It's that they didn't do it the right way. And once you do it the right way, yes, there's a buildup, but from there it's kind of like coasting, because the skill is knowing, hey, I'm getting ahead by being integrated. Right, I'm not getting behind. It's sort of like I remember my grandfather, my dad's that's what grandfather in Latvian is. And I would go to his farm. It was an hour south of Columbus, and he was getting on in the years, and I wanted to split wood for him. I was an able-bodied young guy. I was a wrestler. I was like, I can freaking split wood for my grandfather. They had a Franklin stove. Right, that's how that was warmth in the winter. And Ohio is extremely cold in the winter. I wanted them to be warm. So, and he would have done it one way or the other. But anyways, so I would just sit there with this axe and I would hit it and hit it and hit it. I was just wearing myself out. My grandfather would just laugh at me. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, what? He's like, it's dull. He's like, you might as well be hitting it with a baseball bat. Right. And I was like, no, I'm strong. I could do this, And then, finally, I, wore myself out so much. I went up to the little shack. I fell asleep. I woke up, went back to my grandfather. I was like, okay, fine. Show me how to sharpen the axe, right? Mm-hmm. And then the same amount of effort that it took me to split probably 1 round, yeah. I lined his,
Incidentally, you can experience this phenomenon for yourself just by buying a knife sharpener and sharpening your kitchen knives just once.
Yeah,
you'll see the difference between being able to cut something with
right.
a lot of struggle and a lot of effort and have it be smooth and effortless.
Exactly. And so the key, the key with it is the fulcrum here, mm-hmm. Your leverage in this lesson is to reframe, because the real world will tell you sharpening the axe is wasting your time. That's why we have to say it, right? The intuition is that stretching, right, for sports, let's say stretching is massively important for sports. Okay, mm-hmm. That's there was a whole Donna, you and I remember like the 80s, people would just get injured way more.
Yeah,
athletes, they would just get injured way more. And finally, somewhere in between then and now, people figured out, no, it is not. You're not wasting your time stretching. It is not a useless activity, right? So in the same way, being integrated with Groove, it's not slowing you down. Understanding how to do it better is not slowing down. Learning how SEO works with it, learning the features of it, learning how fast page speed helps SEO, that adds up, right? Mm-hmm. Design skills add up, integration skills add up, and there's a whole marketplace. Like, you see what's coming. The writing is on the wall. Specializing in Groove and specializing in Groove integrations is going to be a lot. It is a lot of money. What am I saying? It's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, Donna, name the 3 quirkiest ways that you've seen people making money off of Groove integrations.
Oh my gosh. Put me on the spot. 3 quirkiest ways. So I've seen a lot of really cool Groove Cart stores. So that's one of them. Like Groove Cart, because we integrate with both drop shippers and print on demand, really provides an outlet for people to create you want mugs that match your company. It's so easy to do now. You want company t-shirts. You don't have to buy a minimum.
We were showing this to Mark Ling last night, and he had steam coming out of his ears. He was so excited.
Yeah. So I'm seeing a lot of influencers be able to take even a quote that they use all the time and put it on a shirt and now sell it to their tribe. So yeah. I think that's one of the coolest ways that I'm seeing Groove Cart.
So let's rather than hunt around for other quirks, let's drill down on that quirk. Let me tell you something that David Mills mentioned to me the other day. He's like, Shopify has got $100 billion valuation, right? That's how big this is. Like, and Groove actually is bigger than the idea of shop. I mean, it is, right? It's not because it's not just
e-commerce, right?
And these days, it's because we're getting to be in a more and more. I keep using the word integrated, but where marketing is more integrated, where e-commerce sellers are having to understand email, having to perform with it, having to do chat and perform with it. Like you're saying, like agility with stuff like print on demand, right? All this kind of stuff.
I really do see this as kind of the merging of two markets that have largely been treated as individual things.
Yeah.
And
which again makes no sense.
Yeah. The whole digital marketing versus e-commerce thing. It's all
Donna, I don't know if you know, but my first online business was an online store to buy game cards from me. And then I would sell them on eBay, and I built a list. And what I would start doing with my eBay auctions is I would have a letter that I sent out to people, like the old real estate letters. I would print them up at Kinko's on a small pad of yellow paper with like red felt tip pen, so it looked like a handwritten note for me. And I'd say, "Hey, congratulations on your winning this magic auction. I've got a 2-week trial, free trial to our course, Magic Secrets." And that's how we started making our first $5,000-$10,000 a month online.
Awesome.
Because it was profitable. It was like, and like I was doing this. This is like 2000. I mean, that was like when I was doing the $1 Million Day. We were sending those letters out, maybe 2004, 2005. I got the idea from Yannick, but we had this integrated marketing plan. And like, I think that so much of the reason that people didn't do it back then, when they were probably more likely to do more integrated marketing, is that just that groove wasn't there. That
it wasn't easy.
It was just hard to do. Exactly. And now it's evolved, and you guys with Groove have been on this like a pit bull on a stake, right? Like that, because that's part of what's going on. I think of this a lot in terms of a moat. Like, I've got a great Groove moat. Anybody who knows me knows I've got I just feel progress by building my Groove moat, by having stuff that I'm doing that I'm really specialized in that affiliates need super, super bad, right? And that's great, right? So it helps me. With Mike is such an investor in your moat. And it's one of the things that I think it makes it a wild ride being a partner as you are, right? Because money's coming in the door and it's never going back out. It's always growing. It's always growing the pot.
It's absolutely being converted into software capital, if you will. Yeah. The money is coming in the door, but it's not going in our pockets. It's going right back into Groove.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm at Mike's house. I'll be there later today with Billy Valentino, Conan O'Brien's director of the last 25 years. And there isn't a new Lamborghini in the driveway. There's nothing. He doesn't splurge on. He's not cheap. No. He's not like living like a pauper, and it's like, he's not like, hey Michelle, this week we can get the premium saltines. It's not, it's not like that. but it's not like this,
Yeah. But I'm still driving my car that I got in 2004.
Yeah. But driving that car, Donna, is getting you ahead. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the cornerstone lessons of this webinar right here. This appearance that I've got for everybody here is learn how to make these counterintuitive, like mental illusions dictate so much of our life for good or for bad. And I remember David Mills said this to me. It's very similar to what Donna said. He's like, if you're years and years ago, if you are building the home of your dream, the mansion of your dreams, and to do that, you were living in a little hovel, right? Like even a tent, who knows, whatever, right? We're taught that you're moving backwards by living in that hovel. Like, what's wrong with you? You're surrounding yourself with the wrong things. No, if it is actually true that that's helping you save money, save time, that you can invest in that house and build that house you want.
Be happier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the thing is, and what a sad thing, by the way, if it took you 5 years to make that house and you were miserable the whole time because you were sure you were moving backwards when you were really moving forwards. I was talking to a friend, and I was saying, David Mills pointed out to me a while ago that if we could go back in time and talk to ourselves, from 20 years ago when we were getting started, the number one thing we pretty much say is don't worry.
Yeah.
Just don't worry so much, and not because everything was going to go right, not because there weren't going to be times when it was like, oh no, and there were absolute,
Sure.
Some of them, some
life.
me and Mike went through some of the same things with some of the same dirty rat things, but still I would have been so much better off if I had just not worried, right? And
I like to say that worry is the negative use of your imagination. I did a whole discussion about mindset the other day about how beliefs are entirely made up. Belief systems are made up. So choose the beliefs that serve you.
Yeah.
And worry.
I love what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was thinking something very, very similar to explain this lesson. I said, imagine that, you're kind of the president of your own country. So you're at your little Oval Office in your mind. And the way it works is you can't see outside. You get reports on the world from these advisors that come to you. So I want you to imagine, simply put, that there are two advisors that you have. We'll call one Bob the Builder, like Bob Proctor, right? Bob the Builder. And then one's going to be Wendell Worry. He's going to be the second one, Wendell Worry. They're always going to make the same case every damn thing that comes up. I'm telling you, it's sort of like, do you remember that show Night Court, right? They would have like a long time ago, and they'd have like this, it wasn't like a small claims court, but it was like some sort of minor offenses court in New York. It was a funny show. And the idea was there was this defense attorney and this prosecutor, and the defense attorney was always going to defend and say, this is a nice guy. And the prosecution attorney was always going to say, and that's how the mind is. Like, it really almost boils down to this. It's so much more accurate than most models that people have on the way that life goes. So imagine you've got Bob the Builder and you've got Wendell Worry. If you're thinking, should I go to Starbucks? Bob the Builder will be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's get going one step at a time, and Wendell Worry will be like, I don't know, man. And he's just going to come up with something.
I was at Starbucks. It was crowded. And
it's going to take a while. Maybe a phone call's going to, like, whatever it's going to be. And it's not that I'm not saying, I get it. There are times when I guess it's adapted to have Wendell Worry. If someone's like, hey, let me offer you some heroin, I'd be like, they'll be like, okay, I'm going to be Bob the Builder. I'm going to try heroin. No, that's not. Of course, what I'm saying has some sort of limits of like, God didn't make us this way for no reason, right? Wendell Worry is there because of like actual tigers and stuff, right? Yeah. When it's fairly adaptive to be like, okay, let me back away, right? But when it comes to should I build or should I feel despair? I mean, that's really what we're talking about. Like, you're trying to build a career here, and it's the best. Like, there's no job that's like this. I remember watching this documentary about Bill. It's on ESPN 30 for 30. It's quite brilliant if you like football, about Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick, who are two very, very famous football coaches. And Bill Belichick says in it, like, when they kind of get to the point where the Giants win the first Super Bowl, he's like, and it's great. They're showing these videos of them with their hands, like not like up, but like up all the way up. And like, yeah, And he's like, there's no feeling like winning the Super Bowl. And he says this, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know what? There is no feeling like making money. I do all of my work from here. And I grew up in a half trailer park, half low income housing development. We ate powdered milk. We ate Spam. That was it.
Yeah, we share powder milk in our history. That was a big part of my
incredible stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Stuff. Nothing good about it, right? It's just dry and powdered. It's just gross. Yeah, every once in a while you get a pocket of it.
Be thankful if you've never had powdered milk.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is that my instinct all the way from, like, I'm saying this to you so you get to avoid what I went through.
Yeah.
Right. is all the wasted time on worry. I remember one time on an AOL, like I was trying to upload a video. This is 2 years before there was YouTube. It was like 2006, maybe 2005. And we were already doing video. And one day my internet just wasn't working. We were using AOL, and I literally curled up in a bed and cried. And it's just ridiculous. Like if I was watching a movie of myself, I would be like, get up, dude. Come on.
I do that like every other month, Mike.
What's that?
I do that every other month. Every other month I have some crisis where I just want to pull the covers over my head and feel sorry for myself. And it lasts about an hour or two.
Yeah.
And
it feels so real at the time.
So real.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you move on.
Yeah, exactly. And so what happens, and the problem with the decision between Wendell Worry and Bob the Builder is that it spirals, whichever way it goes. Like, because Wendell the Worrier will find worry. He will find it. He'll explain it. He'll detail it. He'll make it vivid. He's a conspiracy theorist. I mean, he's got you name. And if you're a woman, it could be Betty Builder and Wendy the Worrier, whatever. Now, apologies to any Wendy's. But that's the thing, because so much of what goes on again is these kind of virtuous cycles versus these these downsloping cycles, and so with with this idea now, this advice particularly works now, right? It particularly works because you're in a place. Anyone watching this, by definition, you're in a place, right, where it's time to build, right? There really are places where it can make, if I was in some war-torn, city that, machine gun fire was out there and stuff like that, I would not know how to not worry. I wouldn't, I'd try, I would, right?
It's because you have a fundamental belief that it would serve everyone on this that's, within earshot of this, whether you're listening to us live on the replay, to adopt. And that fundamental belief is it is never a waste of time to chase a dream. Yeah.
Well, and especially like under these circumstances, like I said, if it was if it was like, hey, I have a dream, I want to sell a whole bunch of, crystal methamphetamine, don't chase that dream, I'm not judging. I'm just saying that's just not, not a good way.
Not a worthy dream.
Right. Well, and it's also just nonsensical. Like I'm not even trying to comment on whether it should or shouldn't be illegal. I'm not interested in that. It's just not workable in this world, right? It's highly illegal, probably very bad for people. I don't know much about it, but anyways, but being in the groove world at this time, and this is such a time, Donna, I heard there was such a shocking study. I need to go back to Friday and hunt it down and find the exact source of the study. But it's a periodic poll that happens in presidential election years. And of course, the question is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago, right? And it's the craziest thing right now, according to this poll, very well-respected poll. 56% of people say they're better off right now during lockdown than they were 4 years ago.
That's remarkable.
Well, it's the internet.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I like what the only thing that of course you could think, hey, this guy is doing a good job, the president's doing a good job. Maybe he is. I think he is, right? But that's not why I'm saying this. I don't think I'm sure that's, part of the makeup of the reason, but where you can't get there without the internet, Donna. Like like the difference between this and the Spanish flu is the internet. Right. Absolutely. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. The difference between, because many businesses like Groove, like mine, are doing way better. Right. There are people breaking through right now. And I learned this great lesson during Pokemon. I would fly that first, business I had, the Magic the Gathering cards. Pokemon around the year 2000, you could be standing on a street corner in your boxer shorts, holding up a sign saying selling Pokemon packs for $20, and you'd have moms rush you with their wallets out, right? You couldn't get it in America. It was like quite literally rationed in America. They could not print it fast enough. I knew the guys at Wizards of the Coast at Hasbro who were making it, and they could not print it fast enough. So I went to Japan to get it. And yes, I made a lot of money by finding it. There's a great story how I figured it out and did it. But anyways, I did it. And I would go over to Japan with a bunch of Magic cards, and I would come back with cash and Pokemon cards, right? And then I would sell the Pokemon cards. And I did some smart stuff. I made a Pokemon calculator on my website. This is like 2001 or something like that. It was pokepage.com. I literally would have a calculator, or like a translator, where you could pick the card name in American or Japanese, and it would tell you what the corresponding, I suppose Japanese kids could use. I don't know why. But anyways, so I had that, and I built that. But here's the upshot that was really interesting. Yes, I made a lot of money doing that. But I'll tell you where I made a lot of money. Was a year later, when finally Pokemon was all over the place. I was the one with a Pokemon League in my store with 100 little kids with their moms paying $250 for a 6-week session, right? I was because I went out there and I got what people needed, and they remembered me. They just got a habit of coming to me, right? During this time, at the same time and part of these integrations that I've done is I'm so familiar with what's going on for HVAC repairmen, for plumbers. I'm so aware of it, right? I hear phone calls. I'm on phone calls all the time with them. I know what they're thinking. And the number one thing that they're thinking is, I have got to get my online handled. Like, these are the same guys that you couldn't get them on the phone before. They're like, yeah, I've heard it before. Yep. I've heard SEO before, blah, blah, whatever. Tell me your pitch. Let's go.
There's
these days,
the market right now to help people in small businesses, local brick and mortar or service businesses, to help them get online and get an online presence is a huge opportunity right now.
Yeah. And building out, you're helping them build their moat, right? You're helping them. So they're the ones with the Pokemon customers, right? And then you have Pokemon, it's not Pokemon in this case, but I have to turn off my Skype or else Markling is going to start blowing me up right now.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm just telling my 10 a.m. that I need a few minutes.
So anyways, the part of what's going on right now is us showing you these different ways. They're all true. There's these individualized lessons you're getting, but they're all in the same direction. They're all vector in the same way, which is saying, like, look, the skill, the opportunity, the juice right now is embracing this. Sometimes you're busy and it's time to ease up. Sometimes you're busy and it's time to slam your foot on the gas. I'm getting all kinds of crazy. I think I have, you know what, Donna, I spilled, I revealed a tragedy that happened earlier today. I spilled a Starbucks coffee that I got specifically for this webinar.
Want to do what you need to do? Take a minute.
Yeah, because I have some kind of crazy thing going on. I turned off Skype and somebody turned it back on. Let me get David back on. Let me get like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of patient identification. I'm going to mute out and I'll be back.
Alone at last. Here we are. I wasn't even planning on being here right now, but here I am. And so I think I will just go and look at some of these comments and just kind of go backwards. Darcy Hall says, amen, support small business. Absolutely. It's definitely a huge opportunity right now. And when you can get into the Groove, and learn about how to create the very simple opt-in forms, the very simple website presences for your, you don't even have to go past your town. There are thousands of people just in your town alone. Well, maybe not if you're in a very small town. Maybe you have to go a little bit further out, but thousands of people in a small area around you that need the services of an online business right now, that are struggling to figure out how to pivot because they don't know that this exists. They don't know that it's easy. And absolutely, you can find someone that has a small local business and bring them on. Create a Groove account, have them create a free Groove account, log into their account, help them create the website that they need. And pretty soon they're going to need an upgrade. Whether or not they do at the very beginning is not why you're doing this. You're actually going to charge for the services of giving them an online presence. And you're going to use a free software to do that, which they'll be thrilled about. And then at some point, their business will get to the point where they need to email and they need to implement practices. The funnel stack says I'm not even supposed to be here today. Me either. Me either, funnel stack. But here I am. I cannot stay away from this stream. Amazing information from Mike Long. He's inspiring. Absolutely. I just adore Mike Long, and he's one of the most amazing Groove evangelists. We're so grateful for him. He's so helpful to the Groove Nation. Absolutely. Not just his signups, but every person in Groove, and they like Mike's Pokemon story. So Mike, are you ready to come back? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
Back in.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know how all this stuff. I was blushing. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. All the fine comments, and sometimes, there was a what was it? Cyrano de Bergerac is the original name of the movie with Gerard Depardieu. He's got the long nose, and he's and then they made it Roxanne, and Steve Martin did it. So there's this movie, like a romantic comedy. This is maybe 1990s. I don't know when it was. And the idea was that there's this guy who has this big long nose that looks weird, and he's brilliant with words. He's very eloquent and very interesting. But whenever he meets a girl, she gets put off by his big long nose. But if they were just to hear from him, and so I guess he has a friend or something like that who's a good-looking guy, but always gets tongue-tied, right? And that's kind of the interplay of the story. You got the one guy who's kind of ugly, but he's very eloquent, and then the other guy's kind of stupid, or when it comes to that, and good looking. And so what they ultimately happens, the plot twist or whatever, is that some girl comes along, and the good looking guy wants to meet her. He doesn't know what to say, so he convinces Steve Martin to wear to answer questions for him, presidential debate style, right? To hey, here's the question, what's the answer? Tell me what to say to this girl at the right time. It's a funny movie, but ultimately, people think that that's the way conversion works, Donna, and it's a huge mistake. That is not how conversion works. Conversion is not about saying the right thing at the right time or knowing the right thing to say at the right time. When you got it right, you will say the right thing at the right time, but that is, it's symptomatic of a deeper thing. And there's kind of two ways. The reason that movie's funny, right, is because people sort of realize, it can't really be that. It's not really about, that it just doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe some people think that could happen that way. But the way conversion really works, the people who know how to convert, what they know how to do is they know where to stand to see what they need to know, to see what they need to say. So, for example, I know that Donna can talk all day. Even though Donna and I have never once discussed the exact details or even anything really close to the details, this whole thing I said about Groove was designed in advance to onboard all this talent, to officially take advantage of all these talented people in the internet marketing world, to say, hey, we're not Pepsi or Coke where we have kind of a random customer base. We're this kind of special company in this special market with people. It's not that a person is more special if they're, a Groove customer than a Pepsi customer. I'm not saying that God likes you more and they're, but
she does.
But I'll tell you what, but if you're going to build a business, but if you want to build a business, right, then wait a second, right? I think, doesn't Groove, especially once you put together, say, my world and Groove's world, there's not real, Silicon Valley companies, I do too. We've got as much talent as anybody.
Oh, I would say more. Then again,
of course, I think we have
our company a whole lot more talent,
and without as much of so many of the perverse incentives that go along. Right. Because these things they're all pulling in the same direction. I mentioned this when I did on Saturday when I did the sit down with Mike at his house for the Groove stream. I said that there's this great book called Joy Inc. And he said that, hey, Sheffrin just brought this up to me too. It's a book called Joy Inc. And it's by it's a software company. By the owner of a software company. The software company is called Manila, and they're quite famous for great software, and they're quite famous for having a really great culture. Now, I kind of point out that if somebody made a book called Joy Inc. and it was about a restaurant or a bowling alley or there would have to be kind of more to the story, because I'm sure there's lots of happy restaurants, happy bowling alleys, whatever. Just think of a happy business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there could be some that were bad, right? That would be a different.
Build-A-Bear must be the happiest business in the
right.
world.
Build-A-Bear, right? Yeah, I'm sure it's people who love bears and who, yeah, exactly. So, so that wouldn't be much of a story. The reason, Donna, that Joy Inc. is because it's about a software company, and normally software companies are very uneven places to work. There's a lot of scope creep. There's a lot. I mean, people are starting projects that they don't know if that project is really going to go anywhere, if they're going to run out of money before they get there. There's just a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of acrimony. There's a lot of management issues that come up. And so this whole book was basically about how they try to keep acrimony to a minimum in this software company. And they have other software companies come and visit them like a field trip, okay? The Groove design team, they're the happiest people. I mean, I meet them, I talk to them. I mean, they have their challenges. I mean, I'm it's launch week, so I'm talking to En route every day. And he's just boom, 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 gets right back. Happy to talk. When we met Matt Naus to do the whole, the most recent SEO integration and to outline some of the key things that guideposts that we thought they needed. He wasn't in a rush. He wasn't, not another thing. Mike, why'd you bring me on here? He wouldn't let us off the phone. He asked another question.
I've never heard that from any of our devs, and it might be conceivable that you, who are sort of 1 foot on the inside and outside of the company, that might not, you might get someone on their best behavior. Yeah. But I'm on the inside, and I've never.
And I'm on the inside too. I talk to person after person after person, because just being at Mike's house, people are coming and going all the time. Mm-hmm. And I say the same thing to them. I'm like, the culture. And it's not that I'm, at this point, I'm not really investigating anymore. I already know. Like, I'm kind of have, in essence, an ongoing investigation, because I'm always integrated on ongoing learning. In the early days, though, it really was an investigation. I was really like, okay, Mike is saying this, not so much what's the real truth, but like, that's his perspective. And I hear him, and I've worked with him in the past. We've done great things in the past, as I add perspective to this, what am I going to learn? Right. And usually you turn over some rocks and you see some worms and stuff like that. You kind of understand it. Right. But in this situation, and there are challenges, right? There are things that you guys have come up against where you felt like you hit a wall. You felt like, hey, we thought we were going to do such and such by July. Now it's October. We're not there. That's happened. But also, what's also happened is a lot of hitting these guideposts, right? And a lot of surprising things have happened, right? A lot of surprising growth. A lot of surprising people have emerged.
This whole Grooveathon that you're on is this beautiful surprise that happened that we never imagined. A month ago, this was.
Well, I watched that 12-hour one, and again, this is how it happens, right? Mm-hmm. I watched it, and it's an influence. Now, one of the influences is you got Rich Schefren. He's in the orbit. Now, Rich is kind of famous for doing like a literal 24-hour event where he'll literally somehow he himself go for 24 hours straight. Mike didn't really want to do that, and I'm glad, because I wouldn't want to have to peel him up off the floor afterwards.
Well, I do remember the last 6 hours, Rich was having trouble putting a sentence together.
Oh yeah, it was, and all of his. Do you remember his people were just all loopy? They were just like, you could ask him anything.
Well, we're all getting that way, because even though we've done a very good job of rotating, we can't unplug ourselves from.
Well, but it's intense. Yeah, it's intense. But again, it leads to things. So it's like you've got Rich there, and then you've got the Facebook group, how you're handling it, right? There's a lot, David being on every day, hour and a half, and so on. All the regularities with that. Then you guys do the 12-hour webinar, right? All those other things were influences led to a 12-hour webinar that you guys did, what was 2 weeks ago, right? Mm-hmm. And I remember watching it and thinking, what's going on here? This is interesting. I actually watched most of Mike's segment. I think that you were on for quite a bit of it, and talking and so forth. And so I kind of, made a mental note of it. And then I got, kind of a secondhand message that Mike wanted me to come out to his place and be on a couple of live streams for this, I knew that there was gonna be a launch and, like activity. And I was like, oh, it seems like a lot, but okay, sure. And then I walk in and I find out, no, it's going to be, 14 or 12 or 14 days straight or whatever it's going to be.
14 days.
Yeah. 14 days straight. But then that leads to all of a sudden you guys could have your own TV network, and so, because part of what's in play for anyone watching right now, of course, what's in it for me, right? I'll tell you another rule of affiliate marketing. Seriousness wins in affiliate marketing. The person, who's the most serious about Groove? Of course I am as an affiliate. I moved here. I moved to Florida, right? I think it was like
you don't have
April
to
or May. What's that?
If you're listening to this, you don't have to move to Florida like Mike did.
Yeah, you don't have to, but you might. No, but kind of here's my point surrounding that is that seriousness. And by the way, it's not that I move everywhere for I've never moved, but it was too advantageous. And so I had to, right? It just, because otherwise I couldn't scratch the surface of what I could do if I was here. Like Mike and I really work together a lot. Most of the stuff that Mike and I do, you never see. You see it eventually, right? But it's not like we're not just talking heads where we're like walking in the room. Okay, hand me my script. I'm gonna sit down. All right, what's my motivation here? What's the CTA? Hey. Yeah. But the thing about it is seriousness really wins out when it comes to affiliate marketing, because we have a certain switch when people are making recommendations to us, right? I'll tell you, one of the things that was a tripwire for me about Groove being serious was when I saw Donna was, involved neck deep, because I knew Donna. Like I knew Donna was a player. I knew, like if you're around, and I'm like, oh, they got her, right? I mean, that's talent scalping. They scalped her for something.
Earlier just said that, here we go. I see you now on Groove and was on Kartra. I'm coming over just because of your expertise and willingness to add value on a regular basis.
How dope is that? I bring up this natural thing, and there's somebody who's right there, who, and so because we're always trying. It's not about hard work or not hard work. Like, of course, there's gonna be times, this week I've already done. I mean, it's Tuesday. And this is my third webinar, and my fourth is in 45 minutes. And after that, I'm going with Billy Valentino to Mike Filsaime's place, not for a webinar, but for, because Mike wants to talk to Billy about this whole TV network thing. And of course, TV's, Conan's, Billy's directed Conan for 25 years, directed Saturday Night Live, directed our workshop that we're doing with Bob Proctor. So, Mike's already talked to him on the phone. Billy's here. Wanted to meet him in person. So fine. It won't be a webinar, but it'll be a whole nother thing. And then Wednesday, I've got 3, I think. Two, three. At least one more workshop episode. And then I think I have one with Barry and maybe one with Ricky. I think I actually do have one with Ricky. And then, and I had this one, right? So, and again, is it my dream to do multiple? No, I would love junior talent to come in and just take care of this for me, right? I would love it. And I get it. I make it happen all the time. You just had Jason on Sunday, and I know he was great for you, right? Junior talent. It's awesome. But I also have the skill of getting while the getting's good, right? That's in a different slant of what we're saying is get while the getting's good. So much of being a great surfer is you got to have a place where there's going to be waves, right? There's got to be a place and time for waves. And this, the biggest skill thing I can tell you right now is this is a wave. Is every detail of everything going on in Groove going to be massively consequential to you? Well, not necessarily, but not necessarily not. You have to understand how knowledge and understanding is earned. The way that we earn understanding is we build things, right? That's how we hardwire lessons into our mind, is by actually doing it. As a child, it's a skill to learn how to use a sippy cup, right? And at some point, before you can't use a sippy cup, after you can use a sippy cup,
And
right?
straws. Yeah. Straws are a
Straws, right.
Yeah.
You got to learn it, this progresses throughout life. Is knowing how to change the menu on a GroovePages. I'm just picking anything, right? On a GroovePages website. Is that like, it's okay. It's not like the movies where you're gonna be walking down the street and there's gonna be some old guy struggling and he's like, oh, I'm trying to get my menu right on GroovePages. Everyone's ignoring me. No one's helping me. And you come over and you're like, oh, I know how to do that menu. And you tell him and he's like, why, thank you, young man or woman. Here's $1 million. like this is, but that's how movies are, right? Like in the movies, that's how because broke writers write movies.
And people like dreams and fantasies and magic.
And certain miracle here, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not, that's not the way it works, and it's besides the point anyways. Like it like, first of all, it just absolutely does not work that way. Again, that's kind of like a begging mentality. Like to think like the only way I could ever make $1 million is to meet some random guy who's gonna, need some factoid, some leg up. Oh, I gave this guy $5. It turned out he was a billionaire, so he gave me blah blah blah. And there's all this stuff. That's the end of almost every movie that's about business.
And we do see this all the time in Groove. There will be people that join, and on the very first day, they're asking for help in the members area. They haven't even logged into their software.
Right.
Like we find that all the time. There are people that just want someone to do it for them.
And again, you might even be one of those people. I've been that people before. I actually consider myself to be a bit of a technophobe, believe it or not. But so much of the skill about this is being able to step out from underneath that. And Don and I, nothing of what we're saying is, oh, you're such a silly Billy. You should be as cool as us. You should be awesome like us. It's not that.
No.
It's about here's a totally different way that you probably haven't thought of to really take advantage of this. Mm-hmm. And what I'm showing you, like I said before, it's Miami's outside, right? But if I went into my bathroom, the master bathroom, and I closed all the doors, and then if someone said, is it sunny or is it gloomy outside, right? The only way for me to know, I cannot see with my eyes because there's walls.
Right.
You can only see with your feet at that point, right? By walking. If I walk to the right place, I know whether it's sunny or not in a second. I can, open the sliding glass door, step outside, feel the temperature, blah, blah, blah. Instant, I know exactly what's going on. We had a fire the other day. I found out there was a fire like 10 floors below us. Literally the guys at this over here is a restaurant. Mm-hmm. And there were guys right here standing right there yelling at me and my lovely maid, get out, the building's burning. But the only way I could see it, the only way I could see the fire was I walked outside and I looked down and there was billowing smoke coming out. It was fine. It worked out. I could send you some pictures. But conversion is so often the same way. People ask, like I started saying this earlier, and I'm kind of bringing this because I know a lot of people here want to know about how to convert with Groove, and it is different than other stuff. I'm not saying that this is how to convert with everything, but this particular thing is if you're standing in the right place, including with Groove, it's not just about standing in one place for a few seconds, taking a glimpse, and then heading on, right? If you invest, if you find a way, like I talk to people, I call them Groove deniers. I know some Groove deniers. It's harder and harder for me to do business with Groove deniers right now. Literally, it's like literally harder for me to make an offer.
Why?
Doesn't integrate with Groove. Here's my point is that there's going to be necessary disconnects or workarounds that I'm going to have to build. And so that person's taxing me, right? Yeah. Now, if there's a damn good reason for it, cool. Has nothing to do with me wanting to punish somebody. It's only had to do if I'm on my enjoyment time, okay, there's kind of two options. There's Cassidy and my laptop to play computer games, or my best friend David to talk about computer games, right? So it's Cassidy or games, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not in that category and I have free time, you're not going to talk to me. It's not going to happen.
Those are my categories too. Curtis.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. So in the same way, if I'm in business right now, someone comes to me and if they're not really interested in working with Groove, it's just going to be so much harder for me to make money with them, for me to help their customers. If they have like some kind of issue, if they're like, oh, well, I'm on the board of such and such. And so I'm like, all right, you know, like, but that's it. Right.
And so I'll bring this home to us a little bit. So we had this issue a lot when we were working in Webinar Jam with Webinar Jam and EverWebinar, that people would want us to promote, but they'd be using GoToWebinar to promote for them, to promote their webinar. And as the owners of Webinar Jam,
it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, right? We couldn't send someone to a webinar that wasn't on our platform. And I see that will probably happen at some point with Groove, that won't want to promote somebody that is on a platform that isn't the superior one.
You know what I tell everybody. I started saying this to Joe from day one, and I'll get this in the culture one way or the other. I do Groove purists, not Groove tourists.
Yeah, I like that.
Because and what is it? Like people who want Mike to promote him and they don't have offers that are integrated with Groove. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why? You want us to talk about dancing on TikTok, but you couldn't possibly involve a Groove web. I don't know if it wouldn't be dancing on TikTok, but whatever it is, like you've got a new thing about such and such, a LinkedIn product. I don't know what it would be, but whatever it is.
But because like, not only that it's not that we're exclusive, like we want to create exclusivity. It's because we want to create a consistent message.
Yeah.
And have the power that
it's harder to teach people whose heads are on a swivel.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, from day one with David Mills, what differentiated us was he came in and said, we're going to run this internet marketing business like we're a hospital for the financially sick to get well. Mm-hmm. And that begins from from the very first hello, from the very first email, to the landing page, to every step of the way, is paving the way for that person to be a good patient and for us to be good doctors and nurses and whatever that we are. I may have to prevail upon Cassidy to get Fendi under control, or I may. I think she's going to do it. Great. Either that, or I was going to have to kidnap her and show how cute she is. So ultimately, like what I mean with these integrations, and again, it's also like you said. I saw somebody promoting this product, and it was like about getting people on webinars, and they didn't even use the product itself, to get people on that very webinar. And I'm like, there's a certain thing where if you're just going to be blatant and incompetent at the same time, you're going to lose traction with people, right? It would be like, you don't have to be perfect all the time, but you can't like just show up like slobbering drunk or something like that. Like there's certain, things that just don't make sense. And so to have something, and there'll be things, I mean, there are places where I have that I'm still using ClickFunnels to promote Groove, but it's just out of like, okay, it would be a total pain to take this entire site that's already on ClickFunnels and change it over when all I'm using is this one landing page, or all I'm using is, sure, fine.
Believe me, Groove member is out, but right now our members area is still in Kajabi. And eventually it'll get moved.
Of course.
But right now.
Right. But again, where is it moving? And we see where it's moving. And we see this progression. And again, like Dawn and I, like this isn't our first, rodeo.
Yeah.
Donna goes back in the SEO world with Jerry, right? Like Jerry West, was it? Or who was it? No, with, what was I thinking? A little embarrassing moment. Wasn't there an SEO guru at some point that you were helping? Like this would have been like 10 years or more back.
Oh gosh, probably, but I never actually worked in SEO.
No, I didn't mean like as an SEO, but I more meant like the kind of thing that you do for Kajabi, but for like somebody who, anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But my point is, I mean, how long? All right, so I'll put it this way. Let's make it distinct. How long have you been in the internet marketing
Oh my gosh. I quit my job and went into investing in 2001. It was 3 years later that I built my first website. And then,
2004.
yeah, so 2004, I wrote a book on credit and built a website to promote that book. That was my very first internet marketing funnel.
That was the first thing that Kelly did too.
2004.
Yeah.
Yep. And then very quickly after that, I learned that I loved the marketers more than I loved my target market at that time.
Yeah.
So I started to pivot into teaching marketing and
so
left behind the whole real estate niche because I far preferred to hang out with the marketers than I did with the real estate investors.
With the real estate ones. So that's 16 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Like 16 years of you like fully focusing on this. For me, you know, it might be a little bit longer, but there's a certain commonality of our experience here, and a commonality, you know, with Groove and with what David Mills and I are doing with our things. And again, it fundamentally has to do with people being able, you know, it's so weird how even the education system has pivoted in the last, say, 20 years. Since the internet, by the way, I think it's no coincidence. The education and system through various movies and TV shows has kind of pivoted where college now is about this awakening, right? And there was a time before you got these kind of fantasized TV shows and movies that would be about the kind of the end of high school. Friends was this way, right? Like Friends was basically a show about a bunch of people who had just gotten out of college and they're just kind of getting their lives together. And so one way or the other, it all kind of glamorized, you know, and put kind of a sheen over the world of the university. But if you go back to, say, you know, the 20 years before, you know, like let's say the 1970s, and it was still really true in the 1980s, people thought of school, university as a investment. And it was like, I'll pay this, I'll get this. And you stopped hearing those arguments nearly as much. It started getting to be more and more and more vague as to, hey, what's the deal? And it became about the awakening. You know, you becoming a better person.
Of you too.
What's that?
It used to be you went to college because you had a specific career path that you wanted to follow. And now it's just sort of like high school prime. You know, it's going into the very next level of expected education.
Right.
It's hard to get it's hard to get a job without a college degree now.
Yeah.
Which is silly because most jobs don't need them.
And again, the college degrees that people are getting, it's not about like, okay, I went for computer programming or I went for accounting. Like so much of it is, you know, these liberal arts stuff. You know, I got a history degree. It's worthless. You know, it just is. I mean, it has no value. I wouldn't. You know, part of why I have to do this is I wouldn't qualify for anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
nobody would be a history professor.
What could I do?
Yeah.
What could I do? Like, what job? If I went to the help wanted, who would pay me for anything? And I'd be terrible. I should just fire me right away. I wouldn't show up to the first day.
It would be a
horrible. It would be a disaster. Yeah, I would really like that. And yet I've made millions, right? Like, and so, so much of what, because so many of the objections that you'll even see getting kind of answered on a webinar, it's not this, it's not that, you don't have to do this, so what if you do have to do this, do that, and do the other thing? So what if it is, so what if you have to do SEO? So what if you do have to have customers? So what if you do have to email them? Yeah, whatever you pick is going to have some things that you're going to like, some things that you're not going to like. So what?
Yeah,
right?
It's not magic. I don't want to say anything negative about any of the other speakers that have been here in the past, but I am going to use an example from one of them. There was a speaker, and I don't even remember who it was at this point, that said, if I gave you a check for, if you gave me a check for $3,000 and I turned around and gave you one for $1 million, how often would you do that?
Yeah.
And the answer, the expected answer, or the answer that was wanted, was all the time, every time, because it makes sense. But I was sitting over here going, well, never. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that because I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Understand the reason why I can give you 3,000 and you'll give me
Yeah.
$1 million. It makes
This whole idea of making money for providing no value, it's stupid.
It's absurd. Yeah, I agree. It's not the way the world works, and I don't think it serves us to be thinking along those terms.
Yeah, I mean that kind of thinking is you can kind of see it with developing civilizations. There's a part of civilization development where you're basically a berry picker. You pick berries that are already ripe. Okay, and so in this stage of culture, you'll have very small communities, right, with a lot of land around them and not much competition, right? And then they literally just go out and they're like, look, berries. And they pick them and they're like, isn't this great? Right? Or whatever. Like whatever resources are just sitting right there in front of them and they can just take them. They don't have to plant, they don't have to farm, nothing. Yep. Right? They're just, God gave you enough berries to get by if you live around here. Right. And that the problem is with that, we grow up kind of expecting that because that's what our lives are like. You're born, you're this pathetic little kid. You can't do anything, right? Nothing. You would die. You are pathetic, right? Like you're physically pathetic. You absolutely have to have somebody care for you essentially 24/7 or you will die. Right?
And I don't think anyone would argue that point.
Okay. So, but we learn so much from that, right? We learn like that becomes our worldview. And life again is like berries. It's like, where do you get food? Oh, the refrigerator. What do you mean when you get food? From mom, Like what a silly question. Mom has berries, right? So I go over to the refrigerator and there's a chocolate milk. Boom, done. Berries, right? And so we learn this, and we're not even allowed, culturally in America, you can't even get a job. You're not allowed. You're 12, 13, 14, maybe even 15 years old. You can't even get a job, right? Not allowed to. And so then all of a sudden it's like, now it's time to make money. And what have you been fed on? What movies did you watch? I told you this. Who writes these movies? Screenwriters write movies. How many businesses have screenwriters built? 0 businesses. That's why they're screenwriters. Screenwriters are like waiters and personal trainers in Hollywood that schmooze and schmooze and schmooze to meet people and be immersed in a culture, to get a foot in the door, to meet somebody who will finance a movie or something. And I met some of these people, and you would not want business advice from them.
No, they're very good at creating stories that generate emotion.
Oh yeah.
But why would you run a business based on their advice?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, you wouldn't want me to cook you dinner, no matter what. I could do it with my phone. That's that's about it. And so, so in the same way, with what's involved, and part of the one component of this is it's right now it's 2020. We're in coming up on November. What is it? October, right? Here's where we are. Is Groove always going to be this way? Well, probably in a certain way, right? But there's going to be a lot of extra opportunity right now. Right. Yeah. Now it's going to keep being there. It's going to keep growing. And I'm not just talking. Yes, part of what I am talking about. Do I mean do some more networking, meet some more Groovesters? Possibly put together a joint venture here and there, or try a project together, or give a helping hand. Yeah, sure, right. But also just getting involved, learning, taking part of the community. Being able to build a website. Being able to do something valuable with that website, learning some SEO, if you're going to learn some ad skills, all of these things, it's so wide open for you that acquiring these skills, it all has a leverage to it. And the reason why is people are going to keep adopting and adopting. I said during the Saturday cast that I did with Filsaime, with Machine Gun Mike, I said that that there's some people that are watching right now who are thinking, oh, I'm a beginner. And it's very understandable, right? I remember the first time I ever did a teleseminar. Donna, you remember teleseminars. Yeah, teleseminars were the great grandfather.
And I very much remember my first one.
Of the webinar, I froze. I was doing a magic teleseminar, and I froze. I mean, I just stopped talking and words wouldn't come out. And the longer time went on, the worse. So I've been there. I've been the beginner.
I feel that ball of stress in my gut.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been the beginner. I've been the beginner in wrestling and got thrown around like, like a rag doll. I've been the beginner, so I get it, right? But what I said was, look, anybody watching this right now, let me give you a perspective. And this is true today as it was Saturday, which is only a few days ago. If a plumber were watching you right now and watching you, you're sitting here, right? You've got your notebook out, you're taking notes, maybe you've got a split screen, maybe you've got your Google Chrome browser pulled up so you can flip back and forth between your Groove page. Like, oh, that gives me an idea. Let me take a look at that. Wait, what did Donna say? Right? If they were watching you where you are, you're watching this. Maybe you're on your cell phone. Maybe you're at a Starbucks right now or something like that, or outside, watching on your phone and you're taking your notes. If that plumber were walking along, this is a plumber who's making a couple $100,000 a year, probably spends about $26,000 a year on digital marketing. Just so you know, it's a very average number for people to spend at least $26,000 a year on their digital marketing. Some numbers like that, and that's really, I'm talking about a very small category. Really, the overall number is probably bigger for universally. But anyways, if that guy who's already spending $25,000 a year on marketing were to see you, he would be the intimidated one. He would be the one who's like, man, I wish I knew, what Betty's got going on. I wish I know what Baba's got going on. I wish I was one of those people who could concentrate and focus on that, right? And that would be so valuable. I need somebody like that. There's the early computer days, the early personal computer days, Donna, and everybody would have a friend, and you need this friend who knew what the hell was going on with your computer.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm often that friend.
Oh, well, I figured.
And I don't want to be.
Right.
Yeah.
We are in those days for digital marketing.
Yeah.
Like it's the new adoption, digital marketing. And that's what I meant about the distinction, what's going on with the lockdown environment is like, where does that, because you got to say to yourself, where does, and we can probably just close out with questions from here because we've only got 20 minutes left. And then you guys got station identification. I might even need to jump on a couple minutes early because I've got this thing with Bob Proctor coming up. We're doing a workshop episode for him at 2 p.m. So, but I do want to say this is that this time that we have, it's such a timing that you can really dig in and know that you're in the right place and know you're not wasting your time. And that's a rare thing. When I first got into internet marketing, Donna, I got in right around the .com bust. And that was right before you got in, because you got in 2004. Mm-hmm. And what was everybody saying back then? It's over, it's over, it's all over. It's over, it's over, it's over. Well, one sec, I got to send Billy up. Hey, could you send Billy right up, please? Okay, thank you. Cassidy, Billy's coming up. So like I said, the thing, the kind of the thing that's going on there, that component, that skill piece is knowing, hey, this is a timing, I'm coming on here, what do I have to lose? Like, I have no identification. I haven't given you any links. There's no sneaky thing, but I know you're going to see me. I know I'm investing in the right place. I'm meeting people who I want to meet. I'm getting in front of people who will remember me. And do I want the ripple effects of the things that Don and I are talking about, this feeling of confidence, right? Why don't we feel let's feel confident. Let's listen to Bob the Builder, Betty the Builder in our mind, right? That advisor that says, let's build, let's freaking build. Like I said, there was a tiger out there that was going to jump out of your computer and maul you if you learn how to put that menu together, or learn how to. We had a wonderful time last night. You want to know what I think is a niche? Mike got to talking last night. There was this great question. So Mark Ling has all these customers that love e-commerce, right? So we got Mike on with Mark, and this customer, I think it was Kathleen. She was like, how hard is it? I really want GrooveCart and GroovePages, but I'm already set up in Shopify. Presumably she has a number of products, SKUs, all this, with their own price points, menus, all this stuff. And she's like, what is this going to be like? And she was you could tell she was kind of braced for it.
Yeah.
And Mike was like, well, actually, we got basically one click to do about 80% of it. And then there's going to be, and he explained in detail, oh, we're going to import your SKUs. We're going to pull this out of here. We're going to, like all that kind of stuff. And then there's going to be some customization steps. And that's going to be like da, 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 da. Well, how many people do you think are about to go from Shopify to GrooveCart?
All the smart ones.
Well, and a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of smart ones, right? And that, I'm telling you right now, that's a niche. Like, is it going to make you a millionaire? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not kidding at all. I was right there at the beginning of Shopify. I know what it was like. I know, and when the wave hits with GrooveCart, because it's nowhere near. I mean, people are still thinking that we're competing here with ClickFunnels. I think ClickFunnels, if it's a competition, I think they're Pepsi now. I do. Maybe I'm wrong. It's fine. And I'm not saying that to change anyone's mind. I'm saying that so you remember I said it, right? And if you come back 5 years later, Mike, you're a dumb-dough. Groove's Pepsi, ClickFunnels still Coke, fine. I'll say you told me so. Well,
sure. Yeah.
My mind is on Shopify. It's already on Shopify. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking is if I was a CEO of Shopify, I'd be nervous. I just, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe that's stupid, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think.
Do you remember how big eBay was?
I do, yes. And I think that when it comes to competition, Groove's competition, I think we've gotten their attention.
Yeah.
There's evidence in the marketplace that we have gotten the attention. We've started to see advertising that is sort of sideways coming in towards us.
Yeah, making like little
aware.
I was saying this at the beginning of the webinar, like Kartra puts out an affiliate program. Do they think that all of a sudden they're going to get 200,000 signups because they have an affiliate program now? Like, oh, that's all that you guys did was have an affiliate program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that has gone.
All it takes.
I really believe, and there's a whole lot of ego in this statement, but I really believe that part of what is going to make Groove more successful than any of those is the leadership involved in Groove.
Yeah, it's the culture.
Yeah, it is absolutely.
It's the leadership focus on the culture. Like it's the leadership and then the leadership focus on culture.
Yeah.
You know what, David, is it going to screw you over entirely if I come out of this? Because all of a sudden I've got like a lot of chaos here.
It's not. If you need to go, Mike, go ahead.
Is there anything? Let me kind of wrap things up a little bit. This is Billy, by the way.
Hi, Billy.
Billy, this is Donna. We're on I don't know, with however many hundred people here. So Bill. Yes, Fendi. Yes.
Fendi wants her moment in the sun.
She wants her moment in the sun. So Billy's been Conan O'Brien's director, the Conan Show of the last 25 years. He's directed Saturday Night Live and so forth, and he was the one who put together the workshop with me for Bob Proctor. So he's here. We're getting ready to debut the second episode in just a few minutes. So we gotta jump along.
No worries.
If that works.
Go do what you have to do. Hustle away, Mike.
We really appreciate it. I love the commentary and the questions that we got. Donna, if there's anything that finally you want me to go over, I'll do it. And otherwise, adios.
Nope. I think we're good here. I will stay on for another 15 minutes. We have Rich Sheffrin coming up next. So more great stuff to come.
What a show. Are you kidding me? You're going from me to Rich Sheffrin?
I know, right?
Man, I wouldn't want to have to follow me. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I love Rich. I was the first joke that came to my mind was I'm glad I went first, but then I thought I would poke a little bit of fun at Rich, whom I love. Rich is a great guy.
It's all good.
We're going to jump on this thing with Bob Proctor. Good luck, everybody. Tip of the cap to Rich. Donna, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. I hope we're able to extract some gems from this and share it with some people.
It was a complete surprise for me. I wasn't anticipating being here with you, but it's sort of nice to be able to have a conversation.
Beautiful. All right, tip of the cap. We'll see you soon.
Nice meeting you.
Bye. All right, here we are alone again. I wonder if David is around and wants to come on, and I actually don't know. Hey, there you are.
Hello.
Do you know if Rich is going to be in the studio with Mike or if he's coming in via StreamYard?
I didn't get any information about that, but I just wanted to move back a little bit and just listen to this conversation between you and Mike, the big people in the marketing industry. I was just like a prospector, basically with our viewers as well, just listening to the gold nuggets that you were sharing. And then, yeah, like I really wouldn't have anything to add on to this one because I'm still learning in my like in this experience what you had. I really wouldn't be able to share anything myself. I know software, but all this experience and the years of learning what you went through, both of you, I still need to actually get that myself as well.
Well, you do have the advantage of being involved in a company that's gone through a lot of those learning bumps. So you can learn from us and not make some of the many mistakes that we did when we were getting started out. I'm amazed when I think about how easy it is to get started now. When I think about my first website, first of all, I almost came to blows with my business partner over whether we needed one in the first place. And now that whole mentality is just, of course you need a website now. Of course, it's just you can't be in business without a website. It makes perfect sense. But at the time, it was so new. There was, well, what do we need a website for? We're a local business. And then by the time I wrote a book and we got a website for it, I stole the code for my website. Do not do what I do because we make it easy for you now. I went to one of my mentor's websites and looked at the view source, copied the code, loaded it up into my Dreamweaver and started to change it and play around with it and make it the site that I wanted. I have told my mentor that. Don't do that. We have the ability to share funnels in GroovePages now, so you don't need to steal someone's. You can hope that they share it or ask them to share it if you like it. So it's just fascinating that the barrier of entry has not only been reduced financially, but also technologically as well. It is so much easier and so much faster to get a page online. So the world's a different place than it was when we got started, or when I got started. I'm not going to lump you into my age group. Much different place than it was when I got started, and it's so much easier. And like we at Groove are committed to making it even easier than that. The easiest among the easy. But I do have a question. Okay, go ahead.
No, please finish.
Yeah, I have a question for you about, we talked about culture a lot with Mike, about, the corporate culture, both in the company and among the membership. We said a lot about the culture, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are about being someone on the inside. Do you see that the company culture that is given to our members or represented to our members, is it the same on the inside as the outside? Do you see congruency and consistency there?
So I can tell you that I've been working in a lot of different places before, and mostly hotels. I've been working in hotels, and then the hotel had management, and the management had their own staff that they preferred. Like there were always the people that preferred one of the managers. There were always people that preferred other managers, and there was always some kind of like it was not matching. Like things and plans didn't come together because some of the managers were like going against each other, and I don't want to do this because I don't want to do that, and things like people were not agreeing on things, and there was like a invisible kind of a stress that was all the time in there. And the culture in the companies where I worked, and not all of them, but in most of them, was like, it's like you don't know what you can say, you don't know what you are allowed to do, and you cannot like share your opinion because you know that there are managers that are going to be having a discussion all the time about whatever happens. But this is the first company that I can truly say that I haven't gotten any kind of vibe that is kind of a negative, or that anybody is going against somebody. It is very clear, very open-minded, and even inside the company and even outside, like towards our customers and users, the whole company is really open-minded, and whatever is agreed inside the company that should be told outside the company is being told. And there is no like yeah, but I don't want to do that, and then they said, yeah, but I want to do that, and there's like a whole kind of stressful situation because of that. It is really agreed almost 100% of the time that what is being done is correct, and everybody feels the same around that. So if some of the we have a lot of founders, and that would be a big issue if they wouldn't see eye to eye to things. But at this moment, I feel that they are really they really know each other's parts. Like Mike will probably not go into other person's part and say, I will not do it like this, I would do it like that. And this is what makes this company really awesome, because even with a lot of co-founders, and some people say that a lot of co-founders would make a bigger mess once problems arise. I think a lot of co-founders in our company would just solve the problems faster, because everybody has their own talents, everybody has their own expertise, and it just comes together so well that they cannot be a thing that is not talked about. There is not a loophole anywhere, because everybody's covering each other. So I truly believe that this is a real open-minded culture that I haven't seen before. So that is my opinion on that.
You've probably also never heard us say something along the lines of, well, this is the way it is, but don't tell the members that, tell the members this other thing.
Yeah.
Like that's not something we do. I've said before, like, if you don't know something about the company that's not public, or if we're not saying something about something, it's because we haven't made key decisions yet. It's not because there's nothing to say or because we're not keeping you updated. It's just that there's nothing to say yet. So people ask this all the time about some of the software that's coming out later this year, like the webinar software, the help desk, the calendar. How will it work? How many viewers will I be able to get? How much bandwidth will I have for? We haven't made any of those decisions yet. It's not that we're not talking about them or keeping them secret. It's just that the decisions haven't been made, and the decisions won't get made until the software is almost done. And that's because you don't know what you don't know. Yeah. So even though we've developed the software before, we don't know what we don't know when it comes to developing the website software in terms of what our costs are going to be. And it would be disastrous to make promises now that we can't fulfill later. So any information that we're withholding about what you're going to get with your free account when it comes to the webinars, and you will get something, because we're committed to making a free, we're committed to making the free version of GrooveFunnels have a taste of all the other products in GrooveFunnels. So you will get something. We just don't know what yet. And we won't know what until right before it's about to come out. So we're not communicating about some of those things because we don't want to back ourselves into a corner or get into a situation where we say, oh, I know we told you this, but we can't do it because it's going to be a big disaster for the company. So that's really why the only time you don't get communication from our company is when there's no communication to get. We feel, I try very, very hard to make sure that we are a transparent company and we give you the best information or knowledge that we have at any given time.
Well, to just say a big information that I just learned is that there was a deployment to GrooveMail, and now we have automations. So in case you're interested in that, you can get in and then test it out. But I do want to also do something else. Donna, we have been working, I believe you are here now 2 hours on the live stream with Mike, and then we didn't do a contest or a giveaway yet. So
right.
Let's say we do one together.
Okay.
But you come up with questions, because today, the whole day, I'm like, Oh my God, what kind of questions can I ask? I have no clue. So you are actually here fresh. You have all the.
I've got one.
I
I made one comment very quickly earlier. I said that something is the negative use of the imagination. What's the negative use of the imagination? It's one of my favorite statements.
And you will need to click on the right answer because I probably didn't remember that one. So
no worries. It's the negative use of your imagination. Let's see if anyone gets it. Oh, there we go. Let's wait a second to make sure it's truly the first one, since the stream sometimes replaces or puts people above. And yeah, it looks like that is it. We have our winner here. Lesa Heben. Worry is the negative use of the imagination. Lisa, send an email to prizes@groovedigital.com and we will get your $50 gift certificate to groovegear.com for all of your cool things. I know we have a number of members that are saving up their prizes, trying to get the answer in so they can get a G Lite here. So,
and actually people can purchase the G Lite with these gift vouchers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you save up enough gift vouchers, you can purchase the G Lite. It's available now at groovegear.com, or you can simply pay the $299 for one. Super awesome.
Previously, Matt from Extreme Apps, he was actually asking this question earlier. He almost has enough to purchase the Groove G, so that's great. Do we want to do another question, Donna?
Yep. All right. So I'm going to make the next question also about me, because I can. And let's see who was watching the stream in previous days. So I have talked about musical instruments. And we've talked about musical instruments that I've played and one that I want to play. If you can tell me the name of the musical instrument that I want to play, so my goal instrument to play, not the one that I previously played, I will give you get $100 Groove store.
Can I play?
Getting this one right, because this is a little harder. Oh, and there's Matt at Extreme Apps is right there on it with the harmonica. Absolutely, Matt. And Kevin Cabby even gave the reason why, because it's portable. Exactly. I want to learn the harmonica because it's portable. So congratulations to Matt at Extreme Apps for guessing the harmonica. Matt, $100 goes to you. So you're getting closer to that Groove G. Send an email to prizes@groovedigital.com. Yesterday, we set a prize limit. And we've had so many people guessing and just not separating from the stream. They're just right on top of it. So they're getting all the answers. I don't know how you guys don't sleep. So completely on top of it. And we had to set a prize limit. So we decided that the prize limit would be $400. So this was just decided yesterday. $400 in prizes. And then that allows you to buy not only a cool Neon G, but also get some other cool things from the Groove store as well. So thank you so much, Matt. Super, super glad. He said he thinks I'm there now. I think I am there now, which means you get your Neon Groove G, which is super, super cool. All right. And I think that they are ready in the studio. Do you get a thumbs up from Mike or? Yep. Okay. So we are about to go out to the amazing Mike Filsaime and Rich Sheffrin. Before we do, here is a short short video from Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Grooveathon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Grooveathon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to groovejv.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our 2-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer. And if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40%. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Grooveathon right now, press pause, go to groovejv.com in a new browser, make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Grooveathon. Thank you very much. All right, and we're live. There
Yes,
we go.
we are.
A little problem getting back from the other mic commercial video. Big thanks to Donna Fox and David Lemon for taking us out of the last hour. That was awesome. So,
Mike Long.
Thank you, and Mike Long before that, and all the people overnight, the David Kavanaughs and the Simon Leungs. All right, so. Now, from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
It's us.
What are we going to talk about? Just kidding. We've got some really cool stuff we're going to be talking about. So yesterday we had the one and only Perry Belcher on, and we had him on for 2 hours. In the last 45 minutes, we started getting tactical on, hey, what's working now type stuff. I don't know if you saw that, but
No,
so we'll start the segment with a recap of that. You're
Okay,
going to
cool.
love this
Very
stuff.
cool.
And so
and
today...
actually,
yes, and
while
today,
you're pulling that up, I got some stuff to show you.
all right.
All right.
Today we have back with us again, depending if you want to call it the Grooveathon, the first time we did it, for the third time in 2 weeks now. Rich Sheffrin will be here today, and we're going to be talking for 2 hours. And Rich Sheffrin is going to be doing something coming out soon called Steal Our Winners. In fact, we're going to be doing a Steal Our Winners Groove edition, which you'll be learning about. And today we want to be basically giving you a preview of what Steal Our Winners is. And so Rich Sheffrin decided to come up with Steal Our Winners because he was at a very, very, very expensive mastermind. And he realized that while there's a lot of people that are presenting for like an hour, there's really like the magic spot of each person, right? They talk for about 5 or 10 minutes and you're like that, like even like yesterday with Perry, it was a 2-hour call and there was a lot of fun and a lot of great stuff. But there was probably like 3 to 4 things that are like, okay, that could be condensed. Like if we were going to condense it, what are the takeaways? And also when you're at an event, the event is over there and all of the speakers hang out in what's called the green room. And they're usually working on their laptops and things like that. And then when you can break with one of those speakers, the question that always comes up is, hey, what's going on in your business right now? Oh, hey, dude, check this out. This is what we're doing right now. We did this and it gave us this much of a lift on our landing page or this, or show up rates on webinars. And then usually that's when like you're calling back home. So Rich is very well connected. Rich Sheffrin, he's the guru to gurus. He was my very first online coach. He coached me from 2005 to 2006 to the launch of Butterfly Marketing, and we became really, really good friends. And he's coached many of basically the who's who of the 1927 Yankees. Went through Rich Sheffrin. All the names that we know today were his clients. That own billion-dollar info product companies, people that own $100 million info product companies, people that we hang out with on their yachts. And he's like, well, how's he doing? Oh, dude, personally, just him, he's doing $1 million a week. His company, no, that's his take home, $1 million a week. So Rich is so well connected with these people that he's agreed to get to contact them each month and find out what is working now in their business, literally right now. What got the biggest improvement? And he's compiled that into something called Steal Our Winners. So today we're going to talk about some of these winners. And Rich, you want to say something on that whole premise before we get started? And then we'll recap some of Perry's stuff.
Yeah, the whole concept is that there is like the second law of thermodynamics, there's entropy. The thing, like tactics work their best when they're first created. And then over time, they just, because more people know about it, over time, first came on the scene, right? John Benson's creation, right? And when I brought that over to Agora, it increased sales 300%. And so back then, they were about like a $250 million company. So they went from 250 million to 750 million just on VSLs, right? Just that was enough to actually cause that. Today, when we use VSLs, there's really little to no difference between a VSL and a sales letter, right? But for years, like 300% extra. Like we had show up rates of like 70, 80%.
Nobody was doing it.
Right.
What's working now was the most important thing. If you could be the first to the market with that secret, and then we do what marketers do. We tell everybody, and it just gets
right. And then eventually, right, like a course comes out 2 years later, and the tactics still work, but they don't work anywhere near as well as when they were first like put out there, right? So in our very first issue, we can talk about this one right now, and then I actually have some presentations also that I can pull from and share. But in our very first issue, right, I did these. I remember the recording of like these 2 different interviews I did on the same day, right? And when another contributor asked me, like, well, explain what I should do, I always tell them about these 2 different ones, right? So the first one, the first call I did, which was, I can't recap on this because it would just take too long, was done by Nick Shackelford. And Nick is a close friend of mine. He is also the inventor of the fidget spinner. So that's his.
Oh, really?
The fidget spinner, right? So
biggest fad that went, not fad, the biggest thing that went through 2 years.
So one of his favorite marketing strategies is using influencers. And so in about an hour and 20 minutes, he walked me through the entire process, like what influencers you should get, what software to find that out, then how much you should pay them, like, and what you want to negotiate, and how to take over their ad account so that you can get them more fans, but use them.
Did you
promoting
record that?
Yeah, it's all in Steal Our Winners.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So that was an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes.
We got to get that.
Right? Yeah, like definitely. And so walk me entirely through it. So that was like, yeah, about an hour 10, hour and 20 minutes. The very next call, right, the next Steal Our Winners was with Jordan Menard. And Jordan Menard does the media buying for the Morrison Brothers, for Bob Proctor, helped Jordan Belfort get going, helped scale Sam Ovens. And his contribution, his interview was only 10 minutes long, right? So we went from an hour and 10 minutes for one. The very next call is a 10-minute one. And he showed me in all these ad accounts, the Morrison's ad account, Proctor's ad account, that adding 2 words to the beginning of a text ad doubled the click-through rate.
Can we give those?
We can give those. It's true, ...
Okay. So I'm gonna stop that right there. So this is what this next hour and 45 minutes going to be about. It's going to be literally dropping these things that are not going to be working in about 6 months because everybody's going to be doing. I'm joking, right? But I think what was a headline that we all like milked to the ground once we found out it was who else?
With who wants this without that? Right?
Yeah, the really good without the really bad. And who else wants to? Like we found out was the best one. That every headline said that. So right now, if you're doing advertising, I think if it works to get a click, it works to get a click. So so Leanne, if you're watching, make sure that our swipe emails for our affiliates start with "It's true, why not?" We've got some instant actionable information right there. So Rich, if they're doing like Facebook ads or anything like that, it's true, and then make a statement.
Yeah.
Literally ...
Yeah.
It's true ... and then make a statement. Okay. I wanted to pause there because that's a brilliant one.
Yeah. So, and he showed the backup, and that was in the February edition of Steal Our Winners.
And I just want to say one thing, not to take anything away from your Steal Our Winners, because you know what we're doing, right? So if you're going to get excited about this, it would be a mistake for you right now to go to Steal Our Winners and sign up for Rich's newsletter, because very, very shortly within
because if you're watching this, especially, right?
Yeah, we're coming out with, especially if you're watching this, Rich and our company are partnering on something called the Steal Our Winners Groove Edition, and you have to get that through Groove, and that is going to basically take the Steal Our Winners, and then we're going to be adding, like in the studio, Rich and I every single month are going to be getting together, and his people are going to be interviewing our winners, our marketing people, our CMOs, our Facebook people, everybody, and saying what worked this week, and then we're going to be releasing that only in the Steal Our Winners Groove Edition, and then Rich and I are going to break down those every single month as an additional bonus, plus a lot of other stuff. So just wait about a week or less till you hear about that. Sorry about that.
And then in addition to that, what we're hoping to do is make it so that it's even easier for Groove users to like deploy these strategies, because any
as
place,
it pertains in Grooves, we'll do specific trainings in the app, and we're also going to be featuring Steal Our Winners from we're going to select GrooveFunnels users that had some incredible breakthroughs using the software with their landing pages and email marketing. Exactly. And we're going to have them come on and give us tips as well. So lots coming on with the Groove Edition. So just didn't want you to go get that and then later find out that you don't get it because you signed up in the wrong place. So just give us about a week.
Okay, so where should we go next? You're going to do a recap. I'll share with you really quickly here, and then we can go to the recap. Like I also, when I was in about a year and a half ago or so,
I'm reading the comments there.
I flew to France and I did a training for all the publishers internationally of Agora for a 2-day workshop, including the owners of Agora like Bill Bonner and Mark Ford. And I presented a 2-day workshop there. So 2 of my presentations, one was 13 sneaky ways to boost cart value and multiply email sales. And the other one is 11 easy ways to increase conversion rates. So if we have time, we can hit some of those as well. And we can share some of those as well.
And so I want to even break down, like,
because
that's our job.
I'm curious to
literally
hear.
Like the meta, even of like the things that you're saying that we could even break down. So if you could pull up those 2 so I could just read them right there. The first one was 11
easy ways to increase conversion rates.
Okay, so 11 easy ways to increase conversion rates, and
without changing a word of copy.
Without changing a word of copy. That's a really good, a really bad and easy way. And the other one was 13, and we're going to cover these 13 sneaky ways to boost cart values. So a specific number, sneaky, easy, adjective, ways to boost, which is, this is the value proposition, and multiply sales. So,
and hold that thought, just to talk to Teresa for a second. Don't worry about that. Mike and I have a deal that if you're a Steal Our Winners user, you'll get the Groove Edition, vice versa. So because someone just bought Lifetime.
Yes. We'll have really good news for you guys.
Yeah.
So, in fact, that video is already shot. It's been produced. We're trying to get it to you guys, but we will. All right. So, what I want to do there is break down the meta, even of what we're going to be teaching you. Rich has like a headline in there. These are things that you should do. So, I'll give you an example. Today, Matt Serralta, if you joined, I believe it was at 10 a.m. today, did a presentation on merchant processing. And then he said, "Oh, it went well. We had Biljana. We had, we were doing different things. I think it was Julie, and it went well. But he said, you know what, though? The only thing I realized is I should be a little bit more prepared. So tomorrow I'm going to put up some slides." So I basically said to him, well, the name of the slides should be the top 10 things marketers do wrong that cause them to get chargebacks. And hand on. He was like, "Oh my God, that's brilliant. That's going to," and then he immediately started thinking of how I'm going to do this. And he realized, I wish I would have done that for today's presentation.
Got it.
So that's a tip that you want to do. And one of the most successful YouTube channels is something called Watch Mojo. And they're basically the top 10 things, the top 10 fails in Hollywood when there's and once you hear number 10, you can't get away until you get to number 1. This is number 10, number 9, number 8. You go all the way down. When you get to number 2, you say some honorable mention. So put that into your headlines. If you look at the email copy that if you go to groovejv.com and you click on email swipe and you look at today's swipe, we are literally doing the top 25 reasons why you should be signing up for Groove, because there's so many reasons. It's hard to put it in copy, but if we put it into a list, it's easier to codify, and users love it. And if you go from 5 to 3, like the whole play, you skip 4. It's the way the mind works. So people love that. So let's talk about the things that we learned yesterday from Perry Belcher, which could fit in here.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. And then also, Deb, you can also, I think we'll take some questions, and I see when you circle stuff. So I'm aware.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I have my right eye on that.
Yeah. So folks, if you let us know questions in advance, then our team can archive them. And when we get to the wrap up to the Q&A, we can do some questions. So Perry Belcher yesterday, I said, "Perry, blah, 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 questions. What's working now?" And so he said, "Okay, the one that's working right now, and he was like, and I guarantee you 100% is going to get you a lift on conversions." And he says, the biggest problem people make is they just do it on the front end. You need to do this on every single offer in the funnel.
Okay.
And it is, and I'm holding this up for a reason.
Right.
Okay. It could be this. It could be this.
Right.
It's called a premium. He said a physical premium. It does not necessarily have to be tied in to the product. He said, if you give people a shirt that says, "I'm smarter because of your brand," or in some cases going through the upsell, that when they get to a $297, they give a leather jacket that costs $60, and it's a really like a $500 value leather jacket. And I'm like, man, but that must eat into the $297. And he's like, 100%, but your conversion rate goes up like 30%, or whatever it was. So he said that that if you were to just put like a mug on something, you wouldn't even think it wouldn't belong. He says that the least he's seen is a 5% increase on conversion, and the biggest mistake that people do is just doing it on the front end. He says if you basically Franklin Mint the through the upsell process, it's like, and then your final page, if it says get this plus get the premium that completes the set, it's like you got you've got all the pieces, but you don't have the queen. It's like the conversion rate. I see your smile because these are fascinating things. When you hear them, right? For whatever reason, these are what triggers in the human mind. So what are your thoughts about that? I asked Perry, why do you think that is? His reasoning was, there's a tangible value, and if it's something cool that people want to wear, they want to identify with. They want to walk around and show people that, hey, this is what I do for a living, and I'm good at it.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think you've probably heard this one before. I know I've heard it like 100 times probably from Dan Kennedy. But Dan Kennedy talks about advertising age, and how the only reason he subscribed was like it said like world's greatest like advertiser or marketer or whatever. So that makes sense. And then, you know, before you mentioned the physical part of it, the customer, right? So it's not like one and done. But Agora, the way that we don't change the newsletters that frequently, like our product assortment, what copywriters do is that they focus on a premium, and that premium is what's used to sell the newsletter, right? Like Sports Illustrated with the football watch,
the
football phone,
or the swimsuit issue, right? Because they know their target audience, right? And they used to make a big deal out of that swimsuit issue. They were pushing that like 80% of the, and it's like, oh, and by the way, if you like sports, you'll like the magazine. It's funny that, but it's all about the premium.
And so that makes it really great because what, you know, any marketer knows or should know, right? That anything that's topical tends to get more interest, right? Like, you know, if you're talking about the elections right now, which might be dangerous, but, you know, generally, if you're talking about what's in the news, you get a bump. And so by making the product a newsletter, which you cannot sell in advance, right? Because you don't know what's going to be in next month's issue and the next month's issue and the next month's. The only thing you can do is focus in on something that they're going to get immediately, which is, you know, the premium. Now, we do most of those premiums digitally, but not always.
Perry said physical, and here's another tip that he said. So he said, like back in the, you know, the 60s and 70s, the banks basically had a premium. It was come and get a free toaster. And so what he said is if it's something that you would see, and it was something that we kind of came out of our conversation, but like in a wish list or registry, he said the best premiums are things that, like, if you were getting married, you'd be like, this is all the shit I'd really love to get in the house, but I don't want to spend my money on this Cuisinart thing, you know, but if I could get that for free, man, would I want that. So he basically said, if you could get somebody a premium that they'd love to have, and they'd really love to have it, but they don't want to spend their money on it, that will drive conversions through the roof.
That makes sense. I mean, I always think about that from a standpoint of gifts, like buying someone a gift of something that like is too expensive for what it is. And they want it, but they would never buy it because it's too expensive for what it is.
So when we do our launches, right? I could tell you, like, when Russell Brunson, I think he came in second place for Ever Webinar, and I think he won a quad, right? And so he called me and like whispering, and like his wife was in the background type of story. And he's like, hey, listen, so this quad that you're going to get me, it's like 4,500. Can you do me a favor? Can you get me, and remember about 4 years ago, the freezing, step in and like freeze for like 30 seconds. What are those things called?
Cryogenics?
Is it? Can no way in the world justify buying this. Even with all the money I have, if I buy this, my wife is going to say, why the hell did you waste money on this? He says, but if you could swap that and that shows up, I could tell her I want it. You know,
exactly.
So that's like exactly it right there.
I mean, I remember Todd Brown was, I think, doing Russell's like launch like about 5 years ago or whatever. And it was him and Walker like back and forth in 1 and 2. And it was for, I think, a Ferrari or something like that. And now that I think about it, that's probably why Todd was working so hard, because like he would never buy a Ferrari. Exactly. But it would be nice to have.
Exactly. So so if we can get that down on a micro level when you're thinking of a premium, I think, you know, that works. Hey, that's a pretty cool thing. I'll even give you, like, you got me to get this
Aura ring.
This Aura ring.
Have you been looking at your stats?
Look at my stats, and it's dead on. Like, you know, so what does this thing go for? Like $299,
something like that.
Yeah, like this. Remember what you just said? Like something that has a lot more value. When you could say to somebody, because like the 10 minutes that would explain that when they get it, and I say, now call me. It's $299, right? But if I spend 10 minutes to tell somebody, like, what it's doing for me, and
Right.
and like that they're going to look on there, like they'll get so much value out of over the year, and they're always going to be like, yeah, Mike got that for me, and so that's
Yeah,
like
that's
another example.
I totally agree with that. Like I bought this battery from Zendesk, I think is the name of it. And it's a portable battery, right? And it can charge like
Zendesk.
an iPad Pro.
Zendesk is this help desk.
Oh, well,
but something like, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And like I get so many compliments on that because it can charge a MacBook Pro. Like very few portable batteries can. And that would be a good gift to give people because people are always asking me about it, right? So once you give it to other people, then now, oh, where'd you get that? Oh, I don't even know. Like I got it as a gift, right? Like, and I have a massage, like what you have in there. Like I have a big massage chair in my office, and that was a gift from Ryan Dice for some promo.
Massage chair. 100%. Yeah, nothing I'd never want to buy, but to have my. I'll give you other examples of that, like those arcade games that have like 170 different games of Pac-Man and Defender and all those things. Those things cost about $3,500.
Right. I remember those.
I won that. They want us to close that. Yeah. I won that.
Yeah.
And I got value out of that for you. I never would have spent $3,500.
Yeah, exactly.
But that used to be in our office. So now, folks, we're going to get to the recap number 2 tip that we got yesterday with Bernie Belcher.
And before you get to the recap, just so that people know, we closed our laptops because we're concerned about the internet being a little choppy. With our laptops closed, we'll be more focused on you guys than on us. So you have to ask questions so that this way, when Mike is done with the recap, we're not just sitting here like recapping what we both did yesterday, but that we're answering your questions.
And thanks, Mike, Mike Jones there. I believe that's you. It says Media Zone, Mike and Rich are legends. So thanks. And we're going to try to get Mike Jones on. Hey, folks, put in the chat if you'd like Mike Jones to be on here.
Got to explain who Mike Jones is.
Yeah, in a special segment that would follow maybe with me, Mike Jones, Donna Fox, Simone, and Deb on how we produce this 24-hour live stream. And Mike Jones is from Media Zone Studios in Palm Beach, Florida. You can look it up, MediaZoneStudios.com. They do consulting. And they have their own podcast studio. We do it there until our studio is done. And he came in and set up these cameras here. We'll go over the equipment. We've got an ATEM Mini Pro ISO Pro. Yeah, we've got the Rodecaster Pro. We've got the Elgato Stream Deck XL. Yeah, the ATEM, and all the different cameras. We'll let you know. So you guys are putting. Yes, please. Yes, we want the background. Yes, rapper Mike Jones. So rapper Mike Jones. Yeah, so we're going to try to book that for you. We'll get with Donna, Simone, and Deb to see if we can find a segment to go behind the scenes with a camera and literally show you how we set this up, how we did the lighting, the technology we use, how we do it with StreamYard, how we transition, and how we book the guests and all those different types of things. All right. So for number 2 with Perry Belcher.
They want you to congratulate
MD, who just upgraded this morning. It's just MD. All right, Trapper John. We want to thank you very much, Trapper John, MD. That dates me right there. A little bit of trivia. Trapper John, MD, the show.
Right.
Not many people know this, and they think I'm crazy, but this is actually true. Trapper John, MD was a loose spinoff off of MASH. Okay. Trapper John was literally Trapper older when he left MASH in the Korean War. He was the same Trapper John from the MASH show. Whatever. I'm boring you guys. Let's get back to the good stuff.
I'm a MASH fan.
Wiki Mike, Michelle calls me useless knowledge. So MD, way to go. We appreciate you upgrading. And we're going to be having a lot more fun on Saturday and Sunday, closing out the show with that type of stuff. But so Perry said it was Napoleon, the General Napoleon. And I said, Napoleon Hill? And he was like, no, Napoleon Bonaparte. And I felt like an idiot for like that because I meant Napoleon Bonaparte and I said Napoleon Hill. He said that, men will die, for a ribbon, something along those lines. And they even in the movie 1917, they spoke about that as well. And so he talked about how important giving badges to people are.
Sure.
And so one of the things he said, and I didn't know this until we unpacked it. He said when they did Digital Marketer, basically like they were getting like the next day, torrent, forums, everything. Like the second it was on there, it was there. And they said it was, affecting their sales. It was
course
getting
it
out in
does,
the community, and it was affecting their refund rate as well, and things like that. So they tried several different ways to combat it. And so basically the way they combated it is they basically certified people for going through the course. So it's no longer the course. In fact, you get the course for free. You pay for the certification.
Got it.
So they started doing certification programs. So this blew my mind. I thought I was going to get a completely different answer, and we were going to fork down this way. I said, okay, so Perry, I guess I might be underestimating how many people need to get certified, for an agency. So I guess there's a lot of people out there that are agencies that want to do social media for people, want to help them set up their funnels. And he said, oh, no, there certainly is. But he says, I think that's maybe 10% of those people are getting certified. The other 90% of them, and this was his answer, are doing it because they want it on their resume, or they want to be able to put it on their Facebook cover that I am a certified. Like it's something that, and we've seen this, right? When you introduce somebody to somebody, and I'll give a shout out to Russell with the 2 Comma Club. Right. I think that's one of the best examples in the last 24 months of like, everybody's up there with that picture in the 2 Comma Club, and then it's their Facebook photo, it's their Facebook profile, it's like on their business card. It's like, like they're the only ones that got it. Meanwhile, there's 100 different people. But Russell,
that one's perfect because like it's saying $1 million without being obnoxious about it, right? By 2 commas, like no one knows what it means in the outside world. So you're not being like an ass.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
so if you're doing a coaching club, right, and prominently next to you is this 2 Comma Club thing, like, oh well, he's making $1 million. So he's gotten the actual award. So that was something that he said, like getting people badges and certification really, really helps in info marketing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think that that we kind of, it's kind of interesting because like when you were talking about a t-shirt, right? Because I wear the same outfit.
Are we centered here? Yeah, let me.
Because I wear the same outfit all the time. Like those thoughts now are gone for me because what do I need a t-shirt for? I already have 500 or at least 50, somewhere between 50 and 500. Other than black V-neck t-shirts, I don't need any more, right? Yeah. So like I'm already done with that. And same with certifications, right? That like you and I have been fortunate. We've been online for a long time. Most people, not most people, but a lot of people know who we are. And so we don't really have any of that need for validation as it relates to like what we can do online and what we can't. But I remember when I became a trained hypnotist, right? And then I took advanced hypnosis and I found one of my certificates, right? But most hypnotists would put all their certificates up on the wall, like forensics, obstetrics, all these different things, right? And it's when you recognize from a standpoint of marketing, right? Like I learned this from Dan Kennedy, and I believe it to be so true, that one of the sales that you must overcome is the self-esteem sale. That most people like, yeah, I know it's possible. I know you can help others do it, but can you help me do it because I'm kind of messed up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like that most people have less self-esteem than they would like to have. And they feel it gets in their way if they really start thinking about it. So all of these kinds of external validations kind of help counteract that. I'm somebody like the jerk, like in the yellow pages. I'm famous. I'm in the white pages.
Validation.
I think validation is incredibly important. And it is like, I think digital marketers done a really good job with it because they are well known enough that it means something, right? Like, that certification.
Yeah. Even down to when I've spoken with people, like the connection, if Facebook says it's true, then it must be true. I remember, like, and forgive me, folks, I'm having a bro talk here with Rich as well. But like, I've had to hold back my chuckle sometimes when people are like, oh yeah, well, like, let's just use you for example, right? Oh, I'm friends with Rich Sheffin. Oh yeah, how do you know him? Oh, we're friends on Facebook. Yeah. So I try not to chuckle. You see how it just came out, but like that's a validation point right there. And you've probably seen it from people that are like, dude, I've sent you a friend request on Facebook. Is it, you're like, oh, well, I haven't checked. Yeah, there you go. Facebook says it's true. Now we're friends. And that's with people I know.
Right.
that get a little perturbed that I didn't accept their friend request on Facebook, which is interesting.
You know, it's interesting. Just a total aside, right? But like, I remember, I think it was like 3 years ago, I sent Joe Rogan a LinkedIn request, and he approved it, and he didn't approve it, like Jamie or whoever, right?
Yeah, select all.
But it made my day. It made my day, and I totally recognize that Joe Rogan has no idea who I am, right? But
the thought that maybe he did and might have looked at your profile.
No, I was totally clear, but just the external world, we are now linked, right? Since then, he's reset his account, and we're not friends anymore. But when he did that, right, or whoever did that, it made me feel much better than I ever thought it would. And so ever since then, I generally will approve most people now. And the only people I don't approve are people who send me generic messages like, "Hi, Rich, I see we work with the same type of people. We should really be friends." Like, dude, like, look me up or something. Like, at least say one thing, like you bought something from me, or you're a fan, or like. But this makes me know that you don't know who I am at all.
No,
right?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. We have some people that respond back to our emails that go out. For, but it says Mike, and then they like respond, and we actually look at like the emails, and then my team forwards it to me, and like one of them is like, "Hey, I see you reached out to us for some help in marketing." It's like you're on our list, and you're replying back to the people you get emails with from. I don't know. I found
you're like, I'm sort of a big deal online.
There was one more thing from Perry. If I can remember, I had just gotten it. We might have to go past. It came into my head and went back out. So yeah, we'll have to go past it. There was one more cool thing. If it comes back, we'll bring it back. But so let's get started with these.
Let's see if they have questions first, right?
Yep.
And then we'll hit that first.
Rich should be sitting in this.
Nah, it's all good. We have some other congratulations. I'll let you do that.
Oh, congratulations to, whoops, I can't see it now. There you go. Congratulations to SM3A Digital, who just signed up for Platinum Lifetime today as well. We're going to get a little applause.
And what's the difference? What's the difference? I don't know the difference. What's the difference between Platinum and what we just thanked the other guy for?
Same thing.
Okay.
There's Platinum, Lifetime, Charter Member. We have like all these different terms that Donna's probably like cringing right now, because that's one thing that she always wanted to consolidate.
Got it.
And so right now, like we always have to tell people, if you paid, you're the same as everybody else. You don't have anything more than anybody, anything less. Like if you gave us anything more than a penny, you are a Platinum Lifetime member, and if not, you're a free member. So
I got it.
So this person, just upgraded as well. So what do I have there? This is totally cool. Oop. Oh, I just signed up for the Platinum. Finally took the time to focus on this incredible GrooveFunnels. Thanks a million. Well, thanks. SM3A, if you could just type your name in the chat as well, we can actually give you a proper shout out. He's like, that is my name.
my dad was related to Elon Musk.
All right. Okay, what was that? Let me give me 5 seconds to just try to remember what that last little cool thing was that. I remember. So the very last thing that I think you'll find cool was that Perry said, at the end of the day, there's a business of helping people find gold. And he says, the way that you tend to look at it is like, you're either in the shovel business or the map business. And he says, digital marketer, we were in the map business. We were basically giving you the information. And he's like, you and Russell are in the
picks and shovels.
The shovel business. And he says, now Russell added the maps to it, and you guys do training, and you think you got to complete because you're in the map and shovel business. And I was like, okay, so where are you going to go with this? And so this is where he went. He says, the big thing that you guys need to really be focusing on
is for the people who discover gold.
Yeah, he says is get them to really believe that there's gold in their hills. And if you can get them to really buy in that there's gold, then they're going to be more willing to consume the map and buy the shovels. Like he says, so it's not just having the information and having the tools. You need to convince them that the gold is there. And if you're like, oh, I don't really believe that if I had those two things that I can still get that outcome. And I think it was pretty important as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's that whole thing of taking someone from possible to probable.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that, that I always tell people, and this is where
that's a writer down, guys.
This is where like
possible to probable.
Yeah, and I think you'll get this like really well because you'll totally identify with what I'm going to say here. This I also learned from Dan Kennedy, and in his opportunity, whatever course he did about leveraging the techniques of the opportunity business in any business, right? Opportunity concepts, I think it was called, and talks about like, okay, so like Mark Ford, right? Michael Masterson, he's one of the co-owners of Agora, right? And
Agora, folks, $2 billion info.
$2 billion info business.
They do what we do at the scale of $2 billion plus a year.
Yeah, a little bit scaled back now, maybe 1.5 billion, but we're somewhere in that ballpark.
But they
right?
had 2.2 or 2.4.
1.8 billion was like the high water mark. I just rounded up.
Okay, got it.
And so Mark has had many businesses. He's had several businesses past 100 million, right? And many businesses like above 20 million, right? And like, I'm somewhat flaky. I'm disorganized. I have ADD, right? I procrastinate. I'm somewhat of a perfectionist. I got my issues, right? And so I know that Mark can build $100 million plus business. He's done it numerous times, right? And I know that he could help others to do it because I've seen him, right? But if he like put his arm around me and said like, Rich, I really think Strategic Profits could be $100 million business, I would have all these reasons in my head why. Like you wouldn't say that if you knew who I really was, like how I really behave, how I really act, right? So I am discounting his ability based on my belief in myself, right? So, but if he came in and said, Rich, based on how I see you operate, I think you could have $100 million business. And let me tell you why. Like
you'd be all ears.
Right. Yeah. Like your avoidance of conflict, that's actually a good thing because if you're going to build your business high, people have to love you. You have to have like a second in command who really is the heavy, right? You're like, if he started giving me reasons why what I see as flaws are actually like traits, right? Like he can turn possible into probable for me. It is possible, right, that I could buy a lottery ticket tomorrow and I could win $100 million, right? It's possible. Somebody's going to do it, right? There's a lottery out there that's $100 million if there is right now. But that doesn't mean it's probable that if I buy a ticket, right? So, it's like you have lots of case studies. I have lots of case studies. It totally proves it's possible, right? That you can help someone. But to get someone to believe that it's probable for them.
Well, so here's how I would take this. This is breaking down the way our brains work. And so Rich and I are talking about a winner and a concept. And like usually when that happens, there's a breakthrough. And so then what happens is like, I'm going through what you did with like, oh, I want to call somebody and there's like a winner. Right. What happens when there's a winner? So what you just told me there about taking somebody from possible to probable is talking about their self-limiting beliefs and talk about how they're traits. So if I was to go home, my next sales letter or email or message would probably start with, and I would hit home on the things that I think people might have self-limiting beliefs. It would be like, hey, if you're the type of person that is, and so maybe I'd go with the cash flow and the money, right? And say, if it's a little bit tough and you're worried about if you should buy a course, and if you're doing the right thing, and if people are telling you this, well, let me tell you why that's actually a good thing, right?
Right.
And then probably hit on those 10 things. I don't have the time. Right. I don't have the money. My family doesn't believe in this thing. I'm not technical. Right. I'm not good on camera. And if you could go in and then turn all of those things, and I think that's where the sales, we called it the feel, felt, found.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, right. So basically, what you do is you outline those limiting beliefs, and then you say, I understand how you feel.
Right.
If these things are the case, I felt the same way until I found this solution, and then you tie that into the benefits of your product. If it's health and wellness or whatever, in our case, it would be Groove Digital Academy, the Facebook group, the free trainings that we're doing, the ease of the use software, the value proposition, how everything works together. So that's how I would take exactly what you just said and turn that into copy.
So I'll take it even one, because I've thought a lot about this. So I don't expect you to come up with what I've come up with, because like this is a while, right?
Let me just see what they're saying here. Okay. Oh, okay. So congratulations to Lisa Rosenberg. I'm done sitting on the fence. Woo! Way to go. We're going to give you
That sounds like it hurts.
Sitting on the fence does hurt. For upgrading to lifetime and what? I'm done sitting on the fence. Oh, right there on the TV. Oh my goodness.
Sort of like indoctrination.
My eyes are bad,
day and
folks.
night. Well, it worked. Sitting on the fence 2 months and bought lifetime. Preparing my scripts. I'm very groovy. Come for print on demand. Such great content.
Oh, and we could also read it in the blue where it's a little bit easier.
Oh, I didn't. I was reading it off the screen.
Which is impossible to me. I was like,
and I'm 50. Check that out.
Yeah. Way to go, Lisa Rosenberg. Thank you very much, XO. We appreciate that. And we do have some questions, so I want to let Rich.
Yeah, let me finish this thought, because,
and then we're going to get to Vogelman,
because this is actually a technique I've taught. It's one of the few.
We got to get to those the next hour.
Yeah.
We got to get to the good stuff.
It's one of the few things that like I've taught that I've not seen out there anywhere else, right? And I don't even know who the person is, right? But there's some French philosopher that lived like in the 1800s, and he said the highest form of love is to love about the person what they hate about themselves.
The highest form of love is to love something about a person that they hate about themselves.
Right, because you're totally self-accepting, right?
Yeah.
And I think he might have called it crystallization, so I took that, right? So I tell, okay, so I'm going to give you the context of it, but it's a tactic inside a context, right? And you could use it in many other ways. So in the webinar that I used to run for my coaching program, BGS, right? I tell my story, and my story starts with me being successful offline. I go into detail on that. Then me coming online and struggling, and we'll go back to that because that's a struggle. And then where I am now, like I'm successful online. So offline successful, struggle online, then online successful, right? And I tell my story. And so I learned this first part I learned from Michael Cage, like the idea of an intersection of journeys. Like if you can get your life story to intersect with your prospect's life story, right? And you're all the way at the top of the mountain already, then they know that there's a way for them to get to the top of the mountain because you were once where they are, right? So intersection of journeys, right? But so I go through, once I got online, like what happened? And I tell the story of these like 9 bad things that like I was spending all my time in front of the computer, pulling writers, that I was like buying bullshit products that like promised like the moon, right? Like just all different kinds of things, right? And I kind of lay out that progression of bad things I was, in my mind, things that were not helping, that I wasn't happy about. And what I do is like, now I have these 9 things, right? These 9 bad behaviors that other people probably share in some of them, right? And what I do is I take the positive intent of all of those things, because every behavior, right, no matter how bad it is, has a positive intent behind it. Taking crack is like the positive intent is to check out, feel better, like something, right? So I take those positive intents, but I don't call them positive intents. I call them success traits, because I'm telling my story, right? I was successful. So I didn't change as a person, being successful offline, being unsuccessful online, and now being successful online, right? Like what changed was the strategy I was following. And let me show you like what happens when you have the right trait, but you follow the wrong strategy, right? Now, so I've just separated their results from them,
right?
And now the strategy, right? And
you get them to buy in now that it's a strategy along with your traits. If they're aligned properly, then there shouldn't be any reason why you don't have success.
Right. So
and
like information overload.
You're taking the fault away from them as well.
Exactly. You're removing totally the blame. You're also removing like even it's not even their fault because they couldn't have succeeded. Like they were totally going the wrong way. So like information overload.
It's like having a wrong map.
Yeah, exactly. Information overload. Like what that means is that you take responsibility for your own education and you take it seriously. Right.
So when people say I have information overload, you're turning that into, wait a second, there's something very good about that.
Right.
You've taken responsibility and put a lot of information for you.
Yeah. You're just not getting the right information, but the right information would get rid of that information overload. So it's a twist of using because like, who doesn't want to be loved for all the things they hate about themselves? Like that, like,
Yeah.
like I wish that someone was like, you know, you'd look so much better if you weighed 300 pounds. Because then I could go every day and I could buy almond claws and all kinds of stuff, right? But I haven't found anyone who says they love me at 300 pounds, so I'll stay below 200. But yeah, so like that kind of thing. And that's an incredibly powerful persuasion tool.
Yeah. One of the other things in there, not completely related to what you said, but it does go down into the way that we should all market. And so Rich said is I tell a story. And so if I was to sit up right now and say, okay, folks, so right now I want to tell you a story, and I move up, and I move up like this. And we are hardwired. Like if you go back more than 150 years, you know, more than 100 years, you know, before the radio, television, all these different things. Maybe for a couple of 100 years, you know, we had print and books and things like that. But before that, it was sitting around the fireplace, and there were things like gather around. And this goes back for 250,000 years. It's the way that we learned about our ancestors, and we looked up to the sky and tried to make meaning. And we passed our information down like that. We didn't do it through PowerPoints and bullets and all these different things. People get pulled into a story. So when a story is good, you could say things like, wow, I can't believe that was a 3 hour and 10-minute movie. That just went by like that. It was captivating. And you could be watching, you know, an 80-minute movie that's, you know, maybe for kids, and it's just one of those terrible kids movies. And like in 10 minutes, you're like, this is going to be the longest, you know, hour and 10 minutes or 20 minutes of all time. So,
but along those lines, like you said something like that it's captivating. And I think a lot of people miss the point that there's, because I studied a lot of this back in like 2007 when I wrote the reports on attention. There's a huge difference between someone paying attention and capturing attention. Capturing attention, like when you're watching a movie, right? You totally lose consciousness of your body and everything else, right? You're there. And when someone spends a lot of time in attention capture, they're very easily persuadable, right? It's not the same thing as someone paying attention.
Yeah, paying attention is when you say to someone, "You paying attention?" They say, "Yeah," and they can literally quote what you said, but they're not like captivated, like waiting for the next.
Like if they're captivated and you say you're paying attention, they're like, "What?"
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, go continue.
You know, exactly. So attention capture is a whole different, like, you know, it only has the name attention and like that's a parallel. That's the only thing it has in common. And but what sustains attention in that capture is story.
Yeah. So I want to give a couple of tips on that I got from Andy Jenkins. Basically, you know, all of the famous stories, you know, they come down to like these like 9 or 11 archetype stories. Like if you take something like
Rags to Riches,
Rags to Riches, Stranger in a Strange Land, The Hero's Journey, The Quest, the Reluctant Hero. What do you call like Ocean's 11? What is that? That's called a heist. Right, all those things are heist. So there's basically traditionally these arcs. There's some movies that completely break it.
Do you have a favorite type? If you had to say, like, because I have a favorite type. I have a favorite arc structure.
I think for copywriting, I like the hero's journey and what's yours?
I like stories of someone who succeeds, loses it all, and succeeds again.
Yeah, so
I like those kind of stories.
So and so in these things, like in Hollywood, like a script writer will go and say your beats, this should happen on page 17, the inciting event and all these stuff. And again, I learned all this from Andy Jenkins. There's a couple of books that you want to read. One is called Story, and I don't remember the guy's name, but like if
he's
just
famous,
and
he's written a new book now.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
yeah. I think his name starts with an R, like Roger or Robert, but Robert something, I believe. But
someone will tell us in the chat. But he, but Robert McGee.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, Robert McGee.
Yeah, okay. McKay.
I don't know.
I think it's MCK. I'm not sure.
But and his second book is supposedly really good if you want to write more like dialogue, which would be very good for like speaking like you talk, writing like you talk.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I love is speaking with dialogue, and I think that's why I like Aaron Sorkin movies like so much. And so then the other one is, and again I forget the name of the person that wrote it. There it is, Robert McKee.
Yeah.
There you go.
And dialogue is the second
And
book.
Deb, pull up for me. Save the Cat.
Oh, it's right there. It's hanging below it. Right. You see it? Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there. Save the Cat. Yeah. And Save Cat.
Okay, I think we lost the Rich and Mike's stream, so here we go. There they are.
You're back.
Thanks, StreamYard. We're not sure what happened. That'll never happen with GrooveStream.
Absolutely, we cannot wait.
Too many
for
good
it.
tips. Yeah. StreamYard limits us to 15 good tips an hour. As soon as we have 16 tips, it boots us out. So
then we're going to need some duct tape.
And the other one is Save the Cat by Blake Snyder.
Yes.
And Save the Cat. The reason why it's called Save the Cat is because I think it's the Aladdin movie, where basically you have a hero that's flawed. Right. You have a kid, and he's and Disney knows this better than anybody, right? You have a kid that's living on the streets,
right? And
so what is he doing to survive? He's stealing a fruit,
right?
Ethically, that's wrong, and it's not the way that you want to introduce a hero. But you're trying to say that this kid is having a rough life,
right?
So what do? Is they show the kid having a rough life subconsciously. He's a thief. You might not have picked up on it. Right. So what they do is, as soon as he gets down, he's got his little monkey, and there's a cat by a trash can that's skinny and starving and purring, and he's like, and the monkey's like, no, that's ours. And he breaks it in half, gives it to the monkey, and he gives this to the cat, and he starves.
Right.
So what does that tell you about the hero? Oh, he's got a good character. So there's these little things. Beginning, they're showing a flawed character is actually good because he just did something good. And you start seeing all of these things that are in the book. And so one of them is called The Dark Night of the Soul. Mm-hmm. The Dark Night of the Soul is like in
Batman.
In Batman, it's in when Alfred, I can't, and then somebody has to tell them, hey, you're the hero.
Right.
There's in Rocky, when he's screaming to Adrian, for the first time in my life, I'm scared. Okay. One of those types of things. So these things are literally littered through these movies, and they do apply when we're doing webinars and we're doing copy. So I would strongly recommend that when you're doing your stage presentations and you're doing your webinars, that you get in. So I'd like to tell you a story and like lean into the camera and say, so this is a good time. If I could really have your attention, you're gonna love it. And then you can get people really, really paying attention to the story, and
you can capture their
attention. Capture their attention, open loops, and say, and I'm going to tell you. And if you forget, like people like, hey, what happened to, like in the movie, was it The Princess Bride, right, where the little kid, he's like, but what happened? He's like, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. He became captivated. Right. So we hope you're enjoying this. We're going to go to a question now as we come right at the top of the hour, and then we're going to dig into the 11 and the 13. Things that
we can do that
there. So Chris Vogelman has a question. He says,
Dr. Vogelman.
Is it Dr. Vogelman?
Yes, he's
Dr. Chris Vogelman. That's right. So he says, what are dopamine triggers that can improve your marketing results? I'll let Rich go. I've got a good answer for that as well.
Well, I mean, one of the biggest precursors, you could say, to dopamine is anticipation. And so I'm not talking about, ultimately that's what's behind like buttons and all that kind of stuff. It's the anticipation, right? That someone might like your stuff.
What's a good documentary they should watch on this? You told me to watch recently about dopamine and like how they're wiring our brains.
I would recommend two, right? What everyone's talking about right now is The Social Dilemma. That's
The Social Dilemma on Netflix. You definitely want to see that.
But I think that you're doing marketing malpractice, not because you're going to learn lots of tips and strategies, but you will learn the overall, what even makes selling possible, let's say, by watching The Century of Self, which is a 4-part documentary. It's like 3.5 hours. And it's all about Edward Bernays, who was Freud's nephew. And it's the invention of consumerism, because there was a time, right? And none of us were around, but maybe some people who were even watching
to keep it.
We only bought it when we needed it. We didn't buy things to make us feel better, and we didn't buy things because they had a new model out. We bought it because we needed it, and that had to change after World War II because we had so much capacity. But so that's a great documentary about.
He's a person that would get the title evil genius. And
Bernays?
yeah,
Yeah,
and I mean
sure.
that in that sense, evil, but not evil, but like ooh, when you say ooh, that could be evil, and there's genius there. Edward Bernays is literally the father of propaganda,
Right.
and then propaganda was the word that after it got used so much, it became a negative connotation, so they rebranded it as public relations. Like
Yeah,
they started
exactly.
like the Department of Public Relations, and
Yeah.
it was basically he showed in psychology like how you can disseminate information and create spin.
Yes.
And I
Although, you know, with Bernays, it's always somewhat suspect because he was also his own press agent.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
like he takes
yeah,
credit for
yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of stuff that maybe
true,
like
true.
he shouldn't have. But what I would say, just to get back to Chris's question, is that, and then you said you were going to have some stuff on dopamine, is that, well, Chris will know this, but I don't know that everyone will, from a standpoint of like, I wanted to give an example. So when I launched Steal Our Winners, I had a upsell, right? And that upsell had like a 75 to 80% take rate. And the reason it had such a high take rate was that it was a mystery box. Like you didn't know what was inside it. If I really was going for dopamine, right? Then if you take the mystery box, then on the very next page, I'll tell you what's inside it. Right now, now that heightens anticipation.
Sounds like Nancy Pelosi's Congress bill.
Yeah. We have to pass it before we know what's in it. But I had people wait till the live stream because I had other reasons to do that. But anytime that you can incite curiosity and also anticipation, you are really triggering dopamine, because it's not what most people make the mistake of, is that it's not when you get the reward that you secrete or whatever you release dopamine. It's in the anticipation of the reward. That's why, there's, for many people, like once you achieve the goal, it actually, you get depressed, right? Like you no longer have that anticipation for the outcome. And I would say that like Kearns, like results in advance, right? Like if there are 6 steps to get to the outcome and you help someone get, number 1 done, that will raise dopamine as well, because it's now anticipating that I'm going to achieve that goal, right? So anytime you can hit anticipation is really where dopamine is at its best.
Yeah, and Vegas knows that very, very well. With
slot machine
noises and like that. It's literally and what they learn they put into social media, which you find in there. I think and I love your answer. I think what mine's a little much softer, not as good as yours. What I like to do, something I can give you tangible based on that question, Dr. Chris, is I like to keep people engaged and validate them in like we're doing right here. When I'm on a webinar, I like to say, if that's you, do me a favor, type 1 in the chat, but not only that, tell me where you're from, your city, answer that question. When you start reading, Jim says, Diane says, and so it's like you're getting them to pull that trigger by commenting, and you're slowly getting engagement in the chat. And then like, am I going to get the lemon or am I going to get the cherries? It's like, if I type this, will he read it? Right. And then so sometimes not, then this one was better. Well, I got red, and then it creates more engagement. And the more engagement you get, the more of a captive audience you're going to get. And the more that hand is being raised to a shy yes to a sale.
Well, not only that, but like just doing that helps you, like with stuff of what we're doing right now. So, I do live streams twice a week, and in general, the more I can get people engaged, the more Facebook will show that to other people. Right. So there's benefit even outside of the sale. Just getting people to be as absorbed as possible helps a lot of areas, not just making the sale.
Yeah. So, and then Chris, on the last part, just because you used the word triggers there, you said, what are some dopamine triggers? I'm just going to take away the dopamine now. What are triggers that can improve marketing results? So, I talk about influencer psychology and persuasion a lot by Robert Cialdini. We all do. We all came into that circle around 2005 when that hit our industry. But what really took it from me to like a 10x level that was more fun, that I couldn't put the book down. It was easier to read, much easier. Was Joe Sugarman's triggers. Joe Sugarman, I don't know how what it is. It might be like 13 or 19 or whatever.
He wrote it like a copywriter.
Yeah, he wrote. Yeah, the other one was like was on psychology. It was almost like a college professor study.
Well,
on,
professor,
exactly right. And Triggers by Joe Sugarman, folks. I don't know if this book is $13 on Amazon Kindle or whatever it is, but like if you're watching now, open up another tab, just buy that, and and read that in the next week. I think that is the easiest, digestible, aha, epiphany reading book about copywriting for subject lines, VSLs, webinars, landing pages, everything. The triggers is basically psychological compliance influence. Like if I hit your knee, it triggers the kick. And so he has all of these things where influence was written as, here's how the mind works. And you had to say, I wonder how I can apply that. Joe Sugarman literally says, here's something you do for urgency, for scarcity, and how it should look and how it should be placed on a page. And it's one of my favorite books. In fact, I'm getting myself so excited about it, I'm going to get it back and read it again.
Okay, so if you read that book, right, there's another book that I think goes very well with that book. It's not a marketing book, but it explains to you how the brain works from an evolutionary psychology standpoint, and which part of it makes a really strong case. Well, the name of the book is Why Everyone Else is a Hypocrite. and it goes into how,
except for me, that should have been the subtitle, right?
It's implied, right? And it goes into how we walk around thinking that consciousness is the Oval Office when really consciousness is the press office. That consciousness is not making decisions. Decisions are made by the different parts of the brain, and that there's no evolutionary advantage for you to know why you do things, like, on that level. So we're in default mode most of the time, and triggers are cognitive biases that just happen for us. And that's based on the fact of that we're not in as much control as we think we are. Right. And so, that was one of my favorite books. It was just a good read. And
what's the name of that again?
Why Everyone Else is a Hypocrite.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, it's why, and then it has a little thing like everyone else is a hypocrite. Why everyone else is a hypocrite. And it's about the modular mind, and that's why, because you don't think you would fall for these things, but we all fall for these things because we're not consciously thinking about these things all the time, even though we think we're thinking all the time.
Yeah. So Deb, there were some other questions that are hidden by that book there. If you wanted me to take a look for those other questions there. Okay. From After Hours 404, great name. Are there any mentorship or business coaching programs available through Groove? No, not currently, but we're, like we said, we're going to be doing the Steal Our Winners.
And I'm going to be releasing something at some point. Matt keeps telling me I am.
Yes,
and I was going to do scale, and we talked about that.
Yeah.
And then I put that on the
Stay tuned to Rich. Rich, where can they get on your list?
Go to strategicprofits.com.
Great name. Love that one. Ben Vituri says, Rich, do you feel social media has personality and authority? Everything in sales, preeminence, and copywriting, and polishing funnels less significant. Maybe I got to read that one more time to make sense for me and everybody. Do you feel social media has made personality and authority, everything in sales, preeminence, and copywriting, and polishing funnels less significant?
All right. So, and maybe Ben's asking me this for those that aren't aware, I wrote these two reports that I mentioned a little bit earlier back in 2007 called the Attention Age Doctrine 1 and 2. And Attention Age Doctrine 1 was all about how attention was going to become the scarcest commodity online and what are the implications of that for you and your prospects. And then Attention Age Doctrine 2 was like, hey, I figured out where everyone's attention is going to go. It's going to go to this thing that's like Web 2.0 social media kind of thing. And that's before Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And so I think you're asking me because I've called some things right in the past.
Yeah. And I also see that question is do you feel social media has made personality and authority, everything in sales, preeminence compared to copywriting?
Yeah, no doubt.
The Kardashians and influencers, I can use my influence, my brand, my sexiness, and just go, this is great. It's changed my hair, and you can get a link down. And now they're doing personality and authority is driving the sale as opposed to we have these other 19 things.
100%, right? Look, I hope I don't hurt anyone's feelings here, but I love the content of Anthony Robbins. I don't really like the gentleman. Mm-hmm. And but he can come out with a course and he's going to sell the crap load out of it. But take away his name and take someone who's on this live stream and say, okay, you have a week to create a website and start making money. I imagine most of the people on this live stream would kick his ass, right? Like, because he doesn't know. Like, he's had a company, he was a speaker, you know, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, there's no doubt that the more well-known you are, the easier it is to sell other people, especially on results of where you are.
And the point there,
right? You know, and myself included, right? Like, you know, are you gonna, if I have a course on how to build a list and some nobody name has a course on how to build a list, that course is probably going to be better actually than mine, because, like, you know, the way I built my list was writing free reports that went viral, right? Like, if you can do that, great. If you can't, you might be better off like following that person's thing. But since I got results and that person's not known, it's going to be 10 times easier for me to sell. And I've certainly seen, like, I don't know if it's as much now, and maybe you would know, because you sometimes, you kind of dip in and out, like, as far as being in the market, like hardcore, like I kind of never that much in, but I saw it. And that there were quite a few people that were had coaching programs teaching coaches kind of how to create a funnel for themselves, with like, you know, the application funnel. And also at the same time, how to buy a lot of fans, how to, like, you know, so that you build this little like facade of authority, right? So that when people go and look you up or whatever, oh my God, he's got 100,000 fans. Oh, he's got, or she. And
in
so,
the attention age, you need to show that you have authority. Authority.
Or it's reverse social proof. If nobody's following you, then maybe I shouldn't follow you. Right. And so, definitely, I would say that, but that, you know, I mean, it comes down to, you know, Aristotle, right? Ethos, pathos, logos, and who the message is coming from is incredibly important. And I don't remember the Latin of which is which, but you know, part of that is who you are. That's one of the three legs. And so I would say yes, but that doesn't mean that a no name can't be as effective. It just requires more effort. And, you know, look, yeah, I would, without going down that, I was going to go down a whole different path, but that might not be useful. But yeah, there's no doubt that being more known certainly helps everything.
But we are such direct response junkies that no way am I going to ever say that anything trumps anything. I would say that knowing direct response is like putting a turbocharger on top of anything that you do.
Yeah, I mean, in Gary Bencivenga's seminar that he did a bunch of years ago, very famous copywriter, he was talking about the gentleman who started a bunch of very successful direct response companies like the Franklin Mint and stuff like that. And he said that he was always shopping around for proof, right? Like, he finds the proof first and then create the product and everything else around that, right? So it's like, yeah, if you could, if Warren Buffett ever subscribed to any financial newsletter and he ever wrote a testimonial, it would be worth buying that financial newsletter, even if it's bankrupt, because you have the testimonial of Warren Buffett for it, and you'd be able to, if Warren Buffett like thinks this newsletter is the shit, right? Excuse my language. Then most people would subscribe, right? So the Warren Buffett name is going to make any newsletter multiply, and we see it at Agora, right? Like when we've done deals with Glenn Beck, it skyrockets. Bill O'Reilly skyrockets. You know, when you can, because people have built in already, one, recognizability, but also believability. Like, they wouldn't believe that O'Reilly or Glenn Beck would be just promoting this to make some money.
Yeah. You mentioned copywriters. I know it's always hard to say who's your favorite copywriter, and then you got to think about it for a half hour. But if I were to say, who are your top 5 favorites? Like, oh, here you go. So I'm curious, like Bencivenga, would he make your top 5?
Yeah, he'd make my top 5, although, but what I would say that I loved Clayton Makepeace's copy. I was a fan of his copy before I knew him, right? Because like I was coming at copywriting from Jay Abraham, Dan Kennedy, which was like, let me tell you all the benefits in the headline before you know, whereas Clayton stuff would be, those two-faced SOBs better shut the blank up.
What root tree did he come from?
Well, they all came from the same.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've always asked people,
and I'm curious what the same means. I'm curious. And
I'm always, well, so, you know, I'm always curious where people learn from, right?
Yeah.
The people that I learned from, I want to know where they learned from. So, you know, probably the single person that I've learned the most from on the planet is probably Jay Abraham, right? He's like a surrogate dad to me, right? I've stayed at his place, like, you know, when I was getting divorced, like I asked him for advice, like, you know, really close with him. And so we've had long conversations about this. And I was like, where did you learn from? Right. And he mentioned a certain person's name. I'll share the name in a minute when I remember it.
Okay.
And it's the same place, right? So Jay hired this guy. Jay paid him like, and this is like early 80s, paid him like 10 grand or 15 grand for a day. And the guy just basically recommended Caples, Hopkins. Like Jay hadn't heard of these people before.
Yeah.
So
Claude Hopkins,
John Caples, all these types of people. Ross Reeves was probably known, Robert Collier. And so that opened Jay's eyes to all that stuff, right? Across the hall, Clayton Makepeace worked for that guy, right? That guy also, Gary Bensavenga worked for him.
There you go. Okay.
Right? So this one guy taught Jay, taught Bensavenga,
what about Gary? Because I believe Dan Kennedy was kind of like a intern student
at Halpert's.
At Gary Halbert's,
yeah. So
did Gary Halbert come from?
No, I think Halpert went down a totally other avenue, and I'm not. Even though I knew Gary, we never talked about that. His kids said that. I don't remember they mentioned. I forget the type of books. I have these old books that were part of like a mail order course, not a course on mail order, but a course sold through mail order on business. And I forget the name of it though. Dan Rosenthal is the copywriter that they all came from. Like Dan Rosenthal. Yeah. So the Bensavenga worked for Rosenthal and Associates. And so Dan Rosenthal, you've seen some copy he's written. But yeah, that's where it all kind of came from.
I love that. I just want to talk about that because it's so exciting to me. It's like, and no offense to any of us living today, but I really think like those people there, you could say the words, what they've forgotten, we've never learned. Like, so folks, the reason, just a little history on like why it's called copy and swipe files. Like back in the day, advertising agencies, what they used to do is if you saw somebody else running an ad for a long time, most likely meant it was successful. It was
direct response.
It was a direct response.
Right,
So what you would do is you would create a little folder called a swipe file, and you would swipe all of these different things, and you'd put it there so that you could literally copy it. So the expression came, "Get me the copy. We're going to copy these swipes and make it into an ad." And when I look back at and there was Ted Nicholas, he was more into the dots and the dashes and the colors and stuff like that. When you look back into these people like Gary Halbert, like the story about the personalized coat of arms letter that he was mailing to certain post office and size of cities and all this. I got that call from you basically. What these people had to do with copywriting had to be so scientific that every single word mattered, and their testing was put on not spreadsheets because they didn't exist back then, had to be put in ledgers. And that's when they would say, send a self-stamped addressed envelope to Department C or Department 2B, because that department was which copy. And then they would compile this information over years, what we could do like in a week. So they took, and they didn't necessarily have funnels. It was, you got something in the mail, you opened it, and there was a piece of paper, and that had to work to get a check. So there was no video, there was no webinar, there was all these other things that we have the advantage of different mediums to make this work, and posting on social media, make it go viral. No, they did one thing. They wrote a letter, they put a stamp on it, and if it came back with a check, it was a winner. If not, it didn't do well. And so they what they learned about copywriting and what it took to get response from
that I was going to say John Carlton's on my list
Yeah.
too, but for very different reasons.
Yeah.
Much more entrepreneurial type copy, but I enjoy reading his copy.
Yes, yeah,
regardless of the product, like his writing style itself, I really enjoy. I have at home, next time, like either you're at my place or maybe next time I come over, I'll bring it. I have at home a file that is, so Phillips Publishing, which was the biggest direct response company pre-Agora. They're no longer around, but they were about a $250 million company that kind of went away in the 80s, right? They sold off into pieces. That's where Jay got the strategy of preeminence from Phillips. And they did a newsletter for Jay, right? Called Business Breakthroughs. And they had pretty much every good copywriter at that time write a sales copy. So I have the book. I have the book of like Clayton Makepeaces, Danny Hatches, like all these different people with the results of like how that mailer did. And so I want you to just think about this for a second, like see if you can answer this question. Okay. So considering what we just talked about, right? Like now to today, what do you think have been what do all the biggest breakthroughs in like conversion rate, like if you were to take the 10 biggest times that conversion rates jumped, what do they all have in common? And this, we've never talked about this. So.
Yeah. Well, for me, like I know this answer has many answers. For me, it's the right hook and offer.
No, just beyond that.
Okay, go ahead. I probably won't get it.
Breakthroughs in format.
Okay. I wouldn't have gotten that.
So if you think about it, right? Because you were talking about like all they had was a letter. That was all they had.
Format. Okay.
Breakthrough in format,
okay,
right?
Gotcha.
So like all they had was a letter, and then they invented like a special report that they sent you in an envelope, and that changed response. When they came up with magalogs, right? That was a game changer. It was also like VSLs were for us 300% increase all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because these are all forms of stealth selling. And what they have in common is that a breakthrough in format every time, like when we went to VSLs, when we went to webinars, right? Like all teleseminars, they disguise that you're being pitched for a little bit of time.
Oh,
right.
Just for an example, the timeshare, type of experience,
right?
They get you in for one other thing, and then
and so that's all it takes, right? Like thinking it's a magazine for a second, like a magalog, all of a sudden,
or the Amway, coming down, to this thing, like it was disguising the pitch, and then like at the end, what if you found out this company was Amway? Because you never would have went if somebody says, "Hey, you want to come to an Amway pitch tonight?"
Yeah, like what if we told you this whole time we've been pitching you and we're about to get like wouldn't like
so roll the video,
and now we're gonna
a 14-day Grooveathon for a $47 ebook.
But so breakthroughs in format, so that like everyone should always keep their eyes open for a way of selling that you've never come across.
That's why the teleseminar did good. That's why the webinar did good. It was hey, we're doing a training event tonight. And then slowly, as you said, what's working now becomes everybody's doing it. And then the first thing they're asking, hey, is there going to be a pitch at the end of this thing, right? Because it's no longer a breakthrough in the format. Yeah.
It's the same reason why the manifesto did as well. Because it was like a new, like at that time, not the PDFs didn't exist, but like creating like a magalog-y kind of like all content. It was different. It wasn't expected.
I think to me, when resale rights hit the scene, like that was something to me. It's like while you were reading this and like getting excited to buy the product, then all of a sudden it's like, but wait a second,
you could be selling it too.
And then and that was like this new thing that hit our industry is like you buy the product and then you can then go and sell it and get your money back.
I would say that that's not a breakthrough in format. I'd say that's a breakthrough in offer.
Without a doubt.
And definitely very
because it was the same format. So folks, I think there's another question there. So I just want to talk why I feel you and I are so fortunate. The people that got online from, like I got online in 2002, and from there basically until the VSL came out and social media and all these other things that the question there about authority. When we got started, I mean, literally like 6 months prior, our sales letter said send a fax to, right? Like PayPal had just come out. It was the first time we can accept money on these pages. So all we could do, there was no video, there's nothing. We had to basically write something that said, dear friend from the desk of, and it had the date, and if you could make the date dynamic and all these different things. And you had to learn you had no choice. You could not survive. And we all had these words of like Robert Collier Letterbook and Gary Halbert, and all these names. And then we collected this stuff, and there were other tapes of their recordings, and you had no choice but to learn copy. And I think that's why, like, the legends of those people out there, and how we, dare I say, helped create the internet, is I think because we had to learn the most core result of marketing. Go ahead.
So tell me if this rings true to you, because I wrote this in a report that I never released. So it's not something like I've ever published or anything, but I have a whole report that one of these days I'll release, and it's on generating demand. And I was talking about people like us, the original internet marketing gurus. And I'm fascinated on this topic, not that topic, a different topic that pulls into it. And it's more about, how do you develop expertise? What do experts know that you don't know? And what's the fastest way to become an expert in something? And that's a long conversation. We don't need to get into it, right? But in that is something that comes from the area of transformation, and it's called distinctions, right? And distinctions are, they're ways of looking at the world parsed through language. And I'll explain what I mean by that for a second. So, like, I know nothing about trees. I couldn't tell you the difference between a maple and an elm. I don't know, like, whether it's sick
if you
or
tell
dying.
me what kind of faux wood this is, I would know if it was cherry, oak, or maple.
Right?
Couldn't tell you.
So when I walk through a forest, all I see are trees. Just trees, right? But if I spent a day walking through a forest with a forester, and they were pointing out, like, that's a maple, that's an elm, and that's healthy because of this, and that's the best type of tree to make fire, and now every single time that I walk through a forest, it will be different than it had been before, because I will see things that I didn't see before, right? And because I see things that I didn't see before, I can now do things that I couldn't have done before because I didn't even know they existed, right? So I believe that what we all had in common was the Dan Kennedys, Gary Halperts, Jay Abrahams, that gave us a lens to see the world, like customer value, lifetime value, cost to acquire, like the value of a lead, like all these things. So we came into the online space with a lens of being able to see opportunity that most people couldn't see, because they didn't know these. Like, if you've never been exposed to the idea that the first sale is not about making money, the first sale is all about just acquiring customers, and you make your money on your second, third, and fourth, and you didn't have a vocabulary to look at the world that way, the opportunities wouldn't, like, present themselves to you because you didn't even see it. And so I think we credit, like, I think it's right to credit those people 100%. But I think what they did, even more than teach us, like, the actual tactics, it was a way of seeing the world, like, that no one else had. And so it gave us a great opportunity to be able to do things that other people weren't doing because they hadn't had those distinctions.
Who was the guy that wrote a report? It was maybe 10, 12 years ago, and he had a name like Victor James or something like that, and like Gary Halbert, Vince James, and it was called The Shit Weasel by Gary Halbert. Like, when I read his book,
it was great.
Oh my God! Like, so folks, like, he
sold Longitude, which was a male enhancement product.
And then So Rich is gonna take a bio break. So and folks, we're gonna talk to Donna, Simone, and Deb, and see if we can get Rich back. To talk about, what do we got? We've got a half hour. I don't know that we're going to be able to cover all 11 and all 13 of those other things, but Rich and I kind of went into podcast lane in here, and we're actually talking to each other, and this has really become a fly on the wall segment. We really hope that you're enjoying it. And so Vince James basically wrote a report about, like, direct mail, and he got a lot of us online marketers around 2010 to start actually doing direct mail. And there were things in there about the math that broke down successful campaigns, and something I think that anybody in this industry could read and enjoy. I have no idea the name of the report, or if it's possible to find it, but if you look up, Vince James, and then put the word shit weasel in there, because I remember it's not a word that's ever been used prior or since. And he said that, he was so good at what he did that Gary Halbert called him a genius shit weasel or something like that. And he's one of Gary Halbert's most successful students. And I think one of the best copywriters that came out of that Gary Halbert school also was Daniel Levis. He's somebody that I really like his, shout out to Daniel Levis. But I think reading copywriting books, like there's a lot of different types of books on marketing where your mind can wander and say, how does that apply? I think when you read copywriting and you're a marketer or somebody that has a passion to get a conversion, some of you may just have a passion to help people lose weight or stay cancer free or eat paleo or personal development. And you're like, no, look, I just want to help people and I need somebody else to make it sing. I get that. If you can find the time to pick up some of these copywriting books, or just start with Triggers by Joe Sugarman, that's my recommendation. I think it's impossible to read those books without like getting that knee tapping, shaking moment where you're starting to get so excited and having an epiphany 3 times on every single page. And I think that can, if you can start getting a passion for marketing the way that we were forced to in 2002 and 2003, because if you couldn't have the written word convert, then you couldn't succeed as a marketer. Those things have translated down. We have these things now with things like GrooveFunnels and ClickFunnels and lead pages that have in a way robbed you from needing to go to the basic training. We've allowed you to skip basic training, and we give you these templates that say insert benefit here about why the customer should upgrade today, and we kind of go through and look. I love John Benson. I love his software.
Right.
I think his software would be even better if you just took the time to read like 3 books. But like John Benson has a good software. I got to tell you, like if you just wanted like every single thing that would have to go down in a template, I think you could learn copywriting by going through John Benson's software. It basically walks you through the headline, and then it gives you 9 different drop downs of what a headline, and then you rewrite it, and you're basically going through a drop down, and it's inserting all of these things about here's the benefit, here's time for testimonial, scarcity, price guarantee, and you walk all the way through. I think you actually learn copywriting going through it, but I think it's even better if you actually understand the science and the psychology behind it by reading some books first.
Yeah, I totally agree 100%. And I would also say that also just having self-awareness from a standpoint that anytime I'm buying something, I at least pretend, if it's not true, that I am buying this because I was marketed to, and I would have never bought this had I not been exposed to certain things. And so what were those things and what led me to this conclusion? So that I can kind of understand how I buy, so that at least I have n equals 1. I have a set of 1. I know how like that person responds myself. And so I can get a sense of, okay, can I recreate that for someone else in another, in another area? And so if you don't understand like what gets you to buy, the likelihood that you're going to get to understand what makes other people buy is probably not that high.
Yeah. And buy is, that's the big one. You got your credit card out and you felt good about it. And, you went to make sure that you got the receipt and all these different things. It's really compliance. So what you want to do is like, look at anything that's getting a compliance out of you. Why did you click on that person's Facebook ad? Why did you click on that person's Facebook post, even if it wasn't an ad? Why did you open up an email from that particular marketer compared to the other 3 that you just hit select, archive? Why in that email did you click the link? Why in that email did you actually read the entire email and read all 3 PSs and then click the link? And then why on that landing page did you enter your email address? It's really something, as we're going through those motions, we don't do that with everybody.
Right.
In fact, sometimes we get to a page and we bounce out. We might want to ask ourselves, why did
I
get out of that? What did that person do wrong? And sometimes you could probably say, it's a good question. Oh, I know why. I was on his page for 15 seconds and I had no idea what he was trying to tell me.
Or it just doesn't feel right. And then you take a closer look at why doesn't it feel right? The
audio didn't sound good. I didn't like the fact that he or she was standing against a wall and there was no lighting. Write those those things down. Why you comply and why you don't comply to quote unquote certain stimuli in copywriting and marketing. And we do these things all day long. You're on the Grooveathon. What were there were so many things we needed to do to get you here. We either had to write an affiliate swipe, which had to have a good subject line, which got you to email, which got you to read the email, click a link, go create a GrooveCard account, a GrooveFunnels account, and then click and watch this. So even for us, we have to break that.
And even for them, like, why are they here right now? Like, what were they hoping to, like, were they just trying to kill some time? And that was, so it's just like mental relief. Were they hoping that, like, that you were going to reveal something. I was like, but what?
Yeah.
To know that is really like beneficial.
Yeah. And I'm going to give Donna another chance to say, yeah, Mike, we're already doing that. So Donna, an idea that just came to mind as Rich just said that is probably an outgoing survey to people that saw the theme, the Grooveathon, and let us know. Go ahead, Donna. We're doing it. Go ahead.
We're not. We're not surveying anyone at this point. So I think it's a great idea. I'm paying attention. You have my right now.
Yeah. Like, what did you like? What did you not like? What would you have liked to see? What were your expectations? What do you think? You know, all those types of things.
What was great and what can make it better?
Yeah. Right. What guests did you like? What guests did you didn't like? You know, because these things are, all anonymous, but it allows us to get to make the next times we do this a lot better. It's pretty much exactly what's done, at a live event when you do an event with speakers. Yeah.
So let's take the next question because it'll go into what we were just talking about, but from a different side, right? Yeah. Sorry about that, Donna.
So go ahead. Read that question.
Yeah. So Lisa Lang, who's actually a really well-known theory of constraints expert, she asked, how do you get a free report to go viral? Okay. And for those that don't know, like I've had certain reports that have been downloaded millions of times, and but I think we can have a really good conversation about this from a standpoint that something that I learned that I shared with you that you shared, right? And Lisa will know this because it actually comes from theory of constraints. But hear me on this so that when you come back, no, you can go, but just hear me on this. That the ABC diagram. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. All right. So Lisa, I'm sure you're familiar with this because this came somewhere from theory of constraints. The idea that if you have 3 projects, right? So if people wanted to do this at home, so to speak, you'd create 9 boxes and you'd do 2 rows of 9 boxes. Okay. And let's pretend that you have 3 projects and each project is going to take 3 weeks. And the only reason that you ever do a project in business is because at the end of that project, your business is going to make more money, or something else will be different that will help your business make more money. So it could be that you're improving your customer service, but you're improving your customer service so that your business can deliver more customer service, so customers stick around longer, so that they buy more. So every project ends making more money at some point. And so the goal in business is to finish projects and have them make you money. And so if on the first row, right, you have 3 projects, they each are 3 weeks long, right? But you're doing these 3 projects, then you would do, let's say, a week of project A, a week of project B, a week of project C. And then the following 3 weeks, week of project A, week of project B, week of project C, week of project A, week of project B, week of project C, right? So you have 9 weeks, you have 3 projects, and each of those projects takes 3 weeks to fill up. So if you were to take that top row, ABC, 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 and you were to look at it, you would see that it took, right, 7 complete weeks to finish project A, right? Because it was number 1, it was number 4, and it was number 7. Right. It would take 8 weeks to complete project B, and it would take 9 weeks to complete project C. That's one way of looking at it. But if you were to do one project at a time, AAA, BBB, CCC, you would finish project A in only 3 weeks. And that means that you would have 6 weeks worth of profit potential in project A. You would finish B in 6 weeks. You'd have 3 weeks of profit potential for project B, and you'd finish C the same time you finish C. So why am I sharing that? I'm sharing that because I came across
code.
Okay, so there you go. So when someone asks me, like, how do you make a report go viral? You don't make a report go viral. Like that. Like if I could make a report go viral, I would do it every time. All you can do is like get your whatever. And since the question was about reports, I'll just stick with reports to make it viral worthy.
Yes,
and
there you go.
You're right. Yeah. And viral worthy is about giving someone a revelation, an epiphany, an aha that they're so excited about, they want to share it. And you also share it in a way where the voice is coming from someone who discovered something, is excited about it, and wants to share it. So I think I told you this we might have even talked about it in the previous live stream, that one of the things that Mark Ford liked about the manifesto when he was giving me feedback was like, he said, I don't believe that you're doing it as a copywriting trick, but it's written in the tone, he says, I think it's just genuine with you, of someone who just discovered a secret that's excited to share it, right? Because that's a tone. That's like a way of coming at someone.
It's like that good joke.
Yeah.
That as soon as you hear it, like you have to tell it. I'll tell that good joke and just hold that thought because it's just silly. There was one that I had to tell, and as soon as I told it, everybody was doing it for days and days and days, and I was seeing it like go around. And it's basically, did you hear who died? And then somebody says who, and you're like, Reese, the actress Reese. No, you say, something like she killed someone or something along those lines. Yeah, is it? Yeah, something like it's a terrible joke, but she killed herself. Stabbed herself to death. Something like that. She stabbed somebody to death or something like that. And you say it's Reese, and then what's the actress name? And they say no, with a knife. so it's something along like that. That's the punchline. It's the stabbing. I got so excited to tell that joke to everybody. Sorry, folks. Horrible.
So Kim and I were in the airport in Seattle, right? And we're in the first class lounge and we're waiting. Kim goes to the bathroom and Bill Gates walks into the first class lounge and he sits down. Kim's still in the bathroom. I go over to Bill Gates and I say, excuse me. He's a little annoyed that I'm talking to him. And I said, I do some stuff online, but I'm trying to be, following your footsteps. You're my business hero. If you happen to pass by my table, if you were to say, hi, Rich, that would really make my day. My girlfriend's in the bathroom right now. And he's like, well, I'm not going to do that, but whatever. Okay. And so as we're sitting there, like Kim and I are talking, I'm like, oh, look, Bill Gates came in and she's looking. And then Bill Gates goes up to the bar. And while Kim and I are talking, he goes, hey, Rich. And I go, Bill, shut the fuck up. Can't you see I'm talking to my girlfriend? And that's not true. But someone told me that joke.
That's a joke I saw on Carson.
Yeah. With Don Rickles and Frank Sinatra. So that's a form of social capital. Like when someone told me that joke, I thought it was funny. And I thought if I told it to other people, they would think I was funny, right? And so that's a form of social capital. So when you give someone a revelation in an area where they're struggling, where they have this epiphany, like, oh my God, right? It's a form of social capital for them to share it with other people in the space. So I gave people epiphanies about why they were struggling and what they could do to succeed. And these epiphanies made them want to share it, not because of what I did, but what I collected and put in there. And the type of information that generally causes that is information that's counterintuitive, right? It's like, because nobody gets excited about common everyday wisdom. Like, I have this great diet. All you have to do is eat less and exercise more. Nobody wants to hear that. It works, right? But nobody wants to hear that because that's common every day, right? But if eat fat to get fat or to lose fat, right? Or like this weird, different thing that shouldn't work, all of a sudden is exciting. Or this Project ABC or whatever. It's a way of looking at a problem or being exposed. Well, what is a joke? A joke is leading you to think one thing and then it pivots.
And we literally have this nervous reaction. That's why we laugh and joke, because pattern interrupt.
So I told that joke and I've told it a lot better. Countless times, right? And the only person that said, wait a second, was my, she's 15, but she was like 12. She's like, why would Bill Gates be flying in a commercial air? That was my 12-year-old, right? Like, I was like, I didn't even think of that.
The next time you have to say
he wouldn't.
So onto that question there.
It took Cindy 3 minutes to get the spoon knife joke.
Oh, Cindy, it took me 3 minutes to get. Okay, so the proper punchline would when you set it up, when somebody says, with a spoon, you say no, with a knife, not a spoon. So now maybe those of you that didn't get it are getting it now. So talk about what makes a report viral. If I had to manufacture,
you manufactured it, and you did a damn good job with the depth of internet marketing. Is that what we're going to talk about?
Yeah. So obviously it has to be, one of the things is the report has to be that damn good, that like people want to talk about it. Like for something to become viral, it needs its own inherent buzz. It has to be quote unquote buzzworthy, talk-worthy, share-worthy. So you gotta bring that to the table, and all of those things that Rich just said there. And one of the things, the key that I believe was it has to be counterintuitive. I want to start adding some little spokes about that. I think if it's timely, as you said before, if it's
controversial,
controversy, that's the big word I was going to say, like the death of internet marketing. If you have controversy there, counterintuitive, going against the current norms, like if everybody's saying webinars are good, like you said, like if you're going to do something along those lines, and it all has to be true, right?
Of course.
And then the title of the report, I think, is something that you could argue with people about over a week. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking this. I love you. You're a master at it. You're the internet business
manifestos, the doctrines,
doctrine. Yeah, those. We could probably have a half-hour talk on where you come up with those names. The death of, I think I went. There was a previous death of
something.
No, I wasn't even. Was I even the death of internet marketing?
You were the death of internet marketing. That was the name of the report.
And then I did the death of MLM, and somebody else did the death of AdSense prior.
Okay.
Something like that. So I think it's time for somebody to bring that back up. Like, look, if you put the death of funnels, right? I think that could be a really good report. I mean, you would have to talk about like
a matrix.
You'd
have to talk about a matrix, because there is like nowadays I could make a really good argument that like people follow matrix because it's more than funnels. Like you go here and you see them on YouTube, and then you're here and like you're bouncing around. Yeah. The way you're going to market is still with funnels though. And I just
exactly. Yeah. And look, people have the reverse funnel method. That would be the great thing, like the death of funnels. Like if you, and then it comes to this reverse funnel method. Yes, it's still a funnel, but it's a different type of funnel. I think those things are important. And then the next thing is what we can do online, like the stuff that I did with Butterfly Marketing, is like incentivize people to share the report and give them a reward for sharing the report. And if you have an upsell or an affiliate program that's tied into your report, then share that with people. In fact, folks, you've seen that with Groove. The way we do it, we instantly make you an affiliate. We give you your link. We give you your banners. We give you your swipe copy, press releases, articles, or at least the tools that can do those things. And then you have to take the time to say, wait, pause. I know you wanted to read my report. Now, if you want to do this before or after you read the report, then you basically say, follow the steps. I already made you an affiliate. And those are some of the mechanics that can help turbocharge a viral report. Definitely. All right. 10-minute countdown. We're getting here.
Oh, wow. That time went wicked fast.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I know, 2 hours. So I want to ask if we get permission to have you come back for another hour sometime this week, or maybe even Saturday.
I think I'm supposed to be here Thursday.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Deb shaking her head. No,
I'm not.
You're not here.
Okay, so I can come sometime during the weekend, probably.
If there's room, we'll find out.
I'll have Matt here. So actually, it would be great because I'd like Matt to meet you.
Oh, cool.
Matt Rizvi, he's my publisher. So.
Oh, great. I'd love it. We were talking about the 12 and 11 things that
that'll have to.
So let's give away some stuff.
Sure.
I'm going to have you ask.
I'm giving away Mike Filsaime's personal cell phone number.
They're saying, heck yeah. Yes, bring Rich back. Loving this session. So many golden nuggets. Thank you, Crystal Davis. And heck yeah comes from Jolene Rose, Michaela Jane, Stacy. We'll move that. Don't hover, because when you hover, I can't read it. Thanks. Stacy Mills Longbow. That's a awesome name.
Yeah, that's a long name.
Jolene. We're going to get a Facebook, a YouTube strike if I start singing. All right. So Donna, did we give away yesterday's buyer? Okay. So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to have a little bit of fun. We are going to we're going to ask Rich for a time from yesterday. And then our team is going to go behind the scenes, and they're going to find out who upgraded yesterday closest to this time. And then if they're on the stream, because we told them they needed to be, all they got to do is let us know in the next 5 minutes, and we will give them $1,500 back, which means they not only get their lifetime purchase back, but they also get $103 back. What does that say right there?
Ali says Rich plus Wes Watson. That's the YouTube guy, right? Plus Mike plus Alex Jeffries.
Oh, there we
The
go.
4 of us.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, please. Yeah. I believe we're trying to get Alex Jeffries, right? No response? Or we got his attention and then he
Yeah.
busy.